Chapter 221. Edward finally asked teacher Brittany to tell Chenluo to stay away from the temple. The status of the pantheon in the mainland is very high, and the high priest can directly communicate with the gods. The four major temples are the holy places that countless magicians yearn for. As a great magician and the helmsman of a magic family with a very long inheritance, Edward's attitude towards the temple is surprising. At the same time, Chenluo also feels that he is getting closer and closer to the truth. After 3 years of hard training, there is a string in his head that has been taut. This time when he returned to the capital, Chenluo decided to rest for a while. He got a lot of information today. At night, he sat by the bed and sorted out his thoughts. The window of the room suddenly opened, and Isabella jumped in from outside. She closed the window, then snorted at Chenluo and said, "I haven't forgiven you for lying to me." Chenluo closed his eyes and said indifferently, "You can punish me as you want. I accept it even if you defiled me." "You wish?" Isabella spat and asked, "When did you become so shameless? When you were in Gaia, did you often talk to Tashia like this?" Chenluo glanced at her and said, "Do you think I'm such a person? That's not necessarily the case." Isabella rolled her eyes at him and said, "Gaia and Wandu are so far away, I can't see them anyway." When he was in Gaia, Tashia had tempted him, but was rejected by Chenluo. Otherwise, standing in front of Isabella now, she would be the queen of Gaia. If Chenluo had been a little undecided at that time, the little prince and the little princess would have called for help. Chenluo took Isabella's hand, let her sit on his lap, and said, "I only talk to you like this." Isabella's face was red, and her body twisted a few times symbolically, even if she resisted. Anyway, she couldn't beat him in fighting, and her magic level was not as good as his, so there was nothing she could do even if he bullied her. She gave up struggling, leaned on Chenluo's chest, and listened carefully to the sound of his heartbeat. In 3 years, Isabella has changed a lot. Not only has she grown taller, but her figure has also tended to develop in the direction of teacher Brittany. The feeling of sitting in his arms is very different from before. Chenluo was silent for a moment and said, "Let's go to bed." Isabella was startled and hurriedly got off his legs. She blushed and said, "No, my mother said to wait until we get married." Chenluo said helplessly, "What are you thinking about? I mean, like before." Isabella finally understood what Chenluo meant. When she took off her shoes and got into Chenluo's bed, her face was still red. "I told Alice about your return. She may come to see you tomorrow." Chenluo nodded and asked, "How has Alice been doing in the past few years?" "She has been promoted to an intermediate magician, right? She passed the intermediate magician certification half a year ago." Isabella said, "I see how you explain tomorrow that you are Chenluo." At that time, Chenluo explained, "We are not very familiar with each other, and I am not with you. If I say that I killed Baird, what will you think?" Isabella reluctantly believed his explanation, and then said, "Then why did teacher Brittany know?" Chenluo answered honestly, "Because at that time, I was closer to teacher Brittany. At that time, you burned me with fireballs and made trouble for me in school. How could I tell you?" Isabella snorted and said, "Alice thought you were willing to give up your life to save us." She was so moved that she cried. "Didn't you cry? We are talking about Alice now." Isabella changed the subject and said, "You don't know that Alice has changed a lot in the past 2 years." "No way." Chenluo imagined it for a while and murmured, "She is already big enough. What will she become when she grows up?" Isabella twisted the soft flesh on his waist and gritted her teeth and said, "What are you thinking?" "I'm talking about her personality." Chenluo hurriedly said, I also said, "It's her character. Do you remember when she was in St. Donis?" Isabella glared at him, and then continued, "At that time, she was very popular in the academy, and she had friends in every grade and every class. Now she always keeps to herself, and ignores those boys who pursue her." Chenluo thought for a while, and said, "Maybe she has grown up." Isabella showed an unconvinced expression on her face, and whispered, "Sooner or later I will become as old as her." Chenluo didn't hear clearly and asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing." Isabella shook her head and said, "After you came back to the capital, did you go to the Magic Association to find Jasmine?" "No." Chenluo glanced at her and said, "Don't get me wrong, I treat her as a sister." "Did I say I misunderstood?" Isabella said unhappily, "I just want to tell you that Magister John took her out to travel a few months ago, and you won't find her at the Magic Association. In the past few years since leaving the capital, Chenluo has been on the road most of the time, and has no way of knowing what happened in the capital." After Isabella told him everything that happened in the capital in the past 2 years that Chenluo might be interested in, It was already late at night. When Chenluo realized that she hadn't spoken for a long time, he looked down and found that she had fallen asleep. Isabella looked very peaceful when she was sleeping, with a faint smile on her lips. Chenluo covered her with a quilt, kissed her forehead gently, and then got out of bed and went to the study. Before coming back, he was worried that Isabella would care about his concealment of his identity, but he didn't expect that she could pass this level so easily. But Toby, who hadn't seen him for 3 years, gave him a big gift just after meeting. Teacher Brittany obviously misunderstood something, and Chenluo didn't know whether it was a misunderstanding or not. She must now think that he followed her to study not for math or magic, but for her. The problem is that Chenluo was really only thinking about magic at that time. Before this, the 3 of them were a harmonious family. After this, the family of 3 became a vulgar love triangle. Chenluo sighed, and suddenly Isabella screamed in the bedroom. Chenluo appeared by the bed in an instant, holding her hand and asked, "What's wrong?" Isabella hugged him tightly and trembled. "Blair, I had a dream, a terrible dream." Chenluo gently patted her back and whispered, "It's okay, it's okay." After Isabella calmed down, Chenluo looked down at her and asked, "What did you dream just now?" Isabella tried to recall, but she couldn't remember anything at all. A look of confusion appeared on her face, and she murmured, I forgot." "It is normal to forget your dreams." With Chenluo's whispered comfort, Isabella soon fell asleep again. Fortunately, she didn't have any nightmares until dawn, and after dawn, she slipped out of the study window again. Not long after Isabella left, there was a knock on Chenluo's door. He walked over, opened the door, and saw Austin standing outside. Austin looked at him and said expressionlessly, "I have something to say to you." Austin walked into the room, looked at Chenluo and asked, "Do you remember your promise to me?" Chenluo said, "I will never let Sasha get hurt. I will protect her with my life." "It seems that you haven't forgotten." Austin glanced at him and said, "In fact, I hope you are an ordinary person, not the sage Chenluo, nor a devil." Chenluo understood what Austin meant, looked at him and said, "No matter who I am, my feelings for Sasha will not change." "More than feelings." Austin said, "You will be Sasha's husband in the future. I hope that no matter what happens, or what decisions you make, you will not forget that she is your wife, and all your actions will affect her." From a father's perspective, Chenluo can understand Austin. He hoped that his daughter's husband would be an ordinary person, who could live with her peacefully for the rest of her life, not a sage, who could cause a sensation on the continent with just one sentence. He wanted someone who could give Isabella a sense of security. This person was the former Blair, not the current sage Chenluo. Chenluo nodded and said, "I know." "Then, I have one last question." Austin looked at the bedside, and a thin strand of hair slowly floated up. Austin picked up the strand of hair, looked at Chenluo, and asked, "Whose hair is this?" Chapter 222. This is a difficult question for Chenluo to answer. If he says it is not Isabella's hair, it means that he has slept with other women in his bed. If he admits that it is Isabella's hair, Austin doesn't like him in the first place, and he will not let him go this time. Just when Chenluo was in a dilemma, Isabella and Alice walked in from outside hand in hand. She glanced at Austin and said in surprise, "Father, do you have something to do with Blair?" Austin looked at the hair in his hand, then at Isabella, and said, "I'm not looking for Blair, I'm looking for you, come out with me." Isabella was taken out by Austin. Chenluo looked at Alice and smiled. "Long time no see, Alice is more beautiful than before. Alice is more mature than Isabella. After 3 years of not seeing her, she has grown a lot, and her temperament has also changed a lot." Alice blushed and said, "Blair has changed a lot." Without waiting for Alice to ask, Chenluo took the initiative to explain, "At that time, I was Chenluo, and it was inconvenient to reveal it. I hope Alice won't blame me for hiding it from you." Alice smiled and didn't care at all, saying, "I can understand it. Blair was the one who saved me, and he was also the sage Chenluo." Chenluo said, "There are no sages here, so just call me as before." After being called a sage, many things changed. Whether it was President Calvin, Dean Archer, or other people who knew him, their names and attitudes towards him changed a lot. Even Austin disliked him even more. Of course, some things have not changed, such as Isabella, Teacher Brittany, and Toby. If even Alice, who is a close friend, calls him a sage in the future, then this sage is too meaningless. Alice nodded and whispered, "Then I will still call you Blair." Chenluo smiled and said, "I was originally Blair. Girls change a lot when they grow up, and many things in the past are also changing. Alice and Isabella used to be enemies, but now they are best friends, and they influence each other. Alice used to be enthusiastic and lively, but now she likes to be alone like Isabella. Isabella used to be mediocre, but now she is 60% of Alice's size. Chenluo and Alice chatted casually, and soon, Isabella walked in from outside with a red face and lowered head. Obviously, she must have been scolded by Austin. After all, the hair on Chenluo's bed matched her hair in terms of color and length. Scolding was a good result. If Austin was an extremely conservative father, he might break Isabella's legs or Chenluo's legs. Alice noticed her abnormality and asked curiously, "Sasha, what's wrong with you?" "No, nothing." Isabella shook her head and said, "No class today, let's go shopping." Alice looked at her, then at Chenluo, and said, "I still have something to do, you guys go." Isabella suddenly thought that his current identity was different. If he went out like this, he would definitely be surrounded by scholars, and there would be no atmosphere. She couldn't help but say with some disappointment, "Forget it, I'd better not go out." Soon, she remembered something happy, looked at Chenluo proudly, and said, "I show you my cooking skills later. Teacher Brittany said that my cooking skills have surpassed yours." "Okay." Chenluo agreed with this. He was still very happy to see Isabella being able to cook and cook. Chenluo's cooking skills were not good, but compared with baking bread, his cooking skills were more varied. If Isabella studied hard for a few years, it would be normal for her to surpass him. Alice followed Isabella and said, "I help." Chenluo walked into the yard and looked at Isabella and Alice, who were busy in the kitchen. A sense of satisfaction from the bottom of his heart arose. Sensing a line of sight in the yard, he turned his head and met Brittany's line of sight. Brittany's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, and she immediately looked away, pretending to be watering the flowers seriously. Chenluo sighed in his heart. Some things happened, and they just happened. Although both of them pretended that nothing happened, they could not go back to the past. Then he looked at another sight. Austin's eyes were very cold, giving Chenluo the feeling that he would release a superclass magic at the next moment. The atmosphere in the yard was a little awkward until footsteps were heard outside the door. Barnett strode in from outside the door. As a senior deacon of the Earth Temple, although he had heard of the sage Chenluo, he was never interested in academic affairs. As a powerful mage, he believed in absolute strength and did not look down on those weak scholars. Sages are also scholars. "Who is Blair?" He walked into the yard, said something carelessly, and then became the focus of three eyes in the yard. Three eyes met on him. Barnett's footsteps suddenly stopped, and the whole person shivered. A strong chill rose from the tailbone and rushed straight into his mind. At this moment, he had a very absurd illusion. It seemed that the people standing opposite him were not three low-level magicians, but the three priests ranked in the top three in the temple. Those three adults were extremely close to the existence of the Holy Magister, and each of them could fight against several ordinary great magisters. Although this was simply impossible, Barnett still restrained himself a lot, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and asked, "Excuse me, who is Mr. Blair Sage?" The sun shone on the earth again, as if the spring breeze was blowing and the autumn rain was soaking, and the feeling of extreme crisis disappeared in an instant. Barnett breathed a sigh of relief. He must have been under too much pressure recently, and he actually had such a ridiculous illusion. Chenluo looked at the stranger standing in the yard and asked, "I'm Blair, who are you?" Barnett raised his proud head again and said, "My name is Barnett, from the temple." Chenluo looked at him and asked, "What's the matter?" Barnett looked at his indifferent expression. His face was a little stiff. This was not the way things should have developed. In the Divine Grace continent, the temple represents the gods and is supreme. When he heard the word temple, shouldn't he be ecstatic, respectfully greet the temple messenger, and ask the messenger with great piety what instructions he had? This was the case with everyone Barnett had met before. What was that expression on his face? Barnett thought he hadn't heard clearly, so he spoke again. "I am the messenger sent by the Earth Temple." Chenluo asked, "Sir, is there anything you can do for me?" Barnett finally gave up, handed a letter to Chenluo, and said with a dark face, "This is a letter from Priest Theodore." Theodore? Chenluo was not unfamiliar with this name. This was the first temple priest he had met. Theodore had thrown a fireball at him in Gaia. He took the envelope, opened it and looked at it, and said, "Invite me to become a priest." "Why priest again? Do you have so many vacancies in the priesthood of your temple?" Barnett's face changed drastically when he heard this. Priest, how is this possible?" As Barnett's face changed, Brittany, who was watering the flowers, paused, and Austin, who was not far away, had a sharp light in his eyes. Chenluo handed him the envelope and said, "Look for yourself." Barnett looked unconvinced. There has never been a vacant position for the priests of the temple. Every priest is a powerful person at the level of a great magician, but not all great magicians are qualified to become priests. Priests are the most honorable existence in the temple. How could the temple invite a low-level magician to become a priest? Barnett quickly scanned the content of the letter, and soon confirmed the fact. Although this letter was written by Priest Theodore, it was in the name of the high priest. When the gods did not descend on the continent, the will of the high priest was the will of God. Chapter 223. In principle, Chen Luo does not need to become a priest of the Earth Temple. Because he is a god himself, he also has a temple. Of course, the influence of the god of mathematics is limited to a part of scholars, and the scale and strength of the temple of mathematics cannot be compared with the god of magic. Not only that, there are big secrets hidden in the temple. Edward also reminded him to stay away from the temple. But you can't get the tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Outsiders have very limited knowledge of the temple. If you want to understand the temple thoroughly, you must first get into the temple. After careful thinking, Chen Luo looked at Barnett and said, "Tell Priest Theodore that I agree." The Earth Temple invited him to become a priest not because of Chen Luo's strength, but because of his influence. There are many magicians on the mainland, but there are also many scholars. In terms of quantity, Chen Luo's influence on the mainland is greater than any magic god. Brittany came over and said, "Blair, come in for a moment, I have something to tell you." Chen Luo followed her into the room. Brittany looked at him in confusion and worry, and said, "Blair, didn't I remind you to try not to get involved with the temple? Why did you agree to them? It's too dangerous. The secrets of the holy mage are hidden in the temple." Chen Luo explained, "It's worth it even if there are big risks." Brittany said, "We must have other ways, we don't have to take risks." Chen Luo smiled and said, "Don't worry, the temple just took a fancy to my influence in the academic world. As long as you are careful, nothing will happen. For others, becoming a priest of the temple is the supreme honor, but Brittany knows that he still has witchcraft. Once he is discovered by the temple, there is only one ending." Brittany looked at him and asked, "Blair, is the holy mage so important to you? Do you have to become a holy mage?" Chen Luo nodded and said, "This is very important to me." Brittany continued to ask, "What if you might pay with your life for it?" "Then forget it." Chen Luo shook his head firmly. "Is there anything more important than life? If becoming a holy mage requires him to exchange his life, he will give up without hesitation." Brittany looked at her and said seriously, "I hope you will never take risks at any time, and never forget that you still have Sasha. And me." Chen Luo smiled and said, "I know." Brittany stretched out her hand and said, "We have a deal." Chen Luo and her held hands tightly. Her palms were a little cold, but Chen Luo could feel the warmth flowing in her body. He looked at Brittany and said, "Actually," Toby said. Brittany's eyes were filled with pleading, "Let's just pretend nothing happened and be like before, okay?" Chen Luo looked at the mist in her clear eyes, and couldn't help but feel distressed. Not only him, she must have realized that the two of them could no longer go back to the past. Perhaps if things continued like this, as time passed, the two people who were once the closest would eventually become strangers. She had already lost her family once, and she couldn't lose them a second time. Chen Luo held her hand tightly and nodded, "Okay." Barnett left, and he was still confused before leaving, and it was hard to believe what had just happened. When had the temple ever had such a young and weak priest? Was the high priest crazy? Then he slapped himself hard twice. The high priest represented the gods, and there was a reason for everything he did. It was really wrong to have such thoughts. The country of Lauren was really weird. If Edward Stern had not refused, this small country on the border of the OS Empire would have 3 temple priests. There were only a few priests in the temple, and each of them was a pillar of the temple, and could dispatch the power below the Grand Mage of the temple and the Magic Association at will. He was only in his early 20s, but he already had the power to stir up the continent. Austin's room. He slapped the table and said angrily, "He actually agreed to be a temple priest. Isn't being a sage enough? Does he have greater ambitions?" Anna stood beside him and comforted him. "This is also the temple's recognition of him. Isn't it better for Sasha's future husband to be better?" "What do you know?" Austin snorted coldly and said heavily, "I would rather he was the former Blair than marrying a temple priest, the god of mathematics, or a bullshit sage." "Are you Sasha?" Anna frowned and said, "Is it Sasha who marries Blair or you who marries Blair? Why do you make decisions for Sasha?" Austin said, "I am his father." Anna said, "Sasha has grown up. She has her own favorite person and knows what she wants." Austin shook his head and said, "She is still too young and doesn't understand many things. We are responsible for her future happiness. Anna said, it is Blair, not us, who can bring happiness to Sasha in the future. Austin looked at him angrily and asked, which side are you on? I am on the side of my mother. Anna stared at him and said, don't you think you are too protective of Sasha? She is 21 years old, and she has the right to choose her own life. Austin was silent for a long time and said, she is our daughter. If Blair can't give her happiness, I will choose another life for her. I believe in Blair. Anna glanced at him and said, you just spoke loudly to me. Before I forgive you, you sleep in the study. Chen Luo decided to become a priest of the temple after careful consideration. As long as he doesn't show witchcraft in front of him, no one will know that he can do witchcraft, except for the witch tribe in the mountains. But judging from their attitude towards the goddess's messenger, they will definitely not expose this. How to become a holy mage? There are 2 ways in front of Chen Luo. The first is the magic road, which is very dangerous and must pass through the temple. It cannot be chosen unless it is absolutely necessary. The second is the wizard road. Chen Luo does not know how Healy was promoted to a holy wizard, but it is definitely not because he has obtained the recognition and blessing of the god of magic. In other words, in addition to the magic temple, there are other ways to advance to the holy level on the continent. At present, Chen Luo is only a magician, and magic resources are no longer useful to him. If he wants to advance quickly in the future, he can only go through the witchcraft road. He must take time to meet those wizards. When he sorted out his thoughts and prepared to go to bed, a familiar sound came from the window again. After a while, Chen Luo looked at Isabella, who appeared in his room, and said in surprise, you dare to come here? Shh. Isabella made a gesture to silence him, and said, I ran here secretly. If you don't say it, and I don't say it, who would know? Teacher Brittany slept next door. With her great magician's mental power, Isabella's little action could not be hidden at all. Isabella got into Chen Luo's bed, and said, I like sleeping here with you. Chen Luo took out another quilt from the cabinet, and walked towards the study. Isabella asked, what are you doing? Sleeping in the study. Isabella grabbed his wrist and said, I want you to sleep with me. Chen Luo thought Isabella had become open-minded, but she didn't expect that she meant that Chen Luo and she should sleep in separate beds. Lying on the bed, she leaned her head towards Chen Luo, held his hand, and said, this way you won't have nightmares. Chen Luo asked, do you often have nightmares? Isabella said, it only happens once in a long time. Remembering something, she asked Chen Luo again, Father said that the temple is very dangerous. Why do you still want to be their priest? Chen Luo said, you can't get a tiger cub without risking it. Have you heard of it? Who wants to have a baby with a tiger? I want to have a baby with you. Chen Luo whispered, and kissed Isabella on the lips before she blushed. Chapter 224. Chen Luo, of course, didn't have children with Isabella in the end. He just lost his first kiss. Isabella also lost. Kissing is very common for ordinary couples, and they may do love every day, but Chen Luo and Isabella have been in a relationship for nearly 3 years, and they have not been together for many days. This can be regarded as a historic progress. The people of Shannon continent have an open attitude towards love. The traditional concept is that a lady should keep the most precious memory on the day of her wedding with her husband, but in fact this time will be much earlier. However, Chen Luo likes to let nature take its course in his feelings. After getting up, he tidied up the 2 long hairs on the bed to avoid being discovered by Austin again. After washing, he went to the street with Isabella to buy vegetables. The name of the sage has long spread throughout the continent, but not everyone knows what he looks like. Isabella's worry about being watched by people on the street did not happen. The intelligence network of the temple is very powerful. It is normal to know that he has returned to the capital, but other people don't know. Chen Luo carried a basket in one hand and held Isabella in the other hand. He used to go shopping with Isabella, but the meaning was different from now. When he was still a single dog, he couldn't understand what it felt like to have a girl accompany him to buy groceries and cook every day, and lie in the same bed at night. Isabella made up for the experience he had never had in his 2 lives. When he went home after buying groceries, he was still recognized. After the scholar shouted the sage is here, the whole vegetable market was boiling. Chen Luo could only take Isabella and flee from the sky. Those scholars who refused to give up began to gather near his home again. Fortunately, after the major academic societies in the capital learned of the news, they came forward one after another to stop the fanatical behavior of those scholars, so that the situation could be eased, but the news that the sage had returned to the capital could not be concealed. After Chen Luo met with several core members of the Galaxy School, he let them disperse. Before the news of the sage's return to the capital was completely spread, a piece of news from the Roland branch of the Earth Temple once again caused a wave in the capital. Sage Blair accepted the invitation of the temple, and was about to become a priest of the Earth Temple. The sensation caused by this news was no less than when his identity as a sage was revealed. The temple was unparalleled in people's minds, and the status of the priest was even higher. Roland already had a priest, and now there was a second one, which made Roland the first kingdom under the OS Empire. The people of the capital cheered, while in the palace, Orlando was calm, without any joy. Bolton Werner, who was now a great mage and a priest of the temple, reminded him, "Forget the unpleasantness of the past. The priests of the temple are not someone you can provoke. No one can bear the anger of the temple. If you do something irrational, the Werner family doesn't mind changing a king." Orlando lowered his head and said, "I know." After Bolton left, Orlando slowly raised his head and said, "Now I know why you want to overthrow the temple." In the temple, the guard standing in front of a pillar looked at him and said, "As long as the temple is still there, the royal family will never be a real royal family." Bolton became a dog of the temple, and he didn't feel ashamed, but regarded it as an honor. "Your Majesty, Orlando doesn't want to be such a person, right?" Orlando looked at him and said, "Instead of being a fake king, it's better to give it a try. It seems that we have a common goal." The guard officer exhaled and said, "Sage Blair has become a priest of the temple. He has a great influence. This is not a good thing for us." Orlando looked at him and asked, "So?" The guard officer shook his head and said, "He can't be a priest of the temple. He alone is worth an empire. We don't want to face 5 empires at the same time. I don't plan to do anything to him." Austin leaned on the throne and said, "You also heard that Uncle Bolton's words were not a joke." The guard officer looked at him and said, "You also have a grudge against Blair. This time we can help you. This is our sincerity and cooperation." Orlando smiled and said, "Happy cooperation." Catherine Clinic. Catherine looked at the middle-aged man in front of her with anger on her face. "What did you say?" The middle-aged man said expressionlessly, "You are most familiar with him. You have many opportunities to take action, and you are most likely to succeed." Catherine said, "Didn't the priest want to win him over?" "That was in the past." The middle-aged man said calmly, "Now he is the priest of the temple. He is our enemy, a very threatening enemy. If we don't get rid of him, many of our compatriots will die in the future." "I don't agree," Catherine said firmly. "What's the difference between what you do and the temple of the gods? This is for the overall situation." The middle-aged man looked at her and said, "Have you forgotten the mission and responsibility of the wizard?" Catherine said disappointedly, "You have deviated from the original intention of your ancestors by taking action against innocent people. It is because of you that people hate wizards more and more. We were not heretics originally, but you made yourself a real heretic. Don't forget your identity." The middle-aged man looked at her sharply and said, "After this incident, you go back and accept the punishment yourself." "Congratulations, Junior Blair. Long time no see, Senior Christine. The consequence of the leak of the news is that people keep coming to visit. In addition to Andy, the president of the Mathematics Association, and Arthur, the Archdeacon of the Magic Association, Chen Luo has met many people in this half-day, which actually made him a little irritated. Christine's arrival made this irritation dissipate. She has not changed much from 3 years ago, but her magic power has increased, and she looks more heroic. The Werner family is good at fighting, and she manages the royal knights. She doesn't have the weakness of a woman. When she stands in front of Chen Luo, she is heroic. Perhaps because of the grudge between Chen Luo and Orlando, Christine can never let go of it in front of him like before." After chatting with him for a while, she went to find Teacher Brittany herself. Teacher Brittany and she have completely different personalities. It is unknown how the two of them became good friends. Chen Luo could not imagine how they get along with each other at all. In Brittany's room, Christine looked her up and down and asked in surprise, "Are you sick?" Brittany shook her head and said, "No. But you look more haggard than last time." Christine looked at her and said, "I thought you would be very happy that Blair came back. You missed him so much in the past 2 years." Brittany's face flashed a trace of panic. She stood up suddenly and said, "Don't talk nonsense. When did I miss him? What's wrong with you?" Christine looked at her and asked in confusion, "It's normal for you to miss him." "I miss him a little after not seeing him for such a long time." Brittany realized that her reaction just now was a bit extreme. After sitting down again, she said, "I am sick." "No." Christine walked in front of her and said, "You have never been sick. Something must have happened." Brittany thought about it, looked at her, and whispered. Christine was stunned when she heard this, and murmured, "But I remember, You weren't here these few days." Although it was a bit annoying to be disturbed by people coming to visit, there were still a few people who wanted to see Chenluo after he came back. Jasmine went traveling with John, and she didn't know when she would come back. I didn't know if Crow was in the capital. Chenluo once asked him to collect some witchcraft, and I didn't know if he had any harvest in the past 2 years. There was also Dr. Catherine. Chenluo was interested in contacting the witch, but the small tribe had been isolated in the mountains for a long time, and could not provide much useful information. Perhaps he could break through from Catherine. Chenluo was thinking about Catherine, and her figure appeared in front of him. Chapter 225. Catherine has not changed much since 3 years ago. Although she is already 29 years old, she still looks like a young girl in her early 20s. Perhaps it is the effect of healing magic. At the same age, wizards look younger than magicians. But her face is a little haggard, as if she is worried about something. When she talks to Chenluo, the smile on her face is also very forced. After the greetings after a long separation, Chenluo discussed some new medical issues with her. She was very interested in these before, but this time she was a little bored. She was silent for a moment, and suddenly said to Chenluo, "I'm leaving." Chenluo said, "Let's go after dinner." Catherine said, "I'm leaving Luolan, and I probably won't come back again." Chenluo finally understood what she meant by that sentence. He was stunned for a moment and asked, "Where are you going?" "Like you, go to other places on the mainland to have a look." Catherine breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This was the teacher's dream. I promised to fulfill it for her." Chenluo moved his lips, but didn't say anything. Although he didn't know why she wanted to leave Luolan, he obviously had no reason to keep her. Catherine looked at him and smiled. "I haven't congratulated you on becoming a sage and a priest of the temple yet. You could always do something surprising." Chenluo smiled and shook his head, saying, "I am a priest, different from others. So you have to be more careful than him." Catherine looked into his eyes and reminded him, "Priests are the most powerful force in the temple, and are also the easiest to be targeted by wizards. Your magic power is not as strong as those priests, but your influence on the mainland is not small. There will definitely be wizards targeting you. Maybe they have already regarded you as a target." Chenluo's eyes stayed on her face for a while, and he nodded. "I know, I will be careful." Catherine stood up and said, "I'm leaving." Catherine had been gone for a long time. After Chenluo sent her back, she stood in the yard. She would not say those words for no reason. She was reminding Chenluo that he had been targeted by the wizard. From the perspective of the temple, they certainly hope that Chenluo will become a priest and greatly enhance the influence of the temple on the mainland. But from the perspective of the wizard, Chenluo is their biggest enemy. The stronger the temple is, the more disadvantageous it is to the wizard. Even if the temple has secrets that cannot be told, wizards are not all kind-hearted people like Catherine. However, Chenluo is no longer Blair 3 years ago. If you want to harm him, you must come in person from Healy, or the high priest of the 4 major temples. Of course, the temple will not do such a thing at present. Chenluo is their biggest target for wooing. Although his identity as a priest has not been officially made public, the branch of the temple in Luolan has already sent people to contact him. The temple has branches in every country. These branches do not participate in the internal affairs of the country. They are more of a symbol to strengthen the presence of the temple and the magic gods in people's minds. Of course, in addition to the symbolic meaning, they will also do some practical things. The biggest responsibility of these branches is to deal with wizard incidents in various countries. As long as the traces of wizards are found, the temple is qualified to order the king and the magic association of the country to eliminate heresy together. The magic association only follows the temple's lead, and the kingdom that does not listen to the temple's dispatch will also be treated by the temple as a party of heresy. In history, there have been many countries where the royal families had relationships with wizards, and in the end they were either sent to the gallows or tied to the stake. Even if the wizards didn't look for him, Chenluo wanted to find them. He waited for a few days for this, and went out for a stroll when he had nothing to do, and even went out of the city alone to relax, deliberately creating many opportunities for them. Unfortunately, no wizard came to assassinate him. Palace? Austin looked at the guard and asked, "How are you preparing for that matter?" "Some problems have occurred." The guard said, "I'm afraid His Majesty Orlando will need to help solve it." Orlando glanced at him and said, "I won't help you with Blair's matter anymore." "Not Blair." The guard stepped forward and said, "This may be a good thing for you." Orlando sneered, "What good things will you have?" The guard looked at Orlando and asked, "Find a wizard who has been hiding in the kingdom for many years and kill her. Is it a good thing for His Majesty Orlando?" Orlando looked at him, "Are you sure you want me to kill a wizard?" The guard said, "She has forgotten the wizard's faith. Even if you don't do it, we will clean it up ourselves." Orlando did not raise any objections, but agreed. He looked at the guard again and asked, "What are you going to do about Blair's matter?" The guard showed disappointment in his eyes, and said, "She was originally the best candidate, but she has betrayed us." The priest attaches great importance to Blair's matter. Maybe he will do it himself. Orlando nodded and asked, "Who is the wizard you want me to kill?" The guard looked at him with a smile on his face and said, "Speaking of which, your majesty is not unfamiliar with her." Catherine had resigned as the chief physician of the royal family 2 days ago. On the day she left the capital, Chen-Luo and Christine sent her out of the city together. "Be careful of wizards." This was the last sentence Catherine said to Chen-Luo before she left. When they were going back, Christine looked at him and asked, "Dr. Catherine just called you over alone. What did she say to you?" Chen-Luo said casually, "A medical question." Christine didn't dwell on this question and asked, "What happened to Brittany? She seems a little off these days." Chen-Luo paused for a moment and then said, "Teacher Brittany, she's fine." Christine looked at him and asked, "Shouldn't you call her senior?" "I'm used to it." Christine slowed down and said, "Based on my understanding of her, something must have happened to her. You are her closest person. You should care about her more, at least as much as she cares about you." Chen-Luo nodded and said, "I know." Christine glanced at him for the last time and said, "I'm going back to the palace first. You should be careful. Don't go out unless you have something to do. You have just become a priest of the temple, and the wizards may target you." Chen-Luo asked, "Did Catherine tell you?" "Did she tell you that?" Christine looked at him unexpectedly and said, "It's not Catherine. There are wizards near the capital. My father has urgently mobilized a lot of people from the magicians and knights. Although I don't know if the wizard's target is you, you better be careful." "Wizard?" Chen-Luo's eyes flashed, and then he said, "I will be careful. Don't forget Brittany's matter." Christine reminded him, and flew away directly. Anything involving wizards is a big deal. Since Orlando did not report it directly to the temple, he obviously wanted to take the credit himself. Chen-Luo only needs to pay attention to the movements of the palace to observe their entire actions in secret. Late at night, more than a dozen figures flew out of the palace and disappeared into the darkness. They didn't know that from the moment they flew out of the palace, a ghostly shadow followed them from a distance. Chapter 226. A group of more than 10 people performed the flying spell and quickly crossed the night sky along the known route. None of the more than 10 people present was less powerful than a high-level magician. With such a lineup, there would be no accidents when chasing a high-level wizard. Without the flying spell, she can't go far. This is a wizard. How long has it been since a wizard appeared in the capital? It's just a high-level wizard. Your Majesty doesn't need to be so careful. Even if she grows wings today, she can't escape. Since you already know her identity, why didn't you act earlier? Idiot, act in the daytime and alarm those people in the temple. Do we still have the credit? Amid the casual discussion of the crowd, a low voice suddenly sounded, "Shut up, wizards are not magicians, treat them with caution." According to the time she left, she should be ahead. It was late at night, and a fire was faintly lit in a forest far away from the capital. Catherine sat down with her back against a tree, her hands around her knees, staring blankly at the dancing flames under her feet. The continent is huge, but she doesn't know where to go. Since the teacher left this world, the saint also disappeared. Over the years, many things have happened among wizards. Radical priests have begun to launch a series of actions against magicians. In order to achieve their goals, they use all means, cruelly and ruthlessly. Although some people still insist on their original intentions, they cannot change the overall situation. The wizards now are no longer the wizard she knows. She can't do anything that is not good for Blair. Leaving is the only choice. I just hope he listened to her reminder. Catherine sighed lightly, and stared at the flames in front of her. The burning flames did not bring her much warmth. At a certain moment, they suddenly exploded, and sparks splashed on her body. In the darkness, Catherine's face changed immediately. While her body dodged quickly, a huge wooden shield appeared out of thin air to block the exploding fire for her. Almost the next moment, a thick fire dragon hit the wooden shield, and a raging flame began to burn on the wooden shield. A voice sounded in the darkness, "It's a wizard." Several breaths rose from the front, each of which was comparable to a high-level magician, and one of them was so powerful that she felt trembling. Catherine's face was pale, and she understood what happened almost instantly. Her identity was only known by wizards. Just half a day after she left the capital, so many magicians caught up with her. There was no doubt that she was abandoned by them. Without time to think, she began to run quickly into the depths of the forest ahead. At the same time, the trees behind her began to grow rapidly, and the dense branches blocked the road behind her. However, she did not run far before several powerful auras rose again in front of her, blocking her way. At the same time, there were also flames on her left and right sides. Catherine gritted her teeth, changed direction, and rushed to the left. The three senior magicians were about to stop her, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in their heads and fell from midair in an instant. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Catherine's mouth. At the same time, she used the spirit thorn on three magicians of the same level, overdrawing her mental power. But this also opened a gap for her in the encirclement. Be careful, wizards can attack mental power directly. A great magician quickly rose into the air and said, "Leave one person to watch the three of them, and the rest of you follow me, she can't run far." He quickly changed the magic gestures with his hands, and dense small wind blades all rushed to the direction where Catherine disappeared. A painful groan emerged in the dense forest, and then the great wind magician felt his feet tighten, and a vine appeared out of thin air and entangled his feet. He released a wind blade and cut off the vine, his face a little gloomy. Although he had heard of the magical powers of wizards a long time ago, it was the first time he fought with a wizard. The difficulty of the wizard was far beyond his expectations, especially in the densely wooded area. Two great magicians and more than a dozen high-level magicians surrounded her, but she still found a chance to run away. He looked ahead, snorted coldly, and said, "You can't run away." He flew up a distance to avoid being attacked by the strange witchcraft, and his mental power was overwhelming, and then he flew slowly in a certain direction. In front, Catherine covered her chest, and many clothes on her body were stained with blood. She couldn't confront the powerful wind magician head-on. If the one who attacked her just now was not a dense small wind blade, but a large wind blade, she would have died at the hands of the great magician. Although the small wind blade was not fatal, she was also seriously injured. In addition, her mental power was extremely overdrawn, and she couldn't even perform the simplest healing spell. She staggered in the dense forest, with waves of dizziness in her mind. She relied on a strong willpower to support herself and didn't faint. However, her speed was inevitably slowed down. When she felt a strong dizziness, her legs softened and she collapsed to the ground. "Run, why don't you run?" A teasing voice came from above. Catherine looked up and vaguely saw two figures floating in the air. They were two powerful magicians. After the two finished speaking, nearly 10 figures chased from behind and surrounded Catherine. Catherine knew very well that if she fell into their hands, it would be more painful than death. She used up her last bit of mental power to condense a wooden arrow. The target of the wooden arrow was not the dozen enemies, but her chest. The wooden arrow did not pierce her heart in the end. The great wind magician looked at the wooden arrow floating in his palm and sneered, "Are these the only means of wizards? Of course there are more than that." As soon as his voice fell, a voice came from the depths of the dense forest. "Who is it? Who is talking?" His face changed, and he looked in the direction of the voice. The other magicians did the same thing as him, but as they turned around, they suddenly felt a strong pain in their heads, as if something exploded in their minds. Afterwards, more than a dozen magicians, including the two great magicians, fell from the air one by one. If they hadn't been flying very low, I'm afraid at least a few would have died. Chen Luo walked out of the woods, and the dozen magicians were already lying on the ground motionless. With the spiritual thorns released by his magician's spiritual power, they probably would have to sleep until tomorrow morning. Chen Luo didn't like magicians, and the same was true for wizards. He wanted to wait and see, but this unfortunate wizard was obviously not strong. If he waited any longer, he would probably die in the hands of these people. Chen Luo certainly would not watch him die here. He still had some questions to ask him. The wizard had fainted a long time ago. Chen Luo walked around the magician lying on the ground and prepared to wake him up first. In the dark, Chen Luo could not see anything but a vague figure. Chen Luo pushed his chest and said, "Hey, wake up." The touch on his hand was a little strange. Normal people's chest muscles would not be so developed or so soft. Judging from intuition, at least you have to have a figure like Catherine to have such a touch. Chen Luo released a fireball, and under the reflection of the firelight, he saw Catherine's face. Chen Luo's expression was dull, and his mind was blank. The wizard that Orlando sent people to kill turned out to be Catherine. If he had known it was her, why would he have taken action so late? He looked down at Catherine, who had fallen into a coma and felt a headache. But now is not the time to have a headache. He needs to find a suitable place to help her heal her injuries. Her injuries are not light, and can't be delayed any longer. Chen Luo picked her up and flew deep into the woods, while while performing healing magic. Not long after he left, a ghostly shadow slowly walked out from behind a tree and walked to the unconscious magicians. Chapter 227. In the woods, the magicians who were unconscious due to the spiritual thorns were lying all over the ground. The ghostly shadow appeared silently. The figure walked to the middle of the unconscious magicians and murmured, "There is actually a great wizard of the mage level in the capital." He scratched his head and wondered, "This voice is a bit familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere." After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out where this familiarity came from. Finally, he shook his head and said, "If it is a great wizard, she should not be in any danger. No matter, she is fine." He murmured to himself, squatted down, and began to feel around the magician. Soon, the sound of muttering and complaining sounded in the woods. "Great magician, you only have 10 gold coins on you, poor bastard. You go out without money, you deserve to be a high-level magician. This necklace looks good, it should be worth a lot of money. This dagger, a good thing, it should be worth a lot of gold coins." Above the woods, Chen Luo held Catherine and flew at high speed while maintaining the healing spell. Her mental power was damaged, and she needed a period of rest to recover. Her external injuries were also serious, and there were many traces of being hit by wind blades on her body. Fortunately, the wind magician launched a large-scale wind blade attack, so although the area covered by the attack would be larger, the power of each wind blade would be much weaker. If she was hit by a wind blade from the wind magician, she would have died now. After flying at full speed for a quarter of an hour, Chen Luo found a suitable place to heal. Chen Luo held Catherine and landed under a cliff in the leeward area. He lit a fire and then put Catherine down. He looked down at Catherine, who was still in a coma, raised his hand several times, and then put it down again and fell into a dilemma. Although none of the wounds on her body were fatal, she was hit by dense wind blades. All the injuries added up were very serious. Healing magic was effective in treating external injuries, but it required skin contact. Especially on her body, several wounds were very sensitive. The waist was already conservative, and the wounds on the chest and lower abdomen made Chen Luo feel troubled. "I have no choice, I'm sorry. Life is at stake." After hesitating for a moment, Chen Luo said something to her silently in his heart, and then raised his hand. The moment she raised her hand, Catherine's eyes suddenly opened in the darkness, and a wooden arrow suddenly condensed in front of her, but the wooden arrow only appeared halfway and collapsed directly. Obviously, her mental strength had been overdrawn, and she couldn't even condense a small wooden arrow. Feeling Catherine struggle in his arms, Chen Luo said helplessly, "Sister Catherine, it's me." Catherine's body stiffened, and she said weakly, "Blair, how could it be you?" Chen Luo said, "It's too late to explain, you are seriously injured and need immediate treatment." "No, Blair, you go quickly, they will catch up soon." Catherine didn't care why Chen Luo appeared here. In her weak voice, she said with endless anxiety, "You go quickly, don't worry about me, be careful of wizards when you go back, they want to kill you." Chen Luo shook his head and said, "They won't catch up. You can't be with me." Catherine struggled to sit up and said, "I have been lying to you. In fact, I am a wizard. Even if they see you with me, who isn't?" Chen Luo smiled, and with a thought, the grass around him began to grow rapidly, forming a soft grass mat under Catherine. Catherine looked at him in astonishment and disbelief, and trembled. You are also a wizard. We talk about these things later." Chen Luo let her lie on the grass mat and said, "I will use healing magic to treat you first. Your injuries are very serious, and can't be delayed any longer." While Catherine was still stunned, Chen Luo's right hand had already gently placed on her waist. The healing element condensed on his right hand, slowly repairing the wound caused by Catherine being hit by the wind blade. Catherine's figure is more plump than Brittany's, but there is no fat around her waist. Chen Luo and Isabella have not reached this stage yet, but at this time, he has no mind to feel it. Through the clothes, the effect of the healing spell is less than half of the normal one, and she has other wounds on her body. Chen Luo can't help but feel anxious. Swish. Catherine took the initiative to tear off the clothes around her waist. Under the light of the fire, her skin was white and delicate. Chen Luo raised his hand, not knowing whether to let it go. There was another sound of clothes tearing. Catherine had torn off the second piece of clothes. She closed her eyes and said, "In the eyes of doctors, there are no men and women, only patients." "Blair, you start." Chen Luo looked down and couldn't tell whether she was blushing or because of the light of the fire. He hesitated for a moment, then touched her smooth and delicate skin with both hands. It was a last resort. Saving lives was the most important thing. I believe if Isabella knew, she would understand. He closed his eyes, His mind was free of distractions, and he used all his strength to activate the healing technique. With the mental power of the magician level, the healing technique he performed was very effective, and the wounds on Catherine's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Catherine closed her eyes tightly, and did not speak again. Qianluo also used all his energy on the treatment. In the dark night, there was only the crackling sound of the burning fire, and the sizzling sound of the dress being torn. A quarter of an hour later, Qianluo wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around, took off his black robe, and handed it to Catherine. During the treatment just now, her clothes had already been torn into pieces. Fortunately, the effect of the healing technique is unquestionable, especially for external injuries, which is immediate. All the wounds on her body have healed, and there is no difference from before the injury. Qianluo took a long breath. He felt very tired, more tired than any battle he had ever experienced. He would rather fight the great mage than go through such a torment again. The external injuries of the body have been healed, and the trauma of the mental power only needs to be recuperated for a period of time. Catherine collapsed on the straw mat. Not only her face was hot, but her whole body under the black robe was also hot. The treatment just now was a torture for her. Although she said that doctors do not distinguish between men and women, she is not only a doctor, but also a woman. In all these years, it was the first time that she was touched by a person of the opposite sex like this. Catherine's face flushed, trying to divert her attention, and whispered, "Blair, aren't you a magician? How can you do witchcraft? Did you hide it from the Magic Association?" At this time, in addition to shyness, her mood was also complicated. She had tried her best to win him over to the wizard's camp, but now she realized that he was actually a wizard. Looking back now, her previous behavior was so ridiculous. This question is very complicated. Qianluo stretched out his hand and summoned a fireball, saying, "Strictly speaking, I am not a magician, nor a wizard." Catherine looked at the fireball burning slowly in the darkness, and forgot her shyness for a moment. She stared straight at Qianluo and murmured, "Messenger." Chapter 228. It would take a while to explain the matter of the messenger to her. How to place Catherine was the problem to be solved at the moment. It was impossible to take her home. Her clothes were covered with blood and had been torn to pieces. There was almost no air under the black robe. It was impossible to take her back to the capital. Qianluo first created a ball of water and heated it, so that she could simply wash it. After Catherine put on the black robe again, he said, "I will take you to a place." Catherine lowered her hands and whispered, "Follow the messenger's arrangement." Her identity had been exposed, and she could no longer be taken back to the capital. For her, the safest place was of course the wizard tribe. Qianluo took Catherine back to the sky and asked, "Are there wizards who want to kill me?" Catherine said quickly, "They don't know the identity of the messenger, please forgive me." Qianluo did not continue the topic and said, "Tell me about wizards. What is the current situation in the wizard world?" The wizard tribe that Qianluo came into contact with only had more than 100 people, and they had been in seclusion for many years, and did not know the situation of the mainland wizard world. Catherine obviously knew more than them. There are 13 priests in the wizard world now, which is a few more than what Qianluo learned from Elder Matt. The 13 priests, each of them is equivalent to a great magician among magicians, representing 13 powerful forces. Most of the wizard tribes, big and small, on the mainland are headed by these 13 priests. The priests have the same goal, which is to overthrow the rule of the magic temple, but since the disappearance of the saint, the priests have been working on their own and gradually infiltrating the 4 empires. The overall strength of the wizards is not enough to compete with the 4 major temples, so they can only choose to erode secretly. In almost every country of the 4 major empires, there are wizards. Over the long years, they have completely integrated into the life of magicians. They have doctors like Catherine, scholars like Qianluo, and some wizards hold high positions in a certain kingdom, and even infiltrate the royal family. Over the years, the ideas of most priests have become radical. They continue to make trouble on the continent and create chaos in the vassal states of the 4 major empires. Gradually, some wizards with different ideas from them began to break away and form small tribes, or simply forget their identity as wizards, hide among magicians, and become ordinary people. Catherine left the capital because she did not agree with their ideas, but she did not expect that her whereabouts were leaked by wizards. If Qianluo had not appeared, she would have died in the woods just now. Between wizards and magicians, who is the righteous side, Qianluo does not know, and does not want to stand in line. He just can't leave Catherine alone. When he flew over a forest that was obviously much denser, Qianluo spread his mental power, and soon dense wooden arrows shot from below. Qianluo thought, and the wooden scissors fell from the sky. Two figures stood on the top of the tree, looking at him vigilantly. Qianluo looked at the two elders and said, "It's me. Your Excellency the envoy." Elders Matt and Heller exclaimed at the same time. A moment later, in a tree house in the forest, Matt looked at Qianluo and said excitedly, "Your Excellency the envoy, you haven't been here for a long time. Some things happened in the past 2 years, so I'm not in Luolan." Qianluo looked at him and asked, "Are the supplies in the tribe sufficient?" Matt said respectfully, "The envoy's reward is still a lot, enough for the tribesmen to spend several winters." Qianluo nodded, and then said, "This is Catherine, she is injured, I want her to rest here for a while." The female elder brought a piece of clothing for Catherine and said, "Don't worry, envoy, we will take good care of her." Matt looked at Qianluo and asked expectantly, "Envoy, when will the goddess come?" Qianluo glanced at him and said, "The time is not right." Matt lowered his head quickly, and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Qianluo said, "You continue to live here? I will inform you if there is any news." "I obey the order of the envoy." Qianluo thought for a while and said, "In addition, you only need to know my identity. You are not allowed to reveal it to anyone, not even the priests." "Yes." It was past midnight now. Qianluo could not stay here any longer. He told Catherine a few words and left quickly. Qianluo rushed all the way and arrived home in the shortest time. He pushed open the door of the room, and the room suddenly lit up. Isabella sat on the bed, yawning with her mouth covered, and asked, "Blair, where have you been? You came back so late." Although he had no blasphemous thoughts when he treated Catherine just now, he still felt guilty when facing Isabella. Fortunately, when he came back just now, he had taken a bath and dried his clothes, and confirmed that there were no traces left before returning home. It was something he had nothing to be ashamed of, but it was like having an affair with another woman. Qianluo complained in his heart, walked to the bed, and said, "It's some things about the association, which have been dealt with. It's getting late, go to bed quickly." Just when he lay on the bed, Isabella took a hair from his body and asked, "Blair, how come you have such long hair on your body?" Qianluo remembered that he had checked it just now. He looked into Isabella's eyes, and finally sighed, "Okay, I admit that I didn't go to the association to deal with things just now. I lied to you, this is my hair." Isabella smiled and asked, "If you didn't go to the association, then where did you go just now?" Qianluo was stunned, then said, "Or let's go to bed. Hurry up and tell me." Qianluo actually considered whether to tell Isabella these secrets. Since Teacher Brittany already knew, there was no reason to hide it from Isabella. It's just that he never found the opportunity. He thought for a moment, looked at Isabella again, and said, "You only need to know what I'm going to say next, don't tell anyone else." Qianluo told Isabella everything he had planned to tell her. Of course, he also omitted some unimportant details. For example, he helped Catherine heal her wounds. After a moment, Isabella looked at him in surprise and whispered, "Dr. Catherine is a wizard, and you are also a wizard." Qianluo explained, "Dr. Catherine is a wizard, I am not, I can only use witchcraft." Isabella wondered, "If you can use magical powers other than the 4 magics, aren't you a wizard?" Qianluo said, "Magicians can't communicate with elemental impurities. According to the temple, you, me, and Teacher Brittany are all wizards." Isabella thought for a while and said, "Could it be because we have the blood of God?" "Teacher Brittany has the blood of God. I heard from my father that our family also has a little blood of God. Do you have it too, Blair?" This reason is simply unexplainable. There are many people with the blood of God, but at present, only the 3 of them can use magical powers other than magic and witchcraft. Qianluo said, "The reason is unknown. Anyway, this matter cannot be told to anyone, including your father." Isabella asked, "Can't you tell Teacher Brittany?" Qianluo said, "Teacher Brittany already knows." Isabella looked at him with some dissatisfaction and said, "Why does Teacher Brittany know it earlier than me every time, and you are not dating Teacher Brittany?" "At that time, we hadn't started dating yet." "If you hadn't met me, would you have dated Teacher Brittany?" On the other side of the wall, Brittany, lying on the bed, was a little absent-minded, and even her breathing stopped for a moment, but after Isabella asked this question, there was no sound from the next room. The next morning, the palace. Orlando looked at the 2 great magicians and asked in disbelief, "Were you attacked by thieves last night?" The great wind magician gritted his teeth and said with great resentment, "We had already caught the wizard, but the damn thief attacked us from behind and took away our gold coins and all valuables." "How did he attack you alone?" "We don't know. Just when we were about to catch the wizard, suddenly, all of us fainted. When we woke up, it was already dawn." Chapter 229. When he and a guard were the only ones left in the hall, Orlando said slowly. What kind of magic can attack so many magicians at the same time, and they don't have any wounds on their bodies? It's not magic, it's witchcraft. The guard standing next to the pillar walked out slowly and said, This level of spiritual thorns is at least a middle-level wizard. Orlando glanced at him. Middle-level wizard? The guard said, That's what you call a magician? Let's ignore that traitor for now. He showed a vigilant look on his face and said, We must first investigate the details of that great wizard. Equivalent to the upper-level great wizards of the great magician, each of them is a priest, and below the priest, the middle-level great wizard is already an absolute strongman. He must find out which priest this great wizard is under. Because he didn't get home until midnight yesterday, Chen Luo and Isabella explained for most of the night, causing both of them to get up late in the morning. Whether you are a magician or a wizard, I will always be with you. Isabella gave him a good morning kiss before leaving through the window. Outside the study window was the garden in the backyard. She only needed to climb out of Chen Luo's window, and then climb in through her window. Every day, when she fell asleep with Chen Luo by her side, Isabella's nightmare problem was alleviated. Seeing her leave the room, Chen Luo thought of the problem last night. Teacher Brittany and Isabella were different from ordinary magicians on the mainland. Chen Luo originally thought it was because of their bloodline, but he had used Vic to do experiments before. Vic, who had the same bloodline as Teacher Brittany, had no talent in manipulating elemental impurities. Isabella asked Austin indirectly, and the answer she got was that even he, who was at the level of a great mage, couldn't do it. It's not an easy thing to figure out this problem, and Chen Luo can't explain it at the moment. In the next few days, no wizards bothered him, but the temple messenger Barnett came again and gave Chen Luo a nameplate with strange runes. This means that he has officially become a temple priest. With the identity of a priest, he can gather people from the temples and magic associations of any kingdom in the OS Empire to complete actions within the scope allowed by the temple. After Barnett gave the nameplate, he left in a hurry. The identity of a priest is noble, but he felt uncomfortable facing such a young priest whose magic level is not as high as his. Since he has the identity of a temple priest, Chen Luo will certainly not waste the opportunity. He went to the branch of the temple in Luolan as soon as possible. Chen Luo didn't know it before, but after really understanding it, he found that even the branch of the temple in Luolan was as strong as the magic association. For powerful magicians are in charge, and there are also many great magicians and senior magicians. In order to prevent wizards from creating chaos on the continent, there are such branch temples in the capital of each kingdom. Priest. When Chen Luo came to the temple, there was only one great magician deacon guarding it. Chen Luo looked at the empty hall and asked, Where are the others? The deacon said, Priest, a powerful wizard appeared near the capital. The 4 great deacons went out to capture him. The others are in the temple. Do you want me to summon them? Chen Luo waved his hand and said, No, I just take a look. He walked into the temple and faced a huge statue. The statue was very majestic, but the face was blurred. This was one of the magic gods that the magician believed in. On the wall on the left-hand side, there was a map of the continent. This map was not detailed, but just a general overview. OS, foul, water, and Windu occupied 4/5 of the continent. The other 1/5 was the center of the continent, bordering 4 countries. The boundless forest was also called the Dark Forest by the magician. It is said that the forest area there was not so large originally. In ancient times, wizards and magicians launched a war of faith. The final result was that the magicians won, but they did not have the ability to kill the wizards. After the wizards failed, they retreated to the primeval forest. Countless wizards fought with all their strength and expanded the area of the primeval forest countless times. Many powerful magicians entered the forest and wanted to catch all the wizards, but none of them came out. Since then, the forest has had a name and has become a forbidden place for magicians. For so many years, magicians have wanted to invade the Dark Forest and completely eliminate wizards, and wizards have also wanted to get out of the Dark Forest and overthrow the temple's rule over the continent, but 1,000 years have passed, and no one has been able to achieve their goals. The temple hangs such a map here to remind magicians that wizards are still there, and the root of the troubles on the continent is still there, so that they are always alert and never forget the threat of wizards. On the right side of the wall, there are many papers posted. Looking carefully, they are all some information related to wizards. Impala Town is suspected of wizard activities. A wizard was captured in Lion City. A certain Earl may be deceived by the wizard and abandon his faith. The former chief physician of Lauren, Catherine, is actually a wizard. She has now fled the capital. Anyone who provides her whereabouts will receive a huge reward. Chen Luo shook his head and said, I didn't expect that Dr. Catherine is actually a wizard. The deacon said, she has been lurking in the capital for so many years. She must have some plan. What do these hateful wizards want to do? While speaking, 2 temple personnel escorted a person past Chenluo. The man had a rag stuffed in his mouth and made a woo sound, as if he was shouting something. Chenluo glanced in that direction and asked, "What's going on?" The deacon beside him said, "He is a blasphemer. For those who blaspheme, the temple will give him the most severe punishment." After careful inquiry, Chenluo learned that in addition to wizards, anyone or anything that has a negative impact on the temple and the gods is also the target of their treatment. A few months ago, a great magician of the Far Empire, who was also a famous philosopher on the continent, locked himself in the room for 10 days after failing to break through the holy magician, and then proposed an idea that shocked the continent. The gods are dead. In the Shenan continent, which believes in magic gods, no one has ever dared to say such offensive words to the gods. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been executed by the temple in the name of blasphemy. However, the one who said this was a famous philosopher on the continent and a great magician. At first, the temple just asked him to retract this thrilling statement, but was rejected by the great magician. In order to bring him back to the temple for questioning, the Fire Temple sent 4 priests. Under the siege of the 4 priests, he killed one of them, seriously injured 3 of them, and fled with serious injuries. Since then, there has been no news. The Fire Temple was seriously injured. It is said that the high priest personally took action but failed to find the great mage, so the matter had to be left unresolved. Although the Far Empire claimed that the great mage was suffering from madness, and would say such blasphemous words, his works and thoughts were quietly circulated on the mainland, and caused a considerable impact. Chenluo admired the courage of the great mage, which reminded him of Nietzsche. Whether his conclusion was right or wrong, at least he bravely questioned and challenged the beliefs of most people. Admiration is admiration, but I can't do such a thing myself. He did not forget the purpose of coming to the temple. He looked at the deacon again and asked, "Does the temple have any witchcraft collection?" The deacon nodded, then looked at him in surprise and asked, "What does the priest need witchcraft for?" "Research." Chenluo said calmly, "Only witchcraft can defeat witchcraft. Only by understanding wizards well enough can you defeat them. Go and take out all the witchcraft collected in the temple. I will take them back to study." Chapter 230. As a temple priest, Chenluo can call upon the resources of the Luolan branch temple at will. At his request, the deacon quickly brought all the witchcraft collected by the branch temple, which were all confiscated from wizards. But because the temple captured some low-level wizards, the witchcraft they could learn was also basic witchcraft. The harvest this time was not very big. He had learned the basic witchcraft a long time ago, and this time he only got a new witchcraft from the temple. This is a witchcraft that only great wizards can perform, called Soul Tremor. The effect of Soul Tremor is similar to that of the Spirit Thorn, but it covers a larger area than the Spirit Thorn, and accordingly, the requirements for mental power are also higher. It can be said that Soul Tremor is an advanced version of the Spirit Thorn, and it is also a witchcraft with a large range of indiscriminate attacks. It is not very useful against enemies of the same level, but against magicians with weaker mental power than oneself, a Soul Tremor can instantly clear the field. If Chenluo's mental power was not strong, it would be impossible to use the mental thorns on more than 10 magicians at the same time at night, but if the Soul Tremor was used, it would be easier to clean them up. Magicians have a very deep study of magic elements, and wizards have unique insights into mental power. Magic and witchcraft have their own advantages and disadvantages. When magicians and wizards with similar mental powers fight, the outcome depends more on the combat environment. In a jungle or forest with dense plants, it is normal for wizards to fight against each other. In addition, when the mental power is not much different, it is difficult for wizards to compete with magicians. Led by the deacon, Chenluo came to the dungeon of the temple. "The gods are dead, and we are our true masters. I am innocent. Let me out, let me out. Just wait and see, one day, the goddess will come again, and freedom will return to the continent." The dungeon of the temple is very noisy. There are wizards and blasphemers imprisoned here. Those who violate the laws of the kingdom will be judged by the kingdom. Those who offend the gods and slander the temple will be punished by the temple personally. Chenluo has no prejudice against wizards, but he has no sympathy for the wizards imprisoned here. In order to disrupt the stability of the continent, or for some ulterior purposes, they spread plagues in various countries and create unrest everywhere. The temple's arrest of wizards is on the one hand because of faith, and on the other hand, wizards are indeed the biggest factor in destroying the harmony and stability of the continent. Judging from the situation on the mainland in recent years, this war about magic and witchcraft will break out sooner or later. Qianluo did not want to participate in this war, but although no one knew about the wizard messenger, the identity of the temple priest would soon spread throughout the continent, and it would be difficult for him to stay out of it. The current situation is not tense to this extent, but the details of one thing are intriguing. Except for Qianluo, only wizards know Catherine's identity as a wizard. How did Orlando know that she was a wizard, and bypass the temple, and directly mobilize the masters of the palace to hunt her down? Unless those wizards who gave up Catherine informed him. But since those wizards had decided to get rid of her, why didn't they do it themselves, but had to risk exposing themselves and remind Orlando? Catherine said that the wizards in the capital of Lauren once wanted to win over Orlando and infiltrate the Werner royal family. They have already done this in many countries on the continent. After confirming that Qianluo was the messenger, Catherine did not hide anything from him. The plague in the capital last time was brought by those wizards. At present, she did not know whether those wizards had contacted Orlando. After Bolton Werner became the Grand Mage and the Temple Priest, the status of the Werner family also rose with the tide. Logically, Orlando had no reason to get involved with wizards. But nothing is absolute. All signs indicate that Orlando seems to have other thoughts. Although the assassination happened 3 years ago, Qianluo and his story are not over yet. The palace? Qianluo's existence was like a thorn in his heart. Orlando looked at the guard and asked, "When are you going to take action? He is really an eyesore in the capital." The guard said, "The matter of Sage Blair is also taken seriously by the higher-ups. He must not become a force in the temple. I think the priest may take action himself." Priest? Orlando's eyes narrowed slightly. Each of the wizard's priests was as powerful as a great mage. It seemed that the wizards were more alert to Blair than he thought. Orlando glanced at him and reminded him, "There is more than one great magician in the capital, so let your priests be careful. You don't have to worry about that." The guard officer said calmly, "As long as there is no great magician around him, it is like killing an ant for the priests to kill him." "Great magician? This is impossible." Orlando said, "Even if Blair's magic talent is high, he is at most a great magician. As for the Lord of Yabo, Austin, I suspect he is already a magician. You need to remind your priests." The guard officer's expression was disapproving. The gap in mental power was irreparable. When a great wizard who was equivalent to a great mage faced a mage, a mental thorn or soul tremor would make them completely lose resistance. As long as the priest took action personally, Sage Blair's death was doomed. As Qianluo guessed, the temple invited him to join with a purpose that everyone knew. The temple's propaganda for him to become a priest was more than 10 times greater than when Bolton Werner joined. Many scholars on the mainland are magicians, but a large number of scholars are not. The sage joining the temple will greatly increase their recognition of the temple in their hearts. This is exactly what the temple wants. Since the establishment of the temple, they have been trying to gather people's hearts all the time. Until now, except for a few voices on the mainland, the temple is almost synonymous with justice. A month has passed, and the temple's propaganda has been overwhelming, but there is still no news from the wizards. This is certainly not a normal performance. The wizards will not sit idly by and watch the strength of the temple increase significantly. Qianluo must be their target, and may even be the biggest target at the moment. Their plan to assassinate him through Catherine failed, and there must be a new plan. The longer the time, the more thorough their preparations. However, Qianluo has nothing to be afraid of. This ordinary house is probably the safest place in the entire kingdom of Luolan. After all, including the royal palace, there is no place in Luolan that can have 3 great magicians at the same time. That is to say, if the wizard wants to achieve his goal, at least 6 priests must come. Even if Qianluo himself, Teacher Brittany and Austin can only resist 1 priest each, there are still 3 great magicians in this capital. In the room, Isabella has fallen asleep. Qianluo, who was lying beside her and meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes at a certain moment. His mental power was released in an instant, helping Isabella resist the attack of soul tremor. Even if he already has the mental power of a magician, he still can't avoid a dizziness when facing a high-level wizard equivalent to the level of a great magician. If his mental power is not several times more condensed than that of an ordinary magician, this wave of soul tremor can make him faint directly. In the house, the high-level wizard, Gust, the 9th priest of the goddess temple, has just released a soul tremor. The soul tremor of the high-level wizard can make all life within dozens of meters nearby fall into a coma, and even the slightly weaker great magicians cannot be spared. However, the next moment, his expressionless face suddenly showed a look of pain, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Grand Mage, both of you, no, this is a trap. Gust's face changed drastically, and green wings condensed behind him in an instant. However, before he could take off, a huge wall of fire appeared above his head and crashed down. Chapter 231. Gust had no time to leave, and changed direction in an instant, flapping his elemental wings at the fire wall. The fire wall slowed down, and his body fell to the ground at a faster speed, sliding towards the door. Bang! The fire wall finally hit the ground, bursting with sparks. Gust had no time to think, and flapped his wings again and flew into the sky. Orlando's every move was under the surveillance of the wizard, and he could not, and had no chance to set a trap here. Whether it was the aging Grand Mage Melee, or the newly promoted Bolton Werner, Gust did not take them seriously, but the soul tremor just now, and the strong backlash it caused proved that the mental power of each of the two Grand Mage here was stronger than his. Although Gust was conceited, he was not arrogant enough to face two Grand Mages at the same time. This must be a trap set by the temple. Sage Blair is the target that the wizard must eliminate, and the object that the temple must protect. Obviously, the temple sent two priests to set a trap here for him. He had no intention of fighting, and only wanted to escape at this moment. However, when he soared into the sky, his body suddenly turned into an endless hell of fire. Austin stood on the wall and said coldly, "Since you are here, have a cup of tea before leaving." Gust's pair of wooden wings instantly burned, but at the same time, his body suddenly appeared with green wooden armor. Gust flapped his wings again, and rushed out of the sea of fire under the protection of the wooden armor. The burning wooden wings behind him disappeared, and condensed again, and flew into the night in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Isabella rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out of the room, wondering, "Father, Blair, Teacher Brittany, why are you all in the yard?" Austin wanted to catch up, but he had already flown into the sky, and then suddenly fell down, looking at Isabella with burning eyes. "Where did you come out just now?" Isabella looked back at Shenluo's room, rolled her eyes, and explained, I was talking to Blair in the room just now." Austin no longer cared about Gust, looked at Shenluo with a cannibalistic look, and said to Isabella, "Come with me." Brittany looked at Shenluo, "Wizard?" Shenluo nodded and said, "It should be a priest." Brittany thought for a while and asked, "Do you need me to catch him back?" "No." Shenluo shook his head, looked in the direction where Gust disappeared, and said, "He can't escape." Gust flew out of the capital without looking back, and felt that there was no strong breath chasing behind him, so he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also had some doubts in his heart. If this is really a trap set by the temple, then the temple will definitely not let him go. How could the two great magicians not chase him? If it is not a trap set by the temple, where did the two great magicians around the sage Shenluo come from? Because of the embarrassing escape, Gust did not see their appearance clearly, but it was definitely not Mary, nor Bolton and Edward. Gust did not think of the answer, and his body suddenly stopped in midair. His elemental wings flapped slowly, and his eyes stared at the front. In the night sky not far ahead, there was a figure floating. Although there was only one person, it gave him a lot of pressure. The man looked at him and said slowly, "Gust, I didn't expect you to be the first one who couldn't help it." As the figure approached, Gust was frightened and shouted, "Theodore." Although the two seemed to be in the same realm, Theodore's strength was much higher than his. Even if he looked at the four major temples, Theodore was one of the few strong men. Gust gritted his teeth and said, "This is your trap. It's obvious. I thought you wouldn't fall into it." Theodore said, "Since you are here, come and sit in the temple with me." Gust flew to the forest in the distance and said coldly, "Then it depends on whether you have the ability." Theodore followed him slowly and entered the dense forest. Not long after, the forest was sometimes full of fire, sometimes whistling wind blades, and meteorites mixed with flames fell from the sky. The battle between the two strong men was earth-shaking, but it was a pity that this place was far away from the capital, and no one knew about it. Puff! An ice spear pierced Gust's shoulder, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the ice spear, but did not use healing magic immediately. When fighting with Theodore, he could not waste even a little mental energy. Theodore floated quietly in the air, but did not continue to attack. He looked in another direction and asked, "Are you here to assassinate Blair Sage as well?" A woman walked out from that direction, pointed at Gust, and said, "No, I take him back." Gust finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the middle-aged woman, and said excitedly, "Priest Maggie." Maggie glanced at him and said, "After returning to the goddess temple, receive your punishment." Gust lowered his head. Although they were both priests, the gap between him and Priest Maggie in terms of status and strength was as big as the gap between him and Theodore. Theodore looked at Maggie, shook his head and said, "You can't take him away." Maggie looked at him and asked, "Are you going to stop me? I don't mind fighting you in the capital of Lauren. We haven't fought for a long time." Theodore was silent for a moment and said, "This is not good for you. There are still several strong men in the capital of Lauren, including the great magicians of the Stern family and the Kravis family." Maggie shook her head and asked, "So what?" Theodore was silent again. If Austin Kravis and Edward Stern were willing to help, they could indeed keep the third priest of the wizard. But the price was that the entire capital of Lauren would become a ruin and countless civilians would lose their lives. He looked at Maggie and said, "You won't do that. So let me take Gust away." Maggie said, "This is a deal." Theodore looked at her again, turned around and flew towards the direction of the capital of Lauren. Maggie looked at his back and asked, "Do you have an answer to the question I asked you?" Theodore paused, then flew faster. Why don't Warcraft use spells and gestures? Why don't wizards use them? Why are witchcraft and magic so similar? Theodore, your faith has long been shaken. Otherwise, why haven't you been promoted to a holy mage? Theodore has gone far away, and Maggie's voice is still echoing in the mountains. Gus put one hand on his shoulder, and while performing a healing spell, he asked Maggie, "Priest Maggie, are we going back now?" "No." Maggie glanced at him indifferently and said, "You still owe the sage an apology." The wizard priest had been gone for a long time. Isabella left with Austin, and would not come again tonight. Chen Luo stood in the yard. Brittany accompanied him and asked, "Aren't you going back to rest?" Chen Luo shook his head and said, "I'm waiting for someone." Theodore fell from the sky, looked at Chen Luo, and said, "Sir Sage, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you doing recently?" Chen Luo said, "If I hadn't become a priest of the temple, it would have been fine." Theodore was silent for a moment and said, "For this, on behalf of the temple, I apologize to Sir Sage." "I'm not waiting for you to apologize." Chen Luo looked at him and said, "If apologies are useful, why do you capture so many wizards?" Theodore said, "Sir, if you have any request, the temple will try its best to meet it." Chen Luo glanced at Theodore and said, "In the future, the temple and the wizard's affairs have nothing to do with me. In addition, the temple needs to help me do two things. I don't care about you using me anymore." Theodore said, "Sir, please tell me." Chen Luo said, "First, I need all the superclass magic that the temple has." Theodore nodded without hesitation. "Okay." "Second, the kingdom of Lauren needs a new king." Theodore said calmly, "As you wish." Chapter 232. Even the wizards knew that Chen Luo becoming a priest of the temple would do them no good but harm. The temple could not have been unprepared to send out priest-level figures to risk sneaking into the magician's territory to assassinate. Perhaps they did want to use Chen Luo's influence, but they must have also wanted to use Chen Luo as bait to lure the wizards to take the bait. It was impossible to use him for nothing. Although Chen Luo was not afraid of any assassination, if the temple did not pay a little price, they would dare to go up to the house today and tear off the tiles tomorrow. Magic resources are what he wants most at the moment. As for Orlando, it was purely because he felt sick at the thought of him, so he did it casually. Theodore stood in the yard and continued to ask, "Does the sage have any suggestions for the next king of Lauren?" Chen Luo thought for a while and asked, "What do you think of Princess Christine?" Theodore nodded and said, "I understand." Then he said goodbye to Chen Luo and turned to leave. In the temple's plan this time, the sage is a bait and a pawn. Although he once opposed it, most of the temple's priests agree with it. Since the temple has made a choice, it must pay the price, even if it is an exception to interfere in the internal affairs of a kingdom. After Theodore left, Brittany looked at Chen Luo and said, "You should ask Christine about this matter before deciding." Chen Luo shook his head and said, "I think senior sister Christine should have no objection." For Chen Luo, no one is more suitable for this position than Christine. If it weren't for her, the entire Werner family would have to accompany Orlando and be removed from Lauren. Brittany looked at the yard next door and asked, "What about Sasha?" Chen Luo said helplessly, "I can only explain it tomorrow. Isabella didn't come back all night yesterday. She obviously slept next door. Not only that, she started packing as soon as she came back in the morning. While packing, she pouted and said dissatisfiedly, 'My father asked me to move over and live with them, and he won't let me live here anymore.'" Austin's thoughts of being wary of Chen Luo have never disappeared. After what happened yesterday, he might be more wary of Chen Luo. People often say that when a girl chases a boy, there is only a layer of gauze between them, and when a boy chases a girl, there is only a car, a room, and a mother-in-law between them. For Chen Luo, the biggest obstacle between him and Isabella is Austin. He could only hug Isabella and comfort her. "It's okay, There's just a wall between us. You can come over anytime you want. Isabella was packing her things, feeling extremely depressed. It wasn't about the wall at all, but after she moved in, only teacher Brittany and Blair would live here. They looked like a family. She didn't mind 3 people living together at all, but if she was excluded, she couldn't accept it. Chenluo moved Isabella's gift to the next yard, and when he came back, he saw 2 people standing at the door. A middle-aged woman with an ordinary appearance, and a man stood next to him, a man Chenluo was not unfamiliar with. The middle-aged woman looked at the man and said, "Gust, apologize to the sage." The man named Gust bowed to Chenluo and said, "Sage, I offended you last night." Chenluo looked at them and asked, "What's going on?" The middle-aged woman said, "Sage, you are not the enemy of wizards. My name is Maggie. I apologize to you for Gust's stupid behavior last night." Chenluo had long learned from Catherine that the voices within the wizards were not unified. This middle-aged woman who gave him a very powerful feeling should also be a priest, and her status is higher than Gust who assassinated her yesterday. 2 wizard priests appeared in the capital of Lauren. It seemed exaggerated, but if you think about it carefully, it is reasonable. The great magician is like a nuclear weapon. If a fight breaks out here, I am afraid that the entire capital will become a ruin. In the absence of the holy magician, the temple does not want to go to war directly with the wizard priests. Chenluo looked at her and said, "Theodore's apology is much more sincere than yours." Maggie looked at him and asked, "What sincerity does the sage want?" Chenluo said, "Promise me 2 conditions. I will not get involved in your affairs with the temple." Before Maggie spoke, Gus couldn't help but asked, "What conditions?" Chenluo said, "I want all your witchcraft." Gus glanced at him and said, "Even if I give you witchcraft, you can't learn it. Don't worry about this." "Okay." Maggie nodded, and then said, "Only holy wizards know holy witchcraft. Except for holy witchcraft, everything else can be given to you." Gus's face changed. "Priest Maggie?" Maggie waved to him, looked at Chenluo again, and asked, "What's the second condition?" Chenluo said, "I want to see the saint." Maggie shook her head and said, "The saint has disappeared for a long time, and we don't know where he is." Chenluo said, "I mean, if there is a chance in the future, I want to see him." Maggie thought about it and said, "We can't agree on behalf of the saint, but if the saint returns one day, I will pass on your request." Chenluo nodded in agreement. Whether Healy is alive or not is still an unknown question, but the wizard must have a lot of super-level witchcraft that he doesn't know. Last night, Gust's wings and armor were very cool, and this is a rare opportunity to blackmail them. With the super-level magic of the temple, plus the wizard's witchcraft, it is enough for him to be promoted to the Grand Mage, infinitely close to his ultimate goal. Isabella poked her head out from behind the door and asked, "Blair, who are you talking to?" Chenluo waved and said, "Nothing, 2 people asking for directions." Isabella didn't ask any more questions and said, "Father asked you to go to the study to find him." Walking in the crowd on the streets of the capital, Gus finally couldn't help asking, "Priest Maggie, what do you think he wants witchcraft for?" Maggie shook her head, "I don't know." Gus was incomprehensible and said, "Aren't you afraid that he will leak it out?" Maggie said, "You just said that witchcraft is useless to magicians." But he wouldn't make this request for no reason. Gus showed a thoughtful look on his face and murmured, "Could he also use witchcraft? Could he be a messenger?" Maggie stopped and said, "There is no messenger." Gus, looking at her in surprise, "The legend?" "If there is no legend, there will be no expectation and hope. Without hope, the wizards would have perished long ago." Maggie looked at him and said, "Gus, you are already a priest. Don't have such childish ideas. Only the wizards themselves can lead the wizards out of the dark land." Gus's worldview was shocked, and he said in disbelief, "There is no messenger, and no one who can master magic and witchcraft at the same time." Maggie was silent for a moment and said, "Those who can master both powers at the same time are gods." Gus stood there in a daze, muttering, "Without a messenger? Then the goddess, does the goddess really exist?" "I don't know." Maggie's eyes showed confusion. If the goddess is still there, why doesn't she help her believers? Chapter 233. Isabella said that Austin had something to ask him. When Chenluo came to the study, he sat behind the desk with a blank expression. He could not tell whether he was happy or angry, but at least he was not very angry. Last night, when Gus came, Austin saw Isabella coming out of Chenluo's room, and then she moved today. From Austin's expression, the matter did not seem serious. After all, Chenluo and Isabella did not have anything to do except sleeping in the same bed. Austin looked at him indifferently and asked, "Do you remember what you promised me? Don't let Sasha get hurt." This is the only thing Chenluo promised to Austin. Austin said coldly, You have brought danger to her. Qianluo knew that he was talking about what happened last night. He had no way to refute this matter. After all, the actions of the wizard were not something he could control. He could only say, "This will never happen again. You first became a sage, then a temple priest, and now you are involved with wizards." Austin looked at him and said, "How can I safely hand over Sasha to you if you are like this? Do you want her to be in danger because of you?" Qianluo understood Austin's feelings as a father, but he could not answer Austin's question. He also wanted to live a peaceful and warm life with Isabella, but before that, he also had things he had to do. He didn't need Austin to arrange anything he wanted, even though he was Isabella's father. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a little wrong, Anna came in from outside and said, "Blair, Sasha is in the kitchen, go help her." Qianluo and Austin looked at each other, and then turned away. After Qianluo left, Anna looked at Austin with dissatisfaction and asked, "Didn't we agree to discuss the engagement with him? Why did you start again?" Austin said, "I still think he is not suitable for Sasha." Anna frowned and said, "Whether he is suitable or not is not up to you, but Sasha's decision." Austin said, "His identity is sensitive, and it is very dangerous for Sasha to be with him." Anna asked back, "How do you know that Sasha is unwilling to face danger? How do you know that she is willing to live a life with you and me? Have you asked her these?" Austin said in a deep voice, "I am her father, and I have the responsibility to protect her." Anna looked at him and said, "It is your responsibility to protect her. It is her own business to choose who to be with. You only need to fulfill your father's responsibility to protect her when she is in danger. For other things, let Sasha choose for herself." Austin looked at her, sat there, and fell into a long silence. The chat with Austin was not pleasant, but the discomfort in my heart disappeared when I saw Isabella. Isabella asked nervously, "Did father blame you?" Qianluo sighed and said, "It's my fault that you are in danger." "It's not your fault." Isabella shook her head and said, "Father is also worried about me, don't blame him." "No." Qianluo held her hand and said, "He is right. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered so many dangers." Isabella said, "There is no place without danger. When we were in St. Donis, we were almost killed by a high-level magician." She put her hand in Qianluo's palm and said, "Besides, I will soon be promoted to a magician. I can protect myself." "What?" Qianluo looked at her in surprise and asked, "You are about to be promoted to a magician. Didn't you just become a great magician a few months ago?" "My mental power could have been promoted a long time ago, but I was too lazy to go to the Magic Association for certification." Isabella looked at him proudly and said, "I will catch up with you soon." Qianluo couldn't believe the growth rate of Isabella's mental power. For ordinary magicians, the later they are, the more difficult it is to be promoted. Isabella and teacher Brittany are just the opposite. Even among many magic families with divine blood, this is a very rare thing. Teacher Brittany's talent has been shown since she was a child, but Isabella's strength has only increased rapidly in recent years. Could it be that magic talent can also be awakened? Ordinary geniuses are already eclipsed by her. I'm afraid that only a very few, such as Achilles, Theodore, or the wizard priestess, can be compared with her in talent. This also brought a lot of pressure to Qianluo. If this continues, I'm afraid Isabella will be promoted to a great magician faster than him. Fortunately, Theodore and the wizard priestess are both trustworthy people. Not long after Qianluo returned home, the temple sent him what he needed, more than 10 kinds of super-level magic. And the witchcraft that Qianluo needed was also sent to him. These things are more than enough for him to advance to the Grand Mage in one fell swoop. By then, no one below the Saint Mage will be his opponent. Due to the pressure from Isabella and Brittany, Qianluo started to learn the first super-level magic as soon as he got these. At this time, in the Lauren Palace, Bolton Werner had just met Theodore. Priest Theodore. Theodore walked in from outside, and Bolton stood up and saluted him. Although they were both Grand Mage and Temple Priests, he knew the gap between him and Theodore. Whether in terms of strength or status, he could not compare with Theodore. After Theodore sat down, Burton asked, "Why did Lord Theodore suddenly come to Lauren? Is there any order from the temple?" Theodore looked at him, and said straight to the point, "The temple hopes that Lauren can change a king." Burton was stunned at first, and then asked in surprise, "Lord Theodore, can you tell me the reason, why suddenly?" Theodore said, "Orlando is no longer suitable to be the king of Lauren." Burton moved his lips, but did not ask any more. Prince Theodore said that not only should Lauren change a king, but even if the royal family of Lauren changed their surname, the Werner family would also obey. Burton looked at him and asked tentatively, "Grand Prince Paul Werner?" Theodore shook his head. Burton thought for a while, and then said, Charles is Orlando's younger brother. Theodore interrupted him directly. I think Princess Christine may be more suitable for this position. Burton looked at him and fell into silence. Paul Werner is now the only son of King Orlando. Even if Orlando wants to abdicate, the throne should be passed to him. Lauren and Gaia are different. How can he bypass the prince and pass the throne to the princess? Bolton spoke again and asked, Can I know why? He once offended the sage. Orlando said, This is the sage's intention, and it is also the temple's intention. What does Priest Bolton mean? Bolton Werner nodded and said, The temple's intention is my intention. Father, I think that Gaia's series of measures in recent years are worth learning from, especially their reforms in medicine. Orlando waved his hand, interrupted Christine's words, and said, Gaia is Gaia, and Lauren is Lauren. What suits them may not suit us. Christine frowned and said, But the facts prove that their reform direction is correct. It was proposed by the sage. Don't mention the sage to me. Orlando glanced at her coldly and said, He is the sage of Gaia. He betrayed Lauren. Christine gritted her teeth and said, If you hadn't been there. Shut up. Orlando stood up suddenly and said, From now on, the nights will be managed by Paul. You are not allowed to leave the palace. Guard, take her down. A figure walked in from outside the door, but it was not the guard, but one of the 3 archons of the kingdom. Orlando glanced at him and asked, What's the matter with Governor Sean? Sean bowed and said, Your Majesty, Prince Bolton asked you to see him. Orlando walked down and asked, What's the matter with Prince Bolton? Prince Bolton asked Duke Orlando to go with him. Sean glanced at Orlando, then looked at Christine again, and said respectfully, Please follow me, Your Majesty the Queen. The guard who came in later stayed there. Christine looked confused, and Orlando looked at Sean in a daze, and said in disbelief, What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Chapter 234. Consul Sean looked at Orlando and said, Prince Bolton has just convened a royal meeting. The meeting decided that His Majesty Orlando will abdicate immediately, and Her Royal Highness Christine will succeed King of Lauren. Lauren includes many countries on the continent. The king is just a candidate put forward by the royal family. If the king cannot satisfy the people and the royal family has the power to choose a new king. Christine was stunned. This incident shocked her so much that she couldn't come back to her senses for a while. Orlando's face was filled with anger and fear, and he shouted, Why? Ask yourself. Prince Bolton walked in from outside the palace and looked at Orlando with indifference. Orlando, you disappoint me and the royal family of Werner. The decision of the royal meeting could not be reversed. Orlando's face was grim, and he asked, What did I do wrong? You are too narrow-minded. Bolton said calmly, Roland does not need a narrow-minded king. You can only lead Roland into an endless abyss. From now on, you are no longer the king of Roland. After saying this, he no longer looked at Orlando, but looked at Christine and said, Get ready, your coronation ceremony will be held as soon as possible. Chen Luo didn't know what happened in the royal family yet. He was drinking with Austin. The two of them parted unhappily in the morning. Later, Austin brought 2 bottles of wine. Chen Luo was not used to this bitter red wine. He only took 2 sips, but Austin had already finished the whole bottle. And from the beginning to now, he only drank and did not say a word to Chen Luo. Can you understand me? Understand a father? Austin is very strong, but his alcohol tolerance is obviously average. After drinking a bottle of red wine, he can no longer speak clearly. Chen Luo nodded and said, If I were you, I would make the same choice as you. If Chen Luo were Austin, he would definitely not let Isabella marry him. As a temple priest, he has too many enemies, and will inevitably implicate his family. But Anna is right. Austin shook his head and said, She has grown up and has her own path to choose. I can't always protect her or make all the decisions for her. You have to accompany her on her future path. Austin looked at him, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Don't let Sasha get involved in that kind of danger again. This is what you promised me. Chen Luo raised his head and drank the red wine in the glass, saying, I will resign as a temple priest. Resign as a priest? Theodore looked at Chen Luo, and his calm eyes fluctuated a little. Thinking carefully, I am still not suitable to be a priest. Chen Luo said, I don't have the strength of priest Theodore. If the temple uses me as bait next time, or the wizard sends more priests, I am afraid my luck will not be so good. I am still young and I am not married yet. There is no need to sacrifice my life for the temple. Not everyone has the fearless spirit and is willing to die for the temple. Although Chen Luo is not worried about the wizard's revenge, he kidnapped Austin's favorite daughter and had to give him an explanation. Theodore was silent for a while, nodded, and said, I will tell the temple about your request, but no matter what time, I hope that the sage will not stand opposite the temple. Chen Luo did not give him a definite answer and asked, what is Sir Theodore worried about? War. Theodore looked into the distance and said, the war is about to begin. War. The war of faith. You mean wizards? Theodore said, the wizards have ushered in their most powerful moment. They will not miss such an opportunity. I just don't know where the war will start, what foul or OS. Although the wizards on the continent are not a whole, they have a common goal. That is to destroy or replace the temple, and become the master of the divine grace continent. In history, there have been countless wars between magicians and wizards. Almost every time, both sides will suffer heavy losses. The result is always that the magicians win, and the wizards retreat to the dark forest to recuperate while brewing the next war. The war of faith has not ended, and it will never end, unless wizards completely disappear on the continent, or the temple is replaced, or the magic gods and the dark goddess personally come forward and shake hands to make peace, and magicians and wizards move from opposition to unity. This possibility is even more difficult. Although wizards and magicians firmly believe that their gods still exist, no one has seen them for thousands of years. Theodore suddenly looked at Chen Luo and asked, Your Excellency the sage is the most knowledgeable scholar on the continent. Before I leave, I want to ask you a question. Chen Luo nodded. Go ahead. Theodore looked at him and asked, If magic is given by the gods, and spells and gestures are the medium for communicating with the gods, why can Warcraft release magic without spells and gestures? Don't they need to communicate with the gods? Chen Luo shook his head and said simply, I don't know. Chen Luo's answer was within his expectations. Theodore's body floated up and said, If one day, Your Excellency the sage knows the answer to this question, I hope you can tell me. After that, his body turned from solid to virtual and finally disappeared into the sky. This question that Chen Luo has been curious about for a long time, the wizards have a seemingly reasonable explanation, but the authenticity remains to be investigated. They have their own position, and of course they have to find an explanation that is beneficial to them as the foundation of their faith. This is their belief, and it is also the reason why they have fought with magicians for many years. Blair. Chen Luo was sitting in the yard. At a certain moment, a voice of suppressed anger suddenly came to his ears. Chen Luo turned around and saw Christine standing behind him, looking at him with a frosty face. Her chest rose and fell slightly because of anger. Although the arc was not large, combined with her original size, this was already a sign that she was very angry. Chen Luo looked at her and asked, Senior Christine, is there something wrong? Christine said angrily, Don't call me senior sister, my junior is not a sage, nor a temple priest. Chen Luo thought for a while and asked, Your Majesty, is there something wrong? It's you? Christine pointed at him and said angrily, Sage, priest, do you think that you can interfere in the internal affairs of the royal family and arrange other people's lives just because you have a temple behind you? Chen Luo said, If you don't want to, you can give it to the eldest prince or Duke Charles. Blair. I'm here. Christine looked at him, her expression no longer angry, but disappointed, and said, I misjudged you. Chen Luo sighed and said, Your father, Orlando Werner, is in collusion with wizards. Christine was stunned for a moment. Her face changed greatly. What? If this matter is known to the temple, the entire Werner family will be severely punished. Chen Luo looked at her and said, So Lauren must change a king. The situation was urgent at the time. Please forgive me for not discussing it with you in advance. If you don't want to be the king of Lauren, you can give the throne to someone else. But if they are still involved with wizards, the next time Priest Theodore comes again, it will not be as simple as changing a king. At that time, I can only save you, but not the Werner family. Christine looked at him in shock. Are you telling the truth? Chen Luo said indifferently, Believe it or not. Christine did not doubt Chen Luo's words, but she was still angry that he arranged all this for her without her consent. She was depressed and looked at Chen Luo, saying, I haven't checked your fighting skills for a long time. Chen Luo had been waiting for this day for a long time, and he had not forgotten the humiliation of being pressed under her that day. He stood up slowly and walked towards the lawn in the backyard without saying a word. Although Christine's fighting skills were powerful, Chen Luo's mental strength was one level higher than hers, which could make up for this small gap. The battle started quickly and ended even faster. The ending was that Christine was ruthlessly pressed on the grass by Chen Luo. She was shocked and humiliated. She looked at Chen Luo with shame and anger and said, Let me go. This scene seemed familiar, but last time, it was Chen Luo who was pressed on the ground. Chen Luo breathed a long sigh of relief. The feeling of revenge and wiping out the previous shame was as refreshing as drinking a can of ice cola in the hot summer. Moreover, Christine's status was very different at this time. After all, the queen and the princess were two different things. Chen Luo wanted to feel it for a while longer, but unfortunately, he heard teacher Brittany coughing from behind. Chapter 235. Christine angrily brushed off the grass debris on her body. Because of Chen Luo, she looked at Brittany with a bit of anger. You don't care about your Blair. You want to find him yourself. Brittany said helplessly. I told you that his strength is no longer the same as it was 3 years ago. Christine said, you know that's not what I'm talking about. Brittany looked at her and said, in fact, I also think that if you become the queen, it will be better for both the royal family and the people of Lauren. Christine looked at her in a daze. Did you discuss it? Then she realized that she had asked a nonsense question. Since they were teacher and student, they were inseparable. Christine even suspected more than once that they had a relationship beyond teacher and student and siblings. Chen Luo could understand Christine's anger. It felt completely different to be willing to be the queen and to be forced to be the queen by others. To express his apology, he personally cooked a large table of dishes she liked. For the sake of the food, Christine seemed to be less angry. Chen Luo took the opportunity to say, there is an old saying in my hometown, which is that the rich water should not flow to outsiders. Anyway, Luolan must change the king, and I am not familiar with the others. Of course, I recommend senior sister Christine. I think you are fully capable of this position. Christine looked at the plate in front of her, which was full of dishes picked by Chen Luo and Brittany. She felt much more comfortable. Finally, she looked at Chen Luo and said, the current Luolan is different from before. Chen Luo nodded. I know. Of course, the Lauren ruled by Orlando is different from the Lauren ruled by Christine. These are two completely different concepts. Christine said, I want to emulate Gaia's reforms in Lauren, and you have to help me. Chen Luo put one hand on his chest and said solemnly, I am willing to serve you, my queen. Christine is capable. Although her magic talent is not very high, she definitely knows how to run a country better than Orlando. With Lauren in Christine's hands, Chen Luo has a sense of belonging here. After eating and drinking, Christine wiped her mouth and left. Before the coronation ceremony, there were many preparations to be made, and she squeezed out time to come. Although the royal family has not announced that King Orlando has abdicated and Princess Christine is about to become the next Queen of Lauren, this important news has already spread in a small range. This is not a normal transfer of the throne. King Orlando is in his prime and energetic. According to convention, the position of king will not be inherited until he dies. The person who should accept the throne should be the eldest Prince Paul, not Princess Christine. This matter is full of strangeness. After careful analysis, someone finally linked Orlando's abdication to his previous conflict with the sage. Because of this incident, Orlando's image in the hearts of the people of Lauren plummeted. Although the voices of opposition to Orlando gradually subsided as Prince Bolton was promoted to the Grand Mage and became a priest of the temple, the sage also joined the temple after Prince Bolton became a priest. Perhaps, the root cause of Orlando's abdication lies here. In addition, Princess Christine is a disciple of Grand Mage Meili and has a close connection with the sage. It seems that everything is natural for her to replace the eldest prince and become the next Queen of Lauren. For ordinary people in Lauren, the change of royal power is a major event that cannot be ignored. After the new king takes office, he often initiates some new policies, which are closely related to their lives. People are full of expectations for the queen who is about to be crowned. In the capital, Princess Christine's reputation is even higher than that of King Orlando. She has been committed to the reform of various domestic policies for a long time, bringing many beneficial new changes to Lauren. However, a large part of her proposals were rejected by King Orlando. If she can become the Queen of Lauren, perhaps those reforms that have been shelved for a long time can surface again. Palace. Christine sat in the room, looking at a loss. After Prince Bolton and the royal family made this major decision, the first thing they did was to give the town of Impala to the eldest Prince Paul Warner, so that he would leave the capital tomorrow and go to his own territory for construction. Impala town is a small coastal town in the easternmost part of the Kingdom of Lauren. It has a small population and scarce resources. It is one of the poorest places in Lauren. She knew the purpose of Prince Bolton's doing this. The eldest prince was the first heir to the throne. In order to prevent him from posing any threat to the new king, the royal family chose to exile him. Becoming the Queen of Lauren has never been in her life plan. In the past few years, the eldest prince and the second prince have been competing fiercely for the throne. No one, including herself, could have imagined that it would end up like this. Blair changed the trajectory of her life. Christine was very angry at first, but now she has no blame in her heart. Even though Orlando is her father, she firmly believes that Roland needs a new king. This is not a good thing for him, but it is for Roland. A maid hurried in and said, "Your Majesty, the former King Orlando is missing, and the guard beside him is also missing." After Christine left, Chen Luo did not delay and comprehended the elemental wings in the room. The existence of this witchcraft is to make up for the shortcomings of wizards, who cannot fly. Chen Luo saw Gus perform it. This witchcraft is more flexible than flying. If you are proficient, you can play a great advantage in battle. Isabella knocked on the door, walked in, sat next to Chen Luo, and asked, "Blair, father said you don't want to be a priest of the temple anymore." Chen Luo promised Theodore to become a priest, and his biggest goal was to obtain the resources he needed from the temple. Now his goal has been achieved, and even exceeded. He even cheated the wizard's witchcraft. It doesn't make any difference whether he is a priest or not. Since Austin doesn't want him to be a priest, Chen Luo might as well break up with the temple as soon as possible. Isabella held his hand and said, "Is it because of me?" Chen Luo hugged her and said, "If I were a temple priest, Lord Austin would never trust you to me. He is your father, and I can't always ignore his feelings." Isabella leaned her head on Chen Luo's shoulder and said, "You are so nice." Chen Luo smiled and asked, "Did you dream last night?" Isabella nodded and said, "I dreamed all night." Generally speaking, people don't repeat the same dream frequently. Chen Luo asked curiously, "What kind of dream was it?" "I don't remember." A trace of confusion appeared in Isabella's eyes, and she whispered, "I'm so sleepy, let me sleep for a while." Austin walked to the door, and saw the two people hugging each other. He sighed, and took back his raised steps. Chen Luo saw Austin, but didn't move, because Isabella fell asleep on his shoulder. Across the wall, Brittany woke up from her nap and sat on the bed, breathing a little faster. She had just had a dream, but when she woke up from it, she couldn't remember the content of the dream at all. Chapter 236. Teacher Brittany has not looked good these days, probably because she doesn't sleep well. Chen Luo has only heard that when girls are together often, their periods will gradually synchronize, but he has never heard that dreams can also be contagious. He cooks some porridge with red dates, longans, lotus seeds, etc. every night, and drinking it helps sleep. The way to prevent Isabella from insomnia is very simple, that is, Chen Luo accompanies her to sleep. This method is of course not applicable to Teacher Brittany. If it were before, Teacher Brittany would only refuse politely. Now, in addition to refusing politely, she will definitely think that Chen Luo still has evil intentions towards her. Chen Luo suggested that they sleep together last night. Surprisingly, the problem of insomnia and dreaminess of the two of them was solved. Chen Luo has solved a problem, and Luoland's troubles have come to an end for the time being. Christine's coronation ceremony was held 3 days ago. From that time on, she truly became the Queen of Luoland. It is worth mentioning that the former King Orlando did not attend Christine's coronation ceremony. According to convention, he should have handed the crown to Christine in person. Perhaps he felt that being forced to abdicate was an unbearable humiliation. Before the coronation ceremony, Orlando seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Orlando was nowhere to be found. The eldest prince was exiled to Impala town to build the territory, and Christine became the queen after being a princess for many years. Everything was developing in the direction that Chen Luo was happy to see. The temple did not publicize his resignation as a priest as it did when he became a priest. In history, he might be the first priest to resign. Other magicians would regard becoming a priest of the temple as the supreme honor. Austin left the capital 2 days ago with Isabella's mother. As the lord of Yabo City, he stayed in the capital for too long. Before leaving, he just patted Chen Luo on the shoulder. Although he didn't say anything, Chen Luo understood what he meant. After Austin and his wife left, Isabella also welcomed her summer vacation. Although her strength has surpassed most of the teachers in the academy, she still needs a year to officially graduate from the academy. For Isabella, this is her life trajectory, and she also enjoys this kind of academy life. After Chen Luo returned to the capital, he never went to the academy once, and it was not easy for him to go again. First, although scholars will not gather outside his house, they may not go to the academy. Second, there is no teacher there who can teach him. As long as the strength reaches the intermediate magician, he can graduate from the academy. Before that, it doesn't matter whether he goes to the academy for class or not. In 2 months, Isabella will be a 4th grade student, a 21-year-old great magician. She has created the history of Lauren, and is now the first genius of the Magic Academy. Vic, who was promoted to a senior magician at the age of 21, is also a celebrity in the academy. It is said that he is now surrounded by beauties, and is a thorn in the eyes of many boys in the academy. Toby and Linda are third-year students at the beginning of the school. During the long summer vacation, they are going back to Yavo City, and some of their former classmates from St. Donis are also traveling with them. Chinluo, Isabella, and Alice sent them out of the city. Isabella was reluctantly saying goodbye to Donna. Chinluo looked at Alice and asked, "Alice, aren't you going back?" "I'm not going back." Alice smiled and said, "There's still 1 year before graduation. I want to take a minor in fire magic." Alice is a water magician. At the level of an intermediate magician, she doesn't have a strong attack power. It's normal for a water magician to take a minor in fire magic in the early stage. Toby put his arm around Chinluo's shoulders, walked aside, and said, "Blair, we see each other in 2 months." He and Chinluo walked far away, and then whispered, "Senior Alice, what are you going to do?" Chinluo asked, "What do you want to do?" Toby glanced at him and said, "Don't tell me you don't know she likes you." Chinluo said, "I already have Isabella." Toby looked back and asked, "We all know that you are with Senior Isabella, and Senior Alice knows it too, but did you notice the way she looked at you?" "No. You said you are so smart in study, and have such a good talent in magic. How can you be so stupid in this kind of thing?" Toby sighed helplessly and said, "It is obvious that Senior Sister Alice likes you, and she doesn't mind you being with Senior Sister Isabella. Don't you understand what I said? What do you want to say?" "Okay, I don't care about you." Seeing that Chinluo was stubborn, Toby let go of the hand that was holding Chinluo's shoulder and said, "Anyway, don't regret it in the future." Toby and Linda and others left. Isabella and Alice held hands, and agreed to go back shopping together. Chinluo looked at the two figures in front of him, his eyes wandering. It's not that he didn't understand what Toby said, but he couldn't handle Isabella and teacher Brittany. If there was another Alice, it would be unimaginable. Moreover, before facing these, he still had more important things to do. The day when he would be promoted to Grand Mage was not far away. Saint Mage was a hurdle that he would always have to face. If he wanted to take this step, he would eventually have to face the temple, or even the unfathomable magic gods. When Isabella and Alice were shopping, Chinluo did not follow them. He left the city alone again, and flew towards the wizard tribe deep in the forest. He released his spiritual power outside the tribe, and the two elders flew out soon. "Mr. Messenger." Chinluo waved his hand, interrupting their greetings, and asked, "Is Catherine still in the tribe?" "Yes." Matt pointed to a tree house and said, "I asked her to come out to meet the Lord Messenger." "No need." Chinluo walked to the tree house and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. Catherine saw him and said in surprise, "Boo, Lord Messenger." Chinluo walked in and said, "I'm not actually a messenger. You can still call me as before." As soon as he finished speaking, the two elders suddenly knelt on the ground, looking pale, and said, "Does the Lord Messenger want to abandon us, the believers of the goddess?" Chinluo shook his head and said, "I have never seen the goddess, and no one has told me that I am the messenger of the wizard. The temple has already cut off its relationship, and Chinluo is not interested in rebelling with the wizard. Not letting Isabella get hurt is Chinluo's promise to Austin and his requirement for himself." Matt said anxiously, "But the legend?" Chinluo said, "Legends are just legends after all. Maybe there is a second person or a third person who can use magic and witchcraft at the same time. Are they also messengers of the goddess?" Catherine looked at the two elders and said, "Two elders, can I have a few words with the messenger alone?" The two elders looked at her with hopeful eyes, hoping that she could convince the messenger, and then withdrew. Catherine was silent for a moment, then looked at Chinluo and said, "In fact, before I met you, I didn't believe in the legend either, because the teacher and the saint said that there was no messenger." Chinluo asked, "Then why didn't you tell them?" Catherine said, "The teacher said that wizards need to believe in the existence of messengers and goddesses, so that they have faith. In the divine grace continent, races without faith cannot continue." Chinluo asked, "In other words, the messenger was fabricated by you. The saint said that magicians release magic and wizards use witchcraft. Only gods can use these two powers at the same time." Catherine looked at him and asked, "If you are not a messenger, then you are a god." Chinluo said, "I am Chinluo, and I am Blair. I am not a messenger, nor a god." Catherine said firmly, "Only goddesses can use two powers. I am a man." Chinluo looked at her helplessly, "Do you want me to prove it to you?" Chapter 237. I don't have breasts. Chinluo patted his chest and said, if I were a woman, my breasts might not be as big as yours, but I wouldn't have none at all. It's a little bit of evidence to say he's a messenger, but it's completely nonsense to say he's a goddess. Chen-Luo knew where he came from. If the one who can use two powers is a god, then Isabella and Brittany, who can easily control material elements, are also gods? How can there be so many gods in this world? But Catherine wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chen-Luo. Chen-Luo looked at her and said seriously, I am not a messenger, nor a goddess, and I will not lead wizards to attack the temple. If they need any supplies in the future, they can always find me. If they want to fight for their beliefs, it has nothing to do with me. Catherine lowered her head and said after a long time, Actually, this is also good. There is no war, no death. Maybe the goddess has already forgotten us. Chen-Luo looked at her and asked, Has anyone seen the goddess? Catherine nodded and said, When the saint was promoted to a holy wizard, he felt the presence of the goddess. How to promote to a holy wizard? Communicate with the goddess through the goddess temple, and get the goddess's recognition. Chen-Luo looked at Catherine and said in surprise, How do you know everything? Catherine said, The teacher told me. Chen-Luo fell into deep thought. It seems that whether it is a magician or a wizard, it is inevitable to have contact with God when they are promoted to the holy level. This is probably the reason why the temple has been enduring for thousands of years. In any case, Chen-Luo would not take this path. No holy mage has a good ending. If the price of being promoted to holy mage is freedom in life, Chen-Luo would rather stay here. At present, he is far from this step. He no longer thinks about this matter. He looks at Catherine and asks, Have you heard of Gust? Catherine looks up and says in shock, The ninth priest. Where is Maggie? Lady Maggie is the third priest. Catherine looks at Chen-Luo and says in surprise, How do you know them? I met them some time ago. Chen-Luo said, You wizards are really not very united. Catherine said, The ninth priest advocates going to war with the temple. Priest Maggie is the only one among the three priests who does not advocate war. Are they here to assassinate you? One is, the other is not. Compared with magicians, wizards are already weak enough, but they are still fighting among themselves. This kind of disunited organization is doomed to have no future. Chen-Luo will never consider joining. Let them continue to live like this. Chen-Luo looked at Catherine and said, At least they can live. Catherine nodded and did not deny Chen-Luo's words. At present, only this small tribe of more than 100 people knows Chen-Luo's identity as an envoy. Their little power is insignificant to the wizard as a whole. Forgetting faith, forgetting the dark goddess, forgetting the identity of a wizard, and being an ordinary person is not a bad thing for them. Chen-Luo walked out of the tree house, and the two elders looked at him with some trepidation. Chen-Luo left them a gold card with a credit of 1,000 gold coins, and left the tribe without saying anything about the envoy. Elder Heller looked at Catherine impatiently and asked, What did the messenger say? Catherine was silent for a moment and said, The messenger asked you to live well. When they got home, Isabella was in the yard and asked, Blair, where did you go? Chen-Luo said, I went outside the city to practice magic. Superclass magic is so powerful that it cannot be practiced at home. Isabella stopped asking about this matter. She wore the new skirt she bought and turned around in front of Chen-Luo and asked, Does it look good? Chen-Luo looked at her face and said, It looks good. Isabella secretly glanced at Alice not far away and said with a blushing face, I'm talking about the skirt. Any clothes look good on you. Alice was still there, and Isabella was embarrassed to say something to Chen-Luo. Feeling sweet in her heart, she said dissatisfiedly, Your answer is not at all sincere. She quickly abandoned Chen-Luo, took Alice's hand, and said, Alice, go to my room to try on your new clothes. After a while, Isabella looked at Alice who had changed into a new dress, and couldn't help saying, This dress is so beautiful, it fits your figure perfectly. Alice said embarrassedly, You will look more beautiful in it. I can't. Isabella said honestly, Your breasts are much bigger than mine, and this dress is only suitable for you. Alice blushed a little and said, Yours is not small either. Chen-Luo was just passing by, and wanted to listen to what the two women usually talked about, but when he heard this, he was embarrassed to listen any further. He sighed a little about the friendship between women. When he looked up, he saw Christine coming in from the door. Chen-Luo stroked his chest with one hand and said, Your Majesty. Christine glared at Chen-Luo. Don't call me Your Majesty. This title seems very normal when spoken by others, but when Chen-Luo called her that, Christine always felt strange. She was the queen, so what else could she call her if not Her Majesty? Chen-Luo looked at her and asked uncertainly, My Lady Queen? Christine said, Senior sister or teacher, whatever you like. Chen Luo nodded and asked, Senior Sister Christine, is there anything? Christine folded her arms and asked, Why do you call Brittany teacher and me senior sister? Then I call you teacher. But our teacher is the same person. Chen Luo looked at her indifferently. The word whatever was never an option when it came from a woman's mouth. Christine did not continue to dwell on this issue and waved her hand. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I have something more important to talk to you about today. She talked to Chen Luo about the reform of the academic community in Luolan, which Chen Luo had promised her before. 3 years ago, Chen Luo and Catherine had proposed medical reforms, but Orlando did not take it seriously at the time. In recent years, Christine has been promoting this aspect, but due to Orlando's deliberate suppression of scholars, many of Gaia's reforms have not been implemented in Luolan. She has actually combined Luolan's actual situation and made a detailed reform plan. After reading it, Chen Luo said, You have already done it. Why are you looking for me? Christine said, I feel relieved after you read it. She also didn't know how Chen Luo could hold so many things in his head at such a young age. Scholars worshipped him like a god. Just because he returned to Luolan, countless scholars from the continent flocked to settle here for a long time. With the current scale of the capital, if it is not expanded, it may soon be unable to meet the needs. Chen Luo looked through Christine's reform plan, making some changes and additions. There were hurried footsteps coming from outside the door. A female knight in silver armor came in and whispered a few words to Christine. Christine's face suddenly became nervous. She stood up and said, Blair, I will go back to the palace first and come to see you tomorrow. What happened? Chen Luo asked casually. Someone found traces of wizards in the forest outside the capital. There is a possibility that a wizard tribe is hidden there. This matter must be reported to the temple immediately. She was about to leave when her wrist suddenly tightened. Christine looked back at Chen Luo and asked in confusion, What happened? Chapter 238. Christine was called into the room by Chen Luo. After a moment, she looked at him in shock. You asked me not to tell the temple? They are human beings just like magicians. Chen Luo said, Catherine is also a wizard. Has she ever harmed anyone? On the contrary, countless people have regained their lives in her hands. Chen Luo did not hide it from Christine because she was trustworthy. She had already proved this by disobeying Orlando's will and risking the news to leave the palace. The education she received since childhood made it difficult for Christine to understand Chen Luo's thoughts. She murmured, But wizards are heretics. They have done many evil things. The word evil cannot be used to describe a race. Chen Luo looked at her and said, Whether it is a magician or a wizard, there are people who hate war and pray for peace. What you do will only make them hate magicians, and Luolan more. Christine was silent for a long time before looking at him and asked, Why do you want to help them? Chen Luo said, For peace. Christine asked, Do you believe in wizards? Chen Luo asked back, Do you believe them? I don't believe them, but I believe you. Christine thought for a moment and said, Someone has already known about this matter. The temple can't keep it a secret for long. They must leave as soon as possible and stay away from the capital as far as possible. Chen Luo nodded and said, I will tell them. Christine looked at him. You have known about the existence of these wizards for a long time, right? Chen Luo did not deny it and said, I know them. They are just a group of poor homeless people, not heretics. I hope you are right. Christine did not continue to ask, and said, I will mark out a territory on the edge of the kingdom, which is close to the sea, far away from the empire and the temple, and let them go there. The Divine Grace continent is a complete continent, and the 4 major empires are all on this continent. The place close to the coast is not only the edge of the kingdom, but also the edge of the sea. The earth where Chen Luo is located, due to the relationship of continental trade, the coastal port cities are very developed and wealthy, but the earth in this world has only one continent. The closer to the sea, the more desolate it is, and it is truly the end of the world. The territory of the eldest prince, Impala town, is right by the sea, which is a complete exile for a prince. However, although it is a little desolate there, compared with the dark and humid forest, being able to live under the sun is the greatest happiness for a wizard. Chen Luo looked at Christine and said, Thank you. You're welcome. Christine breathed a sigh of relief and said, I don't like war either. Christine couldn't delay here for long, and Chen Luo could only go to the tribe again. The envoy returned, and the 2 elders seemed very happy. Only Catherine seemed to have discovered something. She looked at Chen Luo and asked nervously, Did something happen? Chen Luo looked at them and said at the fastest speed, This place has been exposed. I will give you half an hour of God's grace. Leave here immediately. As a heretic who disturbed the peace of the continent, the temple would never allow a wizard to exist in the magic world. When it was learned that there might be a small wizard tribe in the forest outside the royal capital, the temple branch of the Luolan royal capital immediately took action. However, when they arrived at the place deep in the forest, where the wizard tribe was suspected to be gathering, they found nothing. There was nothing unusual here except that the trees were thicker and taller than those in other places. A man at the level of a great magician frowned and said, "Is it false news?" Swish! Another deacon at the level of a magician released a wind blade, and a tree that was as thick as several people hugged was cut in half and fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone was shocked. Although the wind blade was sharp, it was almost impossible to cut such a thick tree. Empty! Finally, someone discovered the abnormality and flew quickly to the broken tree. They found that the giant tree was actually empty. The space in the heart of the tree was very spacious. There were even tables, chairs, furniture, and some daily necessities that had not been packed up yet. It's really a wizard. Several more wind blades were released, and several large trees were cut in half. These giant trees were all hollow structures without exception. The wind mage said, "I didn't expect so many wizards to hide here. They can't run far. Everyone, search separately. Once you find one, send a signal immediately to indicate the location. It is almost impossible to find a wizard in the forest, but if there are dozens or hundreds of wizards, hiding becomes very difficult. Even if they can erase most of the traces, there will always be some left." The people in the temple were about to disperse and search, but suddenly, including the 4 mages, their brains were hit by a giant hammer, and their mental power collapsed in an instant. Then, they blacked out, their bodies softened, lost consciousness, and fell to the ground. A figure walked out of the woods behind them, and asked in confusion, "Someone leaked the news in advance, who could it be?" He thought blankly for a while, and finally shook his head, squatted down, and began to grope in the arms of the fainted people. "Only 10 gold coins. Don't these people take valuables when they go out?" After muttering, he suddenly patted his head and muttered, "I'm so stupid, since they are all here, why should I stay here?" The forest is the territory of the wizards. The news from the temple was delayed for most of the day, and it was absolutely impossible to find them. They only need to follow the forest to reach the territory that Christine has marked out for them by the sea. It is the most desolate place in the kingdom of Lauren, even more desolate than the Impala town of the great prince. No one will go to such a place. Catherine will lead them to rebuild their survival home there. With the support of Chenluo's gold coins, they will never worry about supplies, forget about the wizards, and live as ordinary people. It is always much better than hiding in the forest. With a senior sister who is a queen, many things that were inconvenient before will become much more convenient. Christine walked into Chenluo's room again and said, "I will promote you to Duke and give you that large area as your territory. There are no cities there, and no one in the royal family will object. As long as you are careful, the temple and the empire will not find out. Duke is already the highest title in the kingdom. The next one is Prince, which is a title that only a very small number of royal families have. After Orlando abdicated, he was just a duke." Christine's real purpose was to assign that area to Chenluo. Although the duke's territory still had to pay taxes to the kingdom, the lord had the final say on matters within the territory. Every mountain, river, grass, tree, and even stone there were Chenluo's personal property. Without the lord's consent, outsiders could not privately invade other people's territories. In the future, whether Chenluo built a city in the territory or let it go desolate, it was his freedom. As expected, no one in the royal family objected to her decision. First, the southeast corner of the kingdom was originally very barren. It was a vast uninhabited area, not only along the coast, but also with many forests. Since the sage was to be promoted to duke, he would naturally have to be given territory. If the sage was to be given that place, the kingdom would not suffer any loss, and it would make sense. Scholars and the public complained about this. No matter which country the sage went to, he would receive such treatment. Although Her Majesty the Queen had given him the title of duke, the territory was too remote and barren, which made the royal family seem particularly stingy. This matter had just caused heated discussions when it was overwhelmed by another more serious matter. A group of wizards were found near the capital, and the temple personnel who were chasing them were attacked at the gathering place of the wizards. Not only were their belongings robbed, but when they returned to the capital, they found that even the capital temple had been looted by unknown thieves. Chapter 239. Chenluo was also surprised when he heard the news. The temple has 4 magician deacons, and there are many masters under them. Who can attack the entire temple branch at the same time? This can only be done by the peak of the great magician or the peak of the great wizard. There is no such master in the whole of Lauren, unless Priest Maggie did not leave, but the fact that the people in the temple were robbed of their property cannot be explained, and Priest Maggie does not look like that kind of person. What's more, it's not just the property on their bodies. After attacking them, the man took away all the valuable things that could be taken away from the temple while the temple was empty. Chen Luo has only seen one person who is so greedy for money and not willing to die. Speaking of which, he hasn't contacted Crow for 3 whole years, and he doesn't know if he is still in Lauren or in the capital. Isabella poked her head in from outside and said, "Blair, there is someone outside looking for you, saying that he is your friend." Chen Luo walked out of the room and saw a man standing in the yard. He looked to be in his early 30s, with an ordinary appearance, the kind that you wouldn't recognize if thrown into a crowd of people. But Chen Luo felt very familiar with him, but his face was very strange to Chen Luo. Chen Luo walked up to him and asked in surprise, "Excuse me, sir." The man smiled and said, "Brother Vic, don't you recognize me?" Chen Luo could easily recall this voice even after 3 years. He looked at Crow and hurriedly said, "Sorry, you took off your clothes, I didn't recognize you for a while." In the past, Crow always wore a black robe and a bird beak mask. This was the first time Chen Luo saw his true face. In Chen Luo's impression, Crow should be a middle-aged man in his 40s, with many children at home, and he is under great pressure to support his family. In order to earn enough gold coins, he is a killer and resells magic resources, and perhaps also works part-time. The real Crow is much younger than Chen Luo imagined. After Chen Luo invited him to sit in the living room, Crow said, "Congratulations, Brother Blair, I have heard that you are not only a sage now, but also a duke. Not worth mentioning." Chen Luo waved his hand and asked, "How have you been these years, Brother Crow?" In the Shenin continent, Crow is one of Chen Luo's few friends. Like Toby, he has some rare qualities. "Oh, not so good." Crow shook his head and said, "There are many people in my family, and everything they eat and use requires gold coins. Not to mention Crow's other ways to make money, just the gold coins he earned from Chen Luo, not to mention supporting a family, 100 families, 1,000 families are more than enough, unless their children all eat gold coins." Chen Luo looked at him curiously. "Excuse me, how many people are there in Brother Crow's family?" "Let's not talk about this." Crow changed the subject and said, 3 years ago, you asked me to collect superclass magic and witchcraft. I have collected a lot in the past few years." Chen Luo smiled and said, "I don't need these things now. Brother Crow, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me directly. If it's a problem with gold coins, I can lend it to you first, and you can pay it back when you have money." "No need." The expression on Crow's face was a little disappointed, and he said, "I thought you still needed it, so I stole a holy level magic from a magic family that had a holy mage." "Wait." Chen Luo stood up excitedly and said in disbelief, "You said holy magic?" "Holy magic is the top secret of the temple. It is impossible to spread it out. Even the holy magic master needs to join the temple before he is qualified to obtain it. Even the Stern family does not have holy magic. There is a huge gap in strength between the holy magic master who does not understand holy magic and the holy magic master who knows holy magic. The highest magic resource Theodore gave Chen Luo is only super magic." Seeing Chen Luo's different expression, Crow rekindled hope in his heart and said, "The magic family in the Water Empire has a holy magic master ancestor who was once the high priest of the Water Temple. Their family has always hidden a water-based holy magic." "Why, do the Blair brothers need it?" "Yes." Chen Luo nodded without hesitation. Crow scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "It's just that there has never been a transaction of holy magic in the market, and I don't know the price." Chen Luo said, "Brother Crow, please name a price. The value of holy magic cannot be measured by gold coins at all. Chen Luo must get it at all costs. Crow, this friend, can really bring him surprises every time." Crow thought about it and asked tentatively, 50,000 gold coins? Chen Luo said, "I give you 100,000. Crow said gratefully, "Brother Blair, I thank you on behalf of everyone in the family. If you need help with anything in the future, just come to me. I can help you for free." Although he hadn't received the money yet, Crow still gave the water holy magic to Chen Luo with confidence. Chen Luo opened an ancient scroll, and was soon shocked by the content described on it. There is an essential difference between the holy magister and the magicians below the holy rank. In a sense, they are no different from gods. First of all, the holy magister has a longer lifespan. Chen Luo does not know how long it is, but it is said that the youngest of the high priests of the 4 major temples has lived for more than 200 years. People have only heard of the disappearance of the Holy Magister, but never heard of the death of the Holy Magister. The Great Magister, who is only one realm away from the Holy Magister, is no different from ordinary people in many ways. They also cannot escape birth, aging, illness and death. Malaria or bacterial infection can easily kill the Great Magister, and when the body function declines to a limit, they will also die of old age. But the Holy Magister is different. They have a certain degree of immunity to magic elements, and have never heard of any Holy Magister dying of illness. Qianluo has reason to doubt whether the Holy Magister has evolved in some way. He originally thought that the reason why the Holy Magister stood at the top of the continent was because their mental power was extremely powerful. Now it seems that it is far more than that. The magic of holy magic once again refreshed Qianluo's understanding of magic. Fireball, wind blade, water curtain, even healing and growth, Qianluo could explain it, but he really couldn't figure out the principle of summoning an elemental spirit to help the master fight. The water elemental spirit can release all water magic, without spells or gestures. It is simply another Qianluo. Qianluo looked at the crow and said in a daze, "Are you sure this is holy magic?" "That should be it." The crow said, "I cracked 18 traps in total before I stole it from that magic family. There is no reason for them to put a fake magic there." Qianluo closed his eyes, and tried to release this holy magic. The crow shook his head and said, "Brother Blair, don't waste your energy. The reason why holy magic is that only holy magic masters can perform it. I have tried it, and it doesn't work. When an intermediate magician uses his mental power to release high-level magic, he will feel very powerless, which is a manifestation of insufficient mental power. However, when Qianluo tried to release this holy magic, what he felt was not the weakness of insufficient mental power, but a strong suction, as if to suck his mental power, along with his soul, into a black hole. Qianluo acted decisively, and immediately cut off that part of his mental power. When he opened his eyes again, his face was pale. At that moment, he really felt a life-and-death crisis, and his mental power was also affected, and was beaten back to the level of a month ago. Qianluo stared at the scroll in his hand in a daze. Although the situation just now was critical, it also indirectly proved one thing. This is really a useful magic, otherwise, the mental power would not have any reaction. The reason why he couldn't release it was because his mental power was insufficient. If his mental power could fill that black hole, I'm afraid he could verify the whole magic. Crow looked at Qianluo in surprise and asked, "Brother Blair, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Qianluo came back to his senses, looked at Crow, and asked, "Have you tried to release this magic?" Crow nodded and said, "I have tried." Qianluo asked, "What does it feel like?" "No feeling." Crow shook his head and said, "It's like a fake magic. If it's fake, I find a way to return the 100,000 gold coins to you." Chapter 240. While traveling around the continent, Qianluo wrote a lot of books and had business cooperation with major associations such as the Magic Association, the Mathematics Association, and the Science Association. The copyright fees for various published books alone were an astronomical figure. The gold cards at home were piled up like a mountain, and even he didn't know the exact number. He casually took out 10 cards, with a limit of 10,000, and gave them to Crow. After Crow took it, he was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses and asked Qianluo, "Is it so easy for scholars to make money?" Qianluo said, "Not all of them." Crow asked with some envy, "Brother Blair, do you think it is possible for me to become a scholar?" Others may become scholars to pursue the truth, but Crow is definitely for money. The fact is that pure scholars are often very poor. The professions of killers and magic resource dealers are much more promising than scholars. After finally persuading Crow to give up the idea of becoming a scholar, Qianluo said, "In the future, witchcraft and super-level magic will not be needed, but holy-level magic and holy witchcraft will still be needed as much as possible." Crow suddenly looked at Qianluo and asked, "I am curious, why does Brother Blair want witchcraft? You are a magician, and you can't learn witchcraft." Research. Qianluo had already thought of an excuse and explained, "Witchcraft and magic have a lot in common. For scholars, this is very necessary to study." When Crow left with the money, Qianluo's eyes looked at the ancient scroll in his hand again. This time, he didn't dare to try again no matter what. He originally thought that he would be like Crow. Although he couldn't perform holy-level witchcraft, there would be no danger. But the feeling of his mental power being sucked into the black hole just now made him still feel scared when he recalled it now. Qianluo didn't dare to guarantee that everyone was like this. After all, he was very special in many ways, and was very different from ordinary magicians. So he wanted teacher Brittany to try. She was already a great magician, and her mental power was much stronger than Qianluo's. Even if she couldn't succeed, there would be no accidents. Brittany looked at the scroll in her hand and asked, "Is this a new magic?" Qianluo nodded and said, "This is the holy magic I bought from a friend." "Holy?" Brittany was shocked and asked, "Holy magic is a secret of the temple. How could it be spread out?" Qianluo explained, "He stole it from a magic family. This family once had a holy magician who was the high priest of the water temple." Brittany asked, "Have you tried it?" Qianluo nodded and said, "This magic should be true. When I tried to release it, my mental power almost had an accident. Teacher Brittany must be careful." Brittany looked at Qianluo and said nothing more. She began to summon elemental spirits, according to the gestures and spells recorded on the scroll. After a moment, she looked at Qianluo again and shook her head. No reaction. Holy magic originally requires the strength of a holy magician. It is normal that Crow and teacher Brittany did not react at all. However, Qianluo's feeling just now was not false. Qianluo found Isabella and got the same result as teacher Brittany. From this situation, if Qianluo reaches the minimum requirement of spiritual power for holy magic one day, he may really be able to summon an elemental spirit. This also means that he has the fighting power of a saint mage. Qianluo has never seen a saint mage, so he doesn't know what's special about a real saint mage, but this is obviously good news. The power of a saint mage is not only reflected in his mental power. The super powerful mental power allows them to use simple fireballs to exert the power of superclass magic, but in addition, the saint class magic, which is fundamentally different from ordinary magic, is also the reason why saint mage is difficult to defeat. If he can release saint class magic, the gap between Qianluo and the real saint mage will be infinitely narrowed. Qianluo is not yet able to try saint class magic. He put away the scroll and put his energy on those superclass magic and witchcraft. The next morning, Qianluo got up and was about to wash up, but saw Christine hurried into the yard. She was in a hurry, as if she had something important to do. When she saw Qianluo, she immediately came over and whispered, "Are you sure those wizards have left?" Qianluo nodded and asked again, "What's wrong?" Christine said, "The palace received an anonymous message. Someone said that they saw the traces of the wizard tribe again." Qianluo raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where?" Christine said, "In the forest southwest of the capital. I haven't reported to the temple yet." Qianluo washed his face and said, "I go and take a look first." Although it is impossible that it is the wizard tribe led by Catherine, not all wizards are in the dark forest. After several large-scale wars, many wizards cannot return to the dark forest and are scattered all over the continent, living a cautious life in hiding. Their descendants gradually dispersed into small tribes. These small tribes were actually innocent. They did not do anything bad, nor did they disturb the stability of the continent. Since they were born, they could only live in the dark forest and had to be vigilant against being discovered by magicians. Saving one or two was the same. There was not much difference. Qianluo left the capital, put on a black robe, and flew southwest according to the instructions given by Christine. However, when Qianluo arrived at the place Christine said, he did not find any wizard tribe. Everything here was normal, and there was no trace of wizards. Christine could not have lied to him, so the anonymous message was wrong. Qianluo was about to search nearby when a voice suddenly came from behind the tree. "Sure enough, you are here to remind them to leave again. I didn't expect that the royal family of Lauren was also secretly protecting wizards." The sudden voice not only did not scare Qianluo, but made him stunned. He asked, "Crow?" The figure behind the tree was also confused. He jumped out from behind the tree and asked, "How do you know it's me?" Qianluo thought about it, and suddenly seemed to realize something. He said in surprise, "The one who looted the Lauren temple, couldn't it be you?" This time, he used his own voice. You are Brother Blair." Crow took off the mask on his face and said in astonishment, "You saved the little wizard, and you also asked the small tribe to move away. You are the great wizard. No, aren't you a magician?" The next moment, he remembered something and said in surprise, "Messenger, there really is a messenger. You are the messenger of the goddess." Qianluo was also somewhat stunned. He tore off his black robe, looked at Crow, and asked in confusion, "Aren't you a magician?" "When did I say I was a magician?" Qianluo quickly figured out the whole story. The anonymous letter was written by Crow. His purpose was to find the hidden great wizard in the capital, who saved Catherine and the people of the wizard tribe. What surprised him most was that Crow was also a wizard. Not only that, his strength seemed to be above Qianluo's current strength. With a soul tremor, he swept across the entire Luolan branch. Chen Luo did not have such strength yet. So that's how it is. The crow looked at him, suddenly realized, and said, "You are a messenger. No wonder you want to save them. See the direction they left. They are going to your territory." Chen Luo looked at the crow and asked, "Are you a priest?" The crow shook his head and said, "I am not a priest. I will tell you about my affairs later." The crow looked at Chen Luo and suddenly said, "I have a request. I hope Brother Blair will agree." Chen Luo asked, "What request?" The crow said, "I want my family to move to your territory." Chen Luo smiled and said, "Of course." The crow said embarrassedly, "I have a lot of family members." "How many people are there in your family?" "Less than 100,000. Chapter 241. Nobles granted fiefs by the kingdom need to recruit residents of their own territories. 100,000 people may seem like a lot, but in that vast area, it is nothing. The question is, where did Crow get so many family members? Seeing Chen Luo's confusion, Crow took the initiative to explain, "I have never seen my parents since I was a child. An old wizard adopted me. He also adopted many children. I am the oldest among those children. After the old wizard died, I took care of those children for him. Later, I went to many countries and earned gold coins by reselling magic resources. Occasionally, I also took some assassination missions and found many wizard tribes hiding in the mountains. The old wizard's biggest wish is that all wizards who are stranded on the continent can have enough food, so..." Chen Luo finally understood why Crow was so obsessed with gold coins. No matter how many gold coins, they could not fill the gap in his family. He alone almost raised a large wizard tribe. Chen Luo looked at him and said, "My territory is very poor. A small tribe can still be self-sufficient, but a large tribe like that may not be able to. Have you forgotten the ability of wizards?" The crow said, "As long as they get out of the mountains, there is no need to worry about food problems." Chen Luo thought for a while and asked again, "Do these wizards still want to overthrow the temple?" In fact, many wizards have not thought about this. The crow looked at Chen Luo and said, "They just want to live on the mainland like normal people. They are satisfied to fill their stomachs and see the sun." Chen Luo's original intention was to let Catherine lead the small tribe, forget the identity of wizards, and live like normal people. Crow's idea coincided with his. The dark forest was in the center of the continent, and the capitals of the four empires guarded the four sides of the forest. No one would have thought that there was such a group of wizards in a remote corner in the easternmost part of the continent. Although it was isolated from the world, it was better than hiding from place to place. It was impossible for 100,000 wizards to gather in one place. They were scattered in various corners of the continent, and Crow needed to transfer little by little. Crow looked at Chen Luo and said seriously, "I won't say anything else. From now on, my life belongs to Brother Blair. Don't say such things." Chen Luo waved his hand and said, "I probably won't go to the territory. It's up to you." Crow is a sentimental person, which can be seen from his efforts to fulfill the old wizard's last wish. It was originally a shelter for wizards, but it was Chen Luo's territory in name only. Before they separated, Chen Luo thought of something that had puzzled him for a long time. He looked at Crow and asked, "Brother Crow, what level are you?" Crow said embarrassedly, "I am a high-ranking wizard." Chen Luo deeply realized that whether it was magic or witchcraft, it was a game for geniuses. Crow looked at Chen Luo and said, "Brother Blair should be a middle-ranking wizard. Will he be promoted soon?" Chen Luo said, "Not so fast. It will take at least another year." When traveling on the continent, it took Chen Luo 2 years to advance from a high-ranking wizard to a mage. That was because resources were scarce. With the help of Theodore and Maggie, the time it took him to advance to a high-ranking mage was greatly shortened. The crow was silent for a moment, looked at Chen Luo, and asked, "You are the messenger appointed by the goddess. Don't you want to help the wizard overthrow the temple?" Chen Luo had already flown into the sky, looked back at him, and said, "I don't know any goddess, I am me, not a messenger." Chen Luo's figure disappeared quickly, and the crow looked at that direction for a long time, and his body floated up, turned into a residual image, and soon disappeared in another direction. Not long after Chen Luo returned home, Christine appeared again. She looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Have you arranged it?" "There is no wizard tribe there." Chen Luo did not hide anything, and told her what happened. Christine said, "You can rest assured. For a long time, the temple and the empire should not pay attention to that place." She seemed very confident. Chen Luo asked curiously, "Why are you so sure?" Christine said, "There is a wizard priest who has been promoted to a holy wizard." Chen Luo looked at her and asked, Is the news true? Christine nodded and said, I have just received confirmation from the temple that a wizard priest has just been promoted to a holy wizard. The holy mage is Chen Luo's greatest pursuit. Hearing that someone has been promoted to the holy level, Chen Luo's heart will inevitably fluctuate. Including the missing Healy, there are already 2 holy wizards on the wizard side. This means that they have the power to crush any temple. Although the 4 major temples regard wizards as heretics, the 4 major temples are not iron barrels. Each temple believes in a different god of magic, which means that they are destined to never be united, even in their attitude towards heretics. Of course, the existence of the holy wizard and the holy mage is more for deterrence. Neither the high priest of the temple nor the wizard saint will personally go to the battlefield. The battle between the saint-level strongmen will destroy everything around them. This price cannot be borne by wizards and magicians. The war is about to begin, Christine said with a serious face. Whenever the wizard's strength recovers, the war will begin. I don't know which empire will be caught in the flames of war. Not long ago, Theodore also said the same thing to Chen Luo. Wars often occur between wizards and magicians. The war begins when the wizard walks out of the dark forest and takes the initiative to attack. It often affects the entire continent. The time interval between the 2 wars is uncertain, sometimes decades, and sometimes as long as 100 years. At this time, it has been more than 40 years since the last large-scale war. Christine continued, in the past 2 years, there have been traces of wizards in many countries on the continent. They have provoked disputes in many places and disrupted the order of the continent, which is the first step for them to start a war. She looked at Chen Luo and asked in confusion, Blair, are we really doing the right thing? Whether it is wizards or magicians, there are people who desire peace. Chen Luo said with certainty, people who desire peace should not be devastated by war. I hope we are right. Christine sat here for a while, and then went back to the palace. The strength of wizards has skyrocketed, and the situation on the continent has become more and more tense. Catherine said that among the top 3 priests of wizards, only Maggie does not advocate war, so the one who is promoted to the Saint Wizard must be the priest who advocates war. According to convention, the wizards of the Dark Forest will definitely choose a direction as a breakthrough point. The 4 directions represent the 4 empires respectively. The number of wizards cannot be compared with the magicians of the entire continent, so they will not be stupid enough to declare war on the 4 empires at the same time. Among the 4 empires, one will become the main battlefield. Of course, the other 3 empires will also support the invaded empire. Although Chen Luo does not like war, he cannot stop these things. He would like to meet the newly promoted Saint Wizard and ask him about the details of his promotion to the Saint level. Compared with the Saint Mage, the Saint Wizard's path seems to be safer. After all, except for the temple priests, all the Saint Mage on the continent have disappeared for no reason, but the wizards have never heard of such a thing. Chapter 242. The addition of a Saint-level wizard has broken the long-standing balance of the temple and opened the prelude to the upcoming war. There is no doubt that the overall strength of the temple is gradually weakening. When it was the strongest, each temple had several Saint Magisters. Now, only the high priests of the 4 major temples are Saint-level strongmen, and they can no longer completely suppress the wizards. Although the wizards are also weakening, the emergence of new Saint Wizards has brought their strength to a new level. The war between wizards and magicians about faith has never stopped. With the birth of the new saint, the war will surely be rekindled. Even the distant Lauren is shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. The 4 magician deacons of the temple branch had long been summoned by the royal capital headquarters and left Lauren. In the days to come, any of the 4 empires may become a battlefield. In the absence of Saint Wizards and Saint Magisters, the strong above the Grand Magician have become the backbone of both sides. The Magic Association also became nervous. When the war started, every magician might be called up. No one knew when the war would start or end. The only thing they could do now was to work hard to improve their strength. Every time their strength improved, their chances of survival in the future might be greater. Damn wizard, why did you start a war? Lauren is so far away from the forest, he shouldn't be affected, right? Who knows, but the temple should be able to withstand it. It's the temple. Nothing is more powerful than the temple. When Chen Luo and Isabella went to the street to buy vegetables, even ordinary civilians were discussing this matter. Thousands of years ago, the temple began to establish the evil and heretical image of wizards in the minds of the people on the mainland. Now, after hundreds of years of influence, people have become frightened by the word wizard. The words used by adults to scare children are similar to, if you don't behave, you will be eaten by the wizards in the forest, and so on. Isabella took Chen Luo's hand and asked, Blair, will the war really start? Chen Luo was picking fresh radishes and said casually, who knows? Isabella worriedly said, I heard that if the war starts, students above the senior magician level in the academy will also go to the front line. The goal of the wizards is to overthrow the temple, but the temple is a holy place in the hearts of magicians. They are equivalent to opposing magicians all over the continent. Countless magicians have continued to defend their beliefs. This is also the reason why wizards have never won for thousands of years. Chen Luo paid for the food and asked, Are you going too? It is the responsibility of every magician to protect their homeland. Isabella had no good feelings towards wizards. She clenched her fist and said, They have destroyed the peace of the continent and should be driven back to the forest. If the temple did not regard wizards as heretics and did not kill them, it would not have led to today's situation. It is impossible to say who represents justice between the two. Chen Luo shook his head and said, Forget about these things. You are about to be promoted to a magician, right? Isabella nodded and said, At most 1 month. Chen Luo used to worry that Isabella could not catch up with his promotion speed, but now it seems that he should be the one worried. He held Isabella's hand and said, When we both advance to Saint Mage, I will take you to a place. Isabella asked curiously, What place? Is it your territory? Chen Luo shook his head and said, No. Isabella asked, Then go with teacher Brittany? Chen Luo thought for a moment and said, If she is willing. Isabella said, Then take Alice with you. We agreed to be neighbors in the future. Chen Luo was actually not sure that he would be able to go back after becoming a Saint Mage. When that day really approached, he became conflicted. Soon he realized that this kind of conflict was redundant, just like imagining that he had won 5 million and then struggling with how to spend it. Isabella mistook his absent-mindedness for hesitation and asked, What's wrong? Don't you like us being neighbors with Alice? Chen Luo came back to his senses and said, No. Even if we are willing, Alice may not be willing. Isabella said, If we go somewhere else, we can't be neighbors with her. Chen Luo asked, Why? Isabella said, Alice said that the thing she regretted most was not staying in Yabo City. She may not like the capital. I think she will return to Yabo City after graduation. Not necessarily. Chen Luo shook his head and said, If we can't go where I want to go, then we will return to Yabo City, get married, and have a few children. Isabella blushed, lowered her head, and whispered, Do you like boys or girls? Then she seemed to realize something and asked again, What if you can go? Chen Luo said, Then get married there, and have a few children. In the dark forest, the news that the wizard's high priest was promoted to a holy wizard caused a commotion in the 4 empires. The 4 major temples immediately became nervous, and urgently recalled the powerful people above the magician level in each kingdom. Historical experience tells them that the strength of wizards will definitely bring war. Although the number of wizards is far less than that of magicians, their strength cannot be underestimated. In previous wars, there were also many great magician priests who died in battle. Compared with the hustle and bustle of the 4 major temples, the forest shrouded in shadows seemed even quieter. Deep in the dark forest, there is a magnificent building standing in the shadows of the trees, like a castle, standing quietly for thousands of years. A figure stood in the center of the temple. The figure sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar in front looked at her and asked, Maggie, why did you stop Gust? Maggie said, Killing the sage will only arouse the anger of the scholars on the mainland, which is not good for us. The figure spoke again. He is a priest of the temple and our enemy. Maggie raised her head and said, He will not help the temple. Whether he is an enemy or not, it doesn't matter. The figure on the stone pillar stood up, and the next moment, he appeared out of thin air beside Maggie, and said lightly, The goddess is about to come, and everything that stands in our way will be destroyed. We will eventually walk out of the dark forest, and become the master of the continent again. Maggie looked at him, and he said in surprise, The goddess is coming soon? When I was promoted to Saint Wizard, I felt the presence of the goddess. The figure said devoutly, I can feel that the goddess will come soon. Before she comes, we must destroy the Earth Temple as a gift to welcome the goddess. Earth Temple. Maggie looked at him and asked, Did you choose OS? The OS Empire is the weakest, and destroying the OS Empire is the easiest. Maggie said, But the Earth Temple is not weak. The 2 saint-level strongmen cannot participate in the war. No one is Theodore's opponent. The old man looked at Maggie and said sarcastically, They don't know that among the 13 priests, I am not the only one who has been promoted to Saint Wizard. Chapter 243. When more than half of the clergy of the branch of the Lauren Temple retreated back to the OS Empire, even the slowest reacting people could sense the breath of war. The 4 empires are all on the front line against wizards. Before the war comes, the temple will withdraw all its strength to the empire headquarters to prevent large-scale attacks by wizards. In addition to the priests of the temple, there are about 10 great magicians in the OS Empire, but these strong men are not dispatched by the temple. For example, Grand Mage Melee and Grand Mage Edward, whether to participate in the war depends on their own will. As for those great magicians, who have not been certified by the Magic Association, and have never shown their strength, the temple does not know their existence, and they may not help the temple. Regardless of whether the OS Empire will become a battlefield, at least for now, Lauren will not be affected. Chen Luo, Isabella, Brittany and Christine will visit Grand Mage Melee together every few days. In recent years, the health of Grand Mage Melee has been deteriorating. Despite her objections, Christine transferred several servants from the palace to serve her personally. Her mental power is still strong, but her body has reached the end of her life. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the mental power is, it needs a healthy and strong body to maintain it. When the body dies, the mental power will lose its support. According to Chen Luo's guess, the Holy Mage has a longer life, and what they get is definitely not just the change of mental power. Grand Mage Melee's face is already full of brown spots. Brittany holds her skinny hand and whispers, "Teacher, you should return to the capital and live with us." "I like it here." Melee clapped her hands and shook her head. "This is my home. In the past, our village was here. Uncle Baron's house was right where that tree was. Don't look at how tall and strong it is now. It was only this tall back then." She raised her hand to indicate the height, her eyes full of memories. Aunt Iona's house is right next to Uncle Baron's house. We love her baked bread the most. Melee whispered, and Chen Luo seemed to see the small village with only a dozen households by the stream. But now, there was nothing there except the grass with scattered wild flowers. Later, Uncle Baron died, Aunt Ina also died, and everyone moved to the capital. When I came back from my travels, the village had disappeared. Mary looked at Brittany and said, "When I die, bury me there, under that tree." Brittany's eyes showed sadness, and she didn't continue her words, saying, "If the teacher doesn't want to go to the capital, I can move here." "No need." Mary smiled and said, "I just said that after I die, I didn't say that I will die now. Before I die, I still want to go to the temple." Christine came over and hurriedly said, "But teacher, your body." Mary waved her hand and said, "I always avoided it before. If I can't go to the temple before I die, then even if I die, I can't close my eyes." Christine and Brittany moved their lips, but didn't say anything in the end. Grand Mage Melee finally went to the temple. Kristen and Brittany's repeated persuasion failed to change her mind. Nothing could curb the Grand Mage's desire for advancement. Perhaps she had some concerns about the temple before, but now she is no longer afraid of death, and naturally she is not afraid of anything other than death. The fear of war still looms over people's heads, but life has to go on. The vigilance and patrol force of the royal capital has obviously increased, and the price of vegetables has quietly risen by 1 silver coin. People began to hoard food. After all, if the war starts, in addition to the empire, small countries like Lauren will also be affected. No one knows how many wizards are hiding around them. Perhaps the neighbors who smile at them every day are undercover wizards. When the war starts, they will create chaos all over the continent to contain the power behind the temple. They did this before. Although the scholars did not expect the war, they were immersed in their research and could not feel the tension of the magicians. Chen Luo occasionally went to the Galaxy School. Christine followed to Sia and marked out an area in the royal capital as the headquarters of the Galaxy School. There were many scholars coming in and out of here. Chen Luo walked along and smiled at everyone who saluted him. His face was a little stiff. "Excuse me, are you Sage Blair?" Chen Luo finally walked out of the school headquarters, and suddenly a figure came out from the side, looking at him with burning eyes. This was a middle-aged man. His clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and his face was untidy. Chen Luo almost thought he was a beggar at first glance, but beggars would not have such wise eyes. Of course, beggars generally do not have the cultivation of a great magician. "My name is Zarathus." The middle-aged man who looked like a beggar looked at Chen Luo and said, "I have been looking for you for a long time." Chen Luo had never seen Zarathus, but he had heard of his name. In the era when the 4 major temples controlled the continent, and the whole people believed in the magic gods, he was the first and only warrior who shouted the gods are dead. He is a famous philosopher in the far continent, and a powerful master at the peak of the great mage. In order to punish his blasphemous behavior, the Fire Temple sent 4 great mage priests, paying the price of 1 death and 3 injuries, but still let him escape. Chen Luo didn't expect that he would come to the OS Empire in Lauren. Chen Luo looked at Zarathus and said, "They say you are crazy." Zarathus said, "Do sages also think I am crazy?" Chen Luo nodded and said, all philosophers are crazy. Zarathus showed a clean smile on his not-so-clean face. I like this sentence. Chen Luo asked, why are you looking for me? Zarathus looked at him and said, I found many scholars and asked them a question, but they couldn't give me an answer. They all said I was crazy. Chen Luo shook his head and said, I don't know whether God is dead or not. I have never seen a living God or a dead God. I can't give you an answer to this question. No. Zarathus shook his head and said, God is still alive, but they should die. They are bound in shackles. If they are alive, we can't live well. Sage Blair, can you understand? Zarathus is a strong man at the peak of the great mage. He once tried to advance to the holy mage, but failed. Everyone said that he went crazy because he couldn't stand the blow of the failed promotion, but Chen Luo didn't think so. Geniuses and madmen often stand on the same side. Sometimes, a few madmen reveal the majority of facts. Sage Blair is the wisest man on the continent. Lord Zarathus, do you think he will listen to the hysteria of a madman? A voice came from behind Chen Luo. Theodore stood there quietly, looking at Chen Luo, and said, Lord Blair, we meet again. Zarathus looked at Theodore with contempt and pity in his eyes, and said, foolish guy who is blinded by illusions, and doesn't know it, we meet again. Chapter 244. Theodore was not angry at Zarathus's ridicule, and said calmly, Sir Zarathus, you are a great mage and a great philosopher. As long as you retract your blasphemous remarks, the temple will no longer pursue your past. Chen Luo stood aside and watched. The Fire Temple lost a priest and seriously injured 3, so its strength was greatly reduced, but it still did not pursue his guilt. It seems that even the temple is very afraid of Zarathus. Come to think of it, a great mage at the peak of his power, and a philosopher with great influence on the continent, even if the temple can destroy his body, it cannot destroy his thoughts. Dream on. Zarathus showed a mocking smile on his stubbled face, and said, even if I die and am nailed in a coffin, I will shout with a decayed voice, the gods are dead. Theodore said with some regret, then please come back to the temple with me. If you want to resist, please don't do it here. Why do you want to resist? To Chen Luo's surprise, Zarathus looked at Theodore, suddenly clenched his fists, and then raised them up, saying, a new era has arrived. A new era will surely bring new changes. I will witness the changes of the times in your temple with my own eyes. Magicians need to communicate magic elements through gestures. With their hands tied, there is no difference between the great magician and ordinary people. 2 clergy ran out from behind Theodore, quickly tied Zarathus's hands, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Zarathus was injured, he was still a great magician. Everyone knew that he could fight against 4 priests. Although Zarathus was captured, he still left with his head held high. Theodore looked at Chen Luo and asked, Sir Blair, do I really look stupid in the eyes of you scholars? Chen Luo said, you will know if you try to advance to the holy mage. There are risks in advancing to the holy mage. Theodore said honestly, most magicians will die in the process of advancement. This is why there are so few holy mage on the continent. He looked at the direction where Zarathus left and said, even if they don't die, they will fall into madness, like Sir Zarathus. Madness? Chen Luo shook his head and said, I think he is more sober than anyone else. Theodore didn't say anything else. He looked at Chen Luo for the last time and said, goodbye, Sir Sage. The matter of Zarathus was just a small episode for Chen Luo. Theodore said that there were risks in advancing to the holy mage. The Grand Mage was very likely to die in the process. Grand Mage Meili might have been worried about this, and had not gone to the temple. There should be many other great magicians, who have the same idea as her. Zarathus's temperament changed drastically after he failed to advance to the holy magician. Chen Luo felt that he must have discovered something, but unfortunately Theodore came too fast. He should have asked him a few more questions just now. In the capital, wherever Chen Luo appeared, he would always attract a lot of attention. This is why Isabella liked to take Alice shopping instead of him. This is the headquarters of the Galaxy School, where scholars gather. In the short time that Chen Luo stayed here, many scholars have gathered around him. Is that the philosopher Zarathus? He was taken away by the temple. He blasphemed the gods, how could the temple let him go? But we are scholars, is it a crime for scholars to express their own opinions? Dozens of scholars were talking about the direction where Theodore and others left. After leaving the true school, the scholar will join the Galaxy School. He originally settled in Gaia, and later followed Chen Luo to Luolan to assist him in handling the daily affairs of the school. Will, a scholar, was only a great magician, but he had a high prestige in the academic world. He stood behind Chen Luo and asked, was that Lord Zarathus just now? Chen Luo nodded and said yes. He was also captured by the temple. Will showed curiosity on his face. People say he is crazy, but I don't think so. Seeing that Chen Luo did not speak, he continued, recently, some scholars have been studying magic and witchcraft. Should we stop them? In the land of God's grace, scholars are prohibited from studying witchcraft. But since Chen Luo began to overturn old ideas and put forward new theories, scholars' attitudes towards science have changed. They used to not dare to doubt things that have been passed down for thousands of years, and they would only go deeper and deeper along the wrong path. It's different now. The 2 stones that fell on Gaia have greatly hurt the self-esteem of scholars. The ancients said that heavy stones fall to the ground before light ones, and they believed it, and then were wrong for thousands of years. This is not the attitude towards science. Only verified truths are truths, and they no longer easily believe any old or new theories. Once the shackles of thinking are lifted, they can no longer be restrained. They study celestial bodies, bacteria, magic and witchcraft, and then many scholars find that there is no big difference between witchcraft and magic, except that one requires spells and gestures, and the other does not. They both use mental power to communicate with certain elements in the void, and even the form is similar. Why is one called magic, and the other called witchcraft? Magic is taught to magicians by the magic gods, and witchcraft is given to wizards by the dark goddess. The dark goddess is obviously better to her believers. Wizards don't need gestures and spells at all, not even rabbits. Only when magicians release magic, there will be so many restrictions, which also causes them to be at a disadvantage when they encounter wizards. Chen Luo shook his head and said to the scholar Will, the development of academics requires free soil. Without free land, no beautiful flowers can bloom. The sage is right. The scholar Will nodded and said, it seems that it is time to catch a few monsters for research. For scholars, as long as the seeds of curiosity in their hearts begin to sprout, they can no longer be contained. Chen Luo can't, and the temple can't either. The liberation of thought has allowed more and more scholars to dare to challenge tradition and authority. There are always some who are not afraid of the temple. Although scholars also believe in the gods of magic, they believe more in the truth verified by themselves. If they are asked to choose one of the two, they will choose the latter without hesitation. Zarathus is in the temple, but his thoughts have long spread to all parts of the continent. The gods are dead is not the only proposition he puts forward. He believes that all magicians are imprisoned by the gods. Otherwise, magicians should be like wizards and monsters, without spells and gestures, and release magic freely. Not only that, he also believed that there was no barrier between the Grand Mage and the Saint Mage. When the spiritual power reached a certain limit, all the Grand Mages could be promoted to Saint Mage. The gift of the gods was just a lie of the temple. Zarathus was a thinker, and not everyone could understand his thoughts. Most people thought he was crazy and sneered at his thoughts, but his ideas still planted the seeds of doubt in the hearts of a small number of people. These seeds were buried deep in their hearts, waiting for a spring rain, and they would break through the ground, take root and sprout. A small seed might grow into a towering tree one day. Chapter 245. Zarathus was imprisoned in the temple, but it was not the end of the blasphemy incident. On the contrary, since he was arrested, the situation has become uncontrollable. The first to become restless were the philosophical scholars. Zarathus was the leader of a philosophical school with great influence on the continent, and his status in the school was like a god. Since their gods were regarded as heretics, these scholars immediately protested to the Earth Temple. But although there were many strong scholars, they were still far from being comparable to the temple. At the critical moment when the wizards were about to launch a war, the temple simply ignored them. The protest was ignored, and the temple refused to release them. The dissatisfaction and resentment of the scholars continued to accumulate, and the wizards did not miss this opportunity. They promoted Zarathus's theory, and called on the people on the continent to unite against the temple and the magic gods. Although it did not achieve much effect, it also reduced the authority of the temple on the continent. In fact, the one who had the greatest impact on the temple was not Zarathus, but Chen Luo. Since he established new rules for scientific research, scholars have become bolder after unlocking the limitations of their thinking. Many scholars have been studying magic beasts and witchcraft. Among scholars, the rule of the temple has been shaken from the root. Not long after, a heavy news swept across the entire continent in the shortest time, catching everyone off guard. The 2 provinces of the OS Empire, the main cities close to the dark forest, were covered by huge vegetation overnight and submerged in the lush forest. This major change revealed 2 important pieces of information. The war began. The wizards regarded the OS Empire as the main battlefield of this war. The Earth Temple, and the OS Empire responded immediately. The temple and the empire dispatched a total of 7 great magicians and priests to guard the frontline provinces. Even Bolton Werner was summoned by the temple and left Lauren for the imperial capital. At the same time, more than a dozen kingdoms under the rule of the OS Empire also showed signs of wizard activities. Their target was the temple, not ordinary civilians. The temple branches of several kingdoms were destroyed because there were no strong guards. When the royal family and the Magic Association reacted, they had already fled and continued to create chaos in other cities. Although Lauren was also harassed by wizards, it did not cause much impact because it was far away from the empire. But since the wizards chose OS as the main battlefield, if the temple and the empire could not quell the war as soon as possible and drive the wizards back to the mountains, the war would sooner or later spread here. In this era, personal power cannot change anything, and Shenluo will not stand on the side. Maybe some wizards are evil, but not all the people in the temple are good. The war seems to be large-scale, but it is actually a local war. It is taboo to attack civilians. This is a war between the goddess temple of wizards and the magic temple, and a war between wizards and magicians. Despite this, the impact of the war has penetrated into all aspects. The bustling streets of the capital have been deserted recently. The Magic Association and the royal family have dispatched many magicians to the front line. Most of these people are senior magicians. There are few magicians, and there is no great magician. Magicians below the Grand Mage seem to be more willing to defend their beliefs, while those truly powerful ones, except for the priests of the temple, have been on the sidelines from beginning to end. Teacher Brittany received a letter from Grand Mage Meili. She went to the temple, but did not choose to try to advance to the Saint Mage, but went to the front line to block the wizards. She said in the letter that if she could do something to maintain peace on the continent, even if she could not advance to the Saint Mage, she would have no regrets. The continent has never been so chaotic. Christine is familiar with the history of the continent. When she collected news from various countries, she worried, "This war seems to be different from any previous one. I don't know what the final outcome will be." Unlike Christine, Shenluo is not worried about the outcome of the war. The wizards cannot win. If the Earth Temple cannot hold on, the other 3 temples will not stand idly by. The 4 major temples may have different interests, but they also have common enemies. They don't want to see the OS Empire become an extension of the Dark Forest. What Shenluo is really worried about is the gods behind the temple. Whether it is the magic gods or the dark goddess, they seem to have powerful powers beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The strength of the strong who can create a holy magician is simply unimaginable. Who knows if there is any uncontrollable force behind this war? So Shenluo does not plan to participate in this war. He just wants to stay somewhere quietly and promote himself to the peak of the great magician as soon as possible, and then try to break through that sacred realm. His own territory is very suitable. It is on the edge of the continent, far away from the temple and the war. Shenluo only needs 1 year to be promoted to the great magician. Christine looked at him and asked, "Are you going to the territory?" Shenluo said, "I think it's more suitable for training there." "That's fine." Christine nodded. "At least there's no war there. If I wasn't the Queen of Lauren, I'd want to go there too." Isabella and Brittany had no objection to Shenluo's idea. Isabella still had a few months to graduate from the Royal Capital Magic Academy, but because of the war, many teachers at the Magic Academy, including the dean, were recruited by the temple, so they naturally couldn't start school normally. Her promise to become neighbors with Alice couldn't be fulfilled either. The studies of the students at the Magic Academy were temporarily suspended due to the war, and Alice was taken to Yabo City by her family a month ago. Before leaving, Isabella and Brittany spent 2 days saying goodbye to their friends in the royal capital. Shenluo only informed the scholar Will and asked him to notify the Galaxy School, and he didn't meet anyone else. He didn't have many friends. Toby and Alice were in Yabo City. Jasmine hadn't returned to the capital since she followed her teacher to travel. Thinking about it, he didn't have a friend in the capital to say goodbye to. Crow had been there for a long time, and Shenluo didn't know what his territory looked like. Before leaving, Shenluo wrote a letter to Austin, telling him that he and Isabella were going to the territory. Unexpectedly, Austin and his wife appeared in front of them before leaving. They were going to Shenluo's territory together. Austin resigned from the position of the Lord of Yabo City to Christine. This position had belonged to the Clavis family since the day Lauren was established, and even the king could not easily change it. Christine tried to retain him in vain and said, "Yabo City will be temporarily handed over to the treasurer and the sheriff for joint governance until the day the Clavis family returns." Austin said, "Thank you, your majesty." When Chen Luo and others left the capital, Edward Stern suddenly appeared. He looked at Brittany and said, "Before you prepare to advance to the Holy Mage, come back to the family. I have something important to give you." Brittany asked in confusion, "Is it not possible now?" Edward shook his head and said, "It's not the right time yet." Chapter 246. The territory that Christine assigned to Chen Luo was in the easternmost part of Lauren, the OS Empire, and even the entire continent. Lauren's population was not large, the land was vast and sparsely populated, and most of them were concentrated in large cities or their surroundings. Far away from the city, they were often harassed by monsters. The east, especially the place near the sea, had always been sparsely populated. If he had not discussed their residence with Catherine long ago, it would not have been easy for Chen Luo to find them. But he did not expect that the Austin couple would come together. On the way, they spent a lot of time explaining these wizards to him. Surprisingly, Austin did not seem to be very disgusted with wizards, and rarely argued with Chen Luo on such matters. Wizards only feel safe in the forest, but the forest here is not the kind of dense forest that does not see the sun all year round. Shadowy tree houses are dotted in the woods. In the depths of the woods, there is also a tall and magnificent building, like a castle, standing there. Catherine pointed at the castle and said, "That's the Lord's mansion, which was built specifically for you by Mr. Crow." Along the way, the wizards they met bowed to Chen Luo. Catherine had obviously informed them of his arrival in advance. Although they didn't know Chen Luo, after Catherine and Crow repeatedly emphasized, these wizards knew that they could end their days of hiding from the sun, and not worrying about food, all thanks to this generous and kind lord. Entering the castle, Isabella's mother Anna couldn't help but say, "Wizards don't seem as scary as the temple said." "These wizards don't represent all," Austin said. "They are wizards. Those who create wars and killings on the continent are also wizards." Anna said indifferently, "No matter what their identities are, as long as they are different from those who provoke wars, it's fine." Crow is not here. He is helping wizards to move here in batches. Those wizards are scattered all over the place, and need to be gradually transferred. Chen Luo did not waste time. The second day after he came here, he devoted himself to the intense practice. The situation on the continent has changed a lot. It is unknown how long this war of faith will last. No one can completely guarantee to stay out of this chaos that may sweep the entire continent. Strength is the biggest reliance. Teacher Brittany is making rapid progress. She is already a great mage, and the speed of her mental power growth is still accelerating. Chen Luo can never catch up. It is almost inevitable that she will reach the peak of the great mage faster than Chen Luo. In the past, Chen Luo didn't know that the holy mage had to pass the temple to advance, so he placed great hope on teacher Brittany. Later, he realized that this was a matter that was countless times more dangerous than he had imagined. He would not, nor would he, let her take risks again. Brittany was watering the flowers in the garden. Chen Luo walked over and said, "Priest Theodore once told me that even if the mental power has met the requirements, the Grand Mage's promotion is still likely to fail. There is a high probability that he will die or go crazy. I think we should not advance. On the mainland, the Grand Mage is already very powerful." Brittany stopped watering the flowers and asked, "Don't you want to go to other worlds?" "That's just a guess." Chen Luo waved his hand indifferently and said, "Risking your life to confirm a guess is not worth it." Brittany nodded and said, "Okay then." Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk outside. Brittany watched him walk out, slowly put down the shower in her hand, looked at the direction where Chen Luo disappeared. A trace of confusion appeared in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by clarity. Living together for so long, how could she not see through his thoughts? He advised himself not to advance because he wanted to face the unknown danger alone, but she couldn't stop. Chen Luo was not sure whether teacher Brittany would listen to him. Once she determined something, she would not change her mind. She could also do things like secretly advancing without telling Chen Luo. Although she seemed to agree, he still had to keep an eye on her in the future. Chen Luo was actually quite worried about this matter. He had no intention of meditating or practicing magic. He stood under a tree and watched two old wizards playing chess. A tree stump was covered with crisscrossing lines. Two old wizards used stones and branches as chess pieces, and were fighting fiercely. There were many kinds of chess on the mainland. Chen Luo had learned a limited 2 or 3 of them during the 2 years he traveled on the mainland. They were obviously playing a kind of chess of wizards. Chen Luo had never seen it before. After watching a few games, he roughly understood how to play. No more playing, it's boring. One of the old wizards was obviously more skilled in chess. After losing several games in a row, the other old man couldn't sit still. He threw down a few copper coins, patted his butt and stood up, saying, "I'll win my copper coins back tomorrow." After he left, only Chen Luo and the old wizard were left under the tree. The old wizard picked up the copper coins, wiped them with his sleeves, put them in his arms, and then looked up at Chen Luo and asked, "Little wizard, do you want to play a few games?" Chen Luo sat in the position where the old wizard left. He had just seen the rules of this chess game clearly. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so he could just play with him. The old wizard's chess skills were obviously much better than Chen Luo's, but Chen Luo did not win a single game. He maintained the frequency of winning one game for every 5 games he lost, and played with the old wizard for an entire afternoon. After another round, the old wizard reminded Chen Luo, "You have already lost me 20 copper coins." Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Chen Luo took out a gold coin and handed it to him, saying, "I'm going back, we play together next time." The old wizard shook his head and said, "I can't find the difference, so just owe it to me first, and we play together next time." Chen Luo took the gold coin back again. He just said that he would play together next time. How could he not see that the old wizard had been giving him a break? After all, if he lost every round, no fool would continue to play with him. However, he still enjoyed this feeling. To the west of the territory, the entire OS Empire and its affiliated kingdoms were full of war and killing. Only here would people have the leisure to play stone and branch chess in the afternoon. As the crow said, not all wizards look forward to war. There is no war or killing here, only sunshine and peace. 3 days later, Chen Luo saw the crow again. He moved here with a small tribe of 200 people, and also brought some news to Chen Luo. The OS Empire had 2 provinces occupied by wizards. The temple originally wanted to take them back, but was ambushed by the wizards, and a priest became the wizard's prisoner. This time, the wizard's strength was beyond the expectations of the Earth Temple. They have asked for help from the other 3 temples. Chen Luo looked at the crow and asked, "Do you know the strength of the wizard?" The crow shook his head and said, "I have never come into contact with wizards in the dark forest. I only heard that they have 13 priests, but whether there are 13 priests, I am afraid only they know." His face became a little serious. "This war is different from any previous one. I accidentally got a piece of news from a wizard from the dark forest." Chen Luo looked at him. He had never seen the crow so serious. The crow moved his throat and said with difficulty, "The goddess is coming." Chapter 247. The goddess that Crow mentioned is certainly not the goddess of wisdom. Whether it is a magician or a wizard, it seems that there are ways to communicate with their gods. Chen Luo is not afraid of the holy mage and the holy wizard, but he is afraid of the word God from the bottom of his heart. Powerful power is not terrible, but the unknown is terrible. Many human fears come from the unknown. Chen Luo does not know what God is, what means God has, and whether it will pose a threat to them. In the case of everything being unknown, the best way to deal with it is to stay as far away from them as possible. Crow only stayed here for 2 days and left again. There are still many wizards waiting for his guidance and transfer. In this war, wizards are in the dark and magicians are in the light. From the beginning, the temple was at a disadvantage, and was completely controlled by the wizards. The wizards broke up into small pieces, and attacked the temple branches in various countries. The temple could only send strong men to put out fires everywhere. In addition, it must ensure that the headquarters of the capital has enough power at any time. They had no way to attack the interior of the dark forest. Magicians had no advantage in going to the wizard's territory, and could only passively defend. Although the number of magicians far exceeded that of wizards, the war of aggression and counter-aggression was not fair. Chen Luo didn't know whether the war would spread here, but he had to be promoted to a great magician as soon as possible. Not everyone here knew him. Occasionally, Chen Luo would play chess with those old wizards as a way to relax. Chen Luo was quite talented in playing chess. From the beginning, he lost more than he won, and soon, he had no rivals in the 3 nearby hills. So those old wizards were unwilling to play with him later. As unpopular as Chen Luo, there was also an old wizard who won 20 copper coins from Chen Luo at the beginning. He was the oldest and played chess the best. The 2 equally unpopular people naturally became regular chess friends. This was also one of the few pleasures Chen Luo had every day. Although this place was far away from the war, daily life was also boring, and he always had to find some fun for himself. Isabella was determined to surpass Chen Luo. After being promoted to a mage, she did not stop, but became more diligent. Her temperament was exactly the same as that of teacher Brittany. Without friends or shopping, she used all her enthusiasm on cultivation. Living in the mountains all the time was not a solution. Chen Luo just wanted to stay away from the war temporarily, and didn't want to stay here for the rest of his life. Even if he didn't consider himself, he had to consider Isabella and teacher Brittany. Life should be colorful. In the mountains, there were only monsters, snakes, insects, rats and ants besides wizards. While playing chess with the old wizard, Chen-Luo chatted with the crow behind him about his thoughts. The crow was a little surprised and asked, "You want to build a city here?" Chen-Luo nodded and said, "A city like Yabo, like the capital, only has residents, no magicians and wizards, and welcomes all peace-loving people." The crow shook his head and asked, "Will the temple agree?" Chen-Luo said, "As long as you have enough strength, you don't have to be afraid of the temple." After the wizard added a holy wizard, he immediately had a bargaining chip to negotiate with the temple, and even dared to go to war with the temple directly. What Chen-Luo lacked here was the deterrence of a holy wizard. He didn't want to provoke a war. On the contrary, the more wizards gave up the idea of overthrowing the temple, the more beneficial it would be for the temple to rule the continent. They had no reason to object if they had a little brains. Theodore's existence made Chen-Luo feel that there should still be people in the temple who are willing to reason. Crow sighed and said, "It's a pity that we don't have enough strength. This is also a helpless fact. Although there are strong people like teacher Brittany and Austin, without the existence of the holy mage, it is like a country without nuclear deterrence. The temple will not be willing to sit down and listen to Chen-Luo's reasoning." Chen-Luo picked up a chess piece and was about to put it down. Suddenly he looked at the old wizard opposite and asked, "Did you move my chess piece?" The old wizard shook his head and said, "For a copper coin, it's not possible. You must have seen it wrong. There is no rush to build a city. To build a city in the territory, it is natural to recruit people. At that time, perhaps many people will flock to the territory and live with ordinary people and magicians. Even if the wizard does not show witchcraft in front of them, it will definitely be exposed after a long time. The peaceful coexistence of wizards and magicians is just a concept of Chen-Luo at present. If you want to realize it, you must agree with the temple, or force the temple to agree. The best result is that Chen-Luo is not only different from the magician in spells and gestures, but also in the way of advancing to the holy mage. Maybe he can get up one day and advance quietly without the consent of the gods." The days passed by in a dull manner. Every time the crow came back from outside, it would bring new news to Chen-Luo. In half a year, the war between the wizards and the Earth Temple and the OS Empire has spread to all the countries in the OS Empire. The other three major temples finally realized that this war seemed to be really different from the past, and they all sent assistance to OS. With the addition of more than 10 great magicians and dozens of magicians, the situation in OSS began to stabilize and maintained in a tug-of-war mode. Although the temple still did not achieve a comprehensive victory, it finally had a chance to breathe. Earth Temple. Damn it, they violated the agreement. Who knew they had 2 holy wizards? We can't win alone. If the high priests of the other 3 temples don't come, when OSS falls into the hands of those wizards, they will be the next one. The priests who were usually high and mighty were indignant, and these great magicians also had fear hidden in their eyes. Just a few days ago, they learned of major news. There were not 1, but 2 wizards, who were promoted to holy wizards. Their first and second priests were both promoted to saint wizards. Including the mysterious Saint Harry, there are already 3 saint wizards in the wizard world. The 4 major temples combined only have 1 more than them. This is almost the biggest challenge the temple has faced since its establishment. The 2 saint wizards can completely destroy the Earth Temple together. After all, they only have 1 high priest at the saint mage level. A priest looked at Theodore and asked, "Sir Theodore, what did the high priest say?" Theodore looked at him and said, "The high priest went to the fire temple, and there will be results soon." After the discussion among the crowd subsided, Theodore looked at another priest and asked, "Priest McLean, what did you want to report just now?" A middle-aged priest said, "I have summarized the intelligence about wizards in the past 6 months, and found something strange." Theodore asked, "What is it?" "There are more traces of wizards' activities near Gaia and the kingdom of Lauren than in any other country, but there are very few destructive incidents caused by wizards." He took a map and said, "Look, this is the range of those wizards' activities. If you connect their activity trajectories with lines." He connected the points one by one with line segments, and the end points of those line segments finally converged in one place. That is the easternmost part of the continent, in the territory of the Kingdom of Lauren, near the coastline. McLean mentioned Lauren, and Burton Werner couldn't help but come over. After looking down, he said in astonishment, "That is the territory of Sage Blair." McLean circled a large area on the map with a pen and said, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be a large number of wizards gathered in this place." Burton Werner said, "This is the most remote and barren place in Lauren. There is no city, and no one has ever lived there. That's why they hid there. Priest McLean looked serious and said, I suspect they are plotting something. The temple must pay enough attention to this matter. Chapter 248. The abnormal gathering of wizards is not a good thing for the temple. Especially since Lauren is in the rear of the empire. If it is occupied by wizards, the situation will be even more unfavorable to the temple. The high priest is not here, and Theodore is in charge of the Earth Temple for the time being. He looked at McLean and Bolton Warner and said, other priests need to guard the major kingdoms on the front line and cannot leave. Please go to Lauren to check. McLean ranks in the middle among all priests. Although Bolton's strength is a little worse, if the two go together, even if they encounter wizard priests, they can retreat unscathed. Chen Luo estimated that it would take him nearly a year to be promoted to the Grand Mage, but it actually took only more than half the time. The price was day and night hard training, and all magic and witchcraft were consumed by him. Even so, he was still half a month later than Isabella. Chen Luo leaned against the kitchen door, looking at Austin who was wearing an apron and busy at the stove, and asked, when you were young, did you have the same talent as Sasha? Austin paused with the spatula and shook his head. No. Chen Luo asked curiously, is the Clavis family really the descendants of God? Austin said, it is the blood of God, not the descendants. God has no descendants. There are many magic families on the mainland who claim to have the blood of the gods. It is said that the ancestors of the family have been favored by the gods, and their blood has been transformed by the gods. Among the descendants of these people, there is a high probability of a magic genius. Almost everyone can be called a magic genius, and a very small number of them can lead the times. Isabella and Brittany are both geniuses who lead the times. Such people do not exist in every era, perhaps only once every few hundred years, and each of them can leave his own name in the history of the continent. Counting Chen Luo and Isabella, there are 4 magicians with the strength of the Grand Mage around them, plus Crow, there are 5. This is almost half of the strength of the temple except for the High Priest. If there is one more Saint Mage or Saint Wizard, it will have the strength to sit down and negotiate with the temple directly. After breaking through the bottleneck of the Grand Mage, relying only on ordinary meditation, the progress is slow, and Chen Luo is no longer anxious. He wants to reach an agreement with the temple on the matter of wizards. Suddenly, Austin, who was cooking, put down the spatula, and at the same time, Chen Luo also felt 2 powerful mental fluctuations. Above the forest, McLean's body was suspended in the air, looking down, and said in disbelief, there are so many wizards hiding here. Bolton's face also changed, and he asked, what should we do? McLean said gloomily, return to the temple and report to Lord Theodore. These wizards must have some conspiracy. As soon as his voice fell, several breaths rose into the sky in the woods, and 5 figures flew out from below, surrounding the 2 people in the middle. 4 of these 5 people are above the level of Grand Mage, and the other one, with huge elemental wings behind him, is actually a priest-level wizard. Sage Blair, Lord Austin. Bolton's face changed drastically. After joining the temple, he had learned that Austin's strength was a Grand Mage, but he never thought that Sage Blair was also a Grand Mage. Not only that, even the 2 young women exuded the breath of a Grand Mage. You are colluding with the wizard. Bolton Warner said this almost tremblingly. With the support of the other 3 major temples, the Earth Temple barely stabilized the situation. If these people were added, the situation that the continent had just stabilized would undoubtedly be completely overturned. Chen Luo looked at the 2 people, and knew without thinking that the crow's actions had not been concealed from the temple for too many times. McLean looked at Chen Luo, his face was a little pale, but more of anger, and he shouted, Sage Blair, have you betrayed the temple? Not all wizards support war. Chen Luo said, these people did not do anything to harm the temple or the empire. Heretics are heretics, and heretics should die. McLean rushed down fearlessly and said, as magicians, you actually betrayed your faith and colluded with wizards. Although I die today, you will soon be punished by death. Facing 4 great magicians, and 1 great wizard, he and Bolton could not escape at all. As McLean rushed into the forest, the surrounding void suddenly became hot. This is a precursor to the gathering of a large number of fire elements. The great magician controls destructive power. Even if he dies, the wizards here must be buried with him. Chen Luo did not expect that this temple priest would be so extreme. Almost the next moment, when McLean rushed into the forest, he released a mental thorn on him. McLennan's mental strength is stronger than his. Chen Luo has no way to make him unconscious instantly, but he can make him dizzy for a while, giving Austin and Brittany time to react. However, the effect of the spirit thorn was far beyond Chen Luo's expectations. As soon as McLean landed, he fell headfirst, and even Chenluo was stunned for a moment. He immediately came to McLean's side, and found that he had fainted, and would definitely not wake up for a while. Chenluo's eyes flashed slightly, and glanced in a certain direction. Bolton Werner did not run away, nor did he go crazy like McLean. He slowly landed on the ground, looked at Chenluo, and asked, "Sage Blair, do you really want to be an enemy of the temple?" Chenluo looked at him and asked, "Do you think I look like an enemy of the temple?" Bolton said, "But these wizards." "Forget it, I can't explain it to you clearly." Chenluo glanced at him, and said, "Let Theodore come here. I know that the temple is now in charge of him." Bolton glanced at McLean and said, "Then Priest McLean." Chenluo said, "He will leave with Theodore if he can calm down." Bolton turned his head, and saw many pairs of frightened eyes in the surrounding tree houses. Those eyes were focused on him. Obviously, he was the source of these wizards' fear. The wizards here seemed to be very different from the wizards he had seen, who were crazy for their beliefs. He nodded to Chenluo and said, "I will take your words to Lord Theodore." The crow tied McLean tightly with vines, and paid special attention to his hands. Austin flew down and said, "Just let him go?" Chenluo said, "It's enough to leave one. It's simple to leave Bolton, but it's useless. The two priests will never come back. There will definitely be more people coming to the temple next time." He walked to the crow and asked, "Did you release the spiritual thorn just now?" The crow was surprised and said, "I thought it was you." To make a great mage unconscious in an instant, it requires extremely strong mental power, which is not at the level of a great mage. McLean was locked in the woodshed and guarded 24 hours a day. Isabella and Brittany returned to the Lord's mansion. Chenluo came to a tree, and sat on the root of the tree where he often sat. The old wizard sat opposite him, and dozed against the tree trunk. Chenluo looked at him and said, "Senior Healy, I didn't expect you to be here." The old wizard snored slightly, as if he didn't hear what Chenluo said. Chenluo thought for a moment and said, "Diana is really the most beautiful girl in the village, and her breasts are the most plump. I was caught peeping at her breasts today." The sleeping old wizard suddenly jumped up, and covered Chenluo's mouth with his hand. Chapter 249. Chenluo was just guessing, but now, he can be completely sure that the old man who played chess with him for half a year, and won half a year's worth of copper coins from him is Healy. McLean is a great mage after all, and his mental power is extremely strong. Even if he is a great wizard at the peak, it is impossible to make him faint directly with a mental thorn. Unless the person who releases the mental thorn can crush him in terms of level. Only the holy wizard can do this. The two newly promoted holy wizards are in the dark forest, and only the mysterious Saint Healy is missing. When McLean and Bolton appeared just now, everyone was trembling, only he sat leisurely under the tree, and even had the mind to sleep. More importantly, just now, before McLean fainted, Chenluo felt a subtle mental power fluctuation in this direction. The old wizard looked at Chenluo with shame and anger, and asked loudly, "Where is the thing?" Chenluo was surprised. "What is it?" "Don't play dumb." The old wizard was no longer as idle and indifferent as usual. He slapped the chessboard and said, "Where is my notebook?" Although the notebook was no longer useful to Chenluo now, it was of great significance, and he always carried it with him. Chenluo returned to the Lord's mansion, and took the notebook from the bottom of a box. Healy grabbed it, and couldn't wait to open it. He sat there, calmly looking at the diary he wrote more than 60 years ago. This look was the time of two gods. After an unknown amount of time, he closed the notebook, and put it in his arms. "Senior Healy, why didn't you end up with Priest Diana?" Chenluo has been curious about this for a long time, and now he can finally ask it in front of Healy. Healy sat on the chessboard, his eyes gradually became cloudy, waved his hand, and said, "I'm old and dying soon, I can't remember the past." Healy's words were of course perfunctory. The life of a saint-level strongman is beyond imagination. In another 100 years, he may not die. Diana's affairs are just gossip. What he really wants to know are other things. Chenluo can't wait to ask, "I have another question." Healy widened his eyes, and said angrily, "What does Diana and I have to do with you?" "Not this." Chenluo looked at Healy and asked with a burning gaze, "Do saint-level strongmen really master the power of space?" Healy was obviously in a bad mood. Without speaking, he took a step and disappeared directly in front of Chenluo, leaving only a voice floating in the air. "Don't forget the 10 copper coins you owe me. Bring them with you next time. I won't play chess with you anymore." It was so hard to meet a true saint-level expert. Chenluo's doubts were not answered, so he certainly wouldn't give up. But he didn't chase him. Healy obviously didn't want to communicate with him now, and Chen Luo didn't want to offend a saint-level expert. He returned home and saw Catherine was also at home. Isabella's mother Anna was also a doctor. Catherine, as the former chief physician of the royal family, often came to her home to exchange medical skills with her. Catherine was sitting alone in the yard. Chen Luo walked over and said, "Sister Catherine, I have a few questions for you." Catherine looked back at him and smiled. "What's the matter?" Chen Luo asked. "When did Saint Healy disappear?" Unlike magicians, there are countless saint wizards who disappeared in history, but saint wizards rarely disappear inexplicably. Catherine thought for a while and said, "Soon after the teacher died, the saint left the tribe and never came back. What reason can make the strongest wizard hide in an ordinary wizard tribe, pretending to be an ordinary old wizard, and make a living by playing chess to cheat money?" Chen Luo used to think that Healy was a superb chess player. Now think about it, he always finds that his chess pieces are passive inexplicably. With Healy's strength, if he wants to do something on the chessboard, even Chen Luo can't find it, let alone those old wizards with bad eyesight. Could it be that they were hurt by love, and after their loved ones died, they saw through the world and felt that everything was boring and lived a life of mediocrity? By coincidence, they were brought here by crows. Catherine looked at Chen Luo and asked in confusion, "Why are you asking about the saint?" Curious. Chen Luo smiled and said, "If the saint is here, we can negotiate directly with the temple." After lunch, Chen Luo took 10 copper coins and returned to the place where the two often played chess. Harry was still sitting there alone, because he won more and lost less, and no one except Chen Luo was willing to play chess with him. Chen Luo put the copper coins on the chessboard and said, "I want to build a city here, a city where wizards and magicians live in peace, without the killing of war." Healy picked up the copper coins, wiped them on his sleeves one by one, and said, "Good idea. But negotiating with the temple requires sufficient strength." Chen Luo said, "Without the deterrence of the saint-level strongmen, let alone the new city, even the wizards here cannot be protected." Healy put away the copper coins and said, "This place is good. I plan to stay here before I die." With his words, Chen Luo no longer has any worries. It seems that although Healy behaves strangely, he still cares about wizards. If he leaves here, Chen Luo can only talk to the temple as a sage, which is still a little less confident. Healy looked at him and asked, "You are a magician and can use witchcraft. Are you the messenger of the goddess?" The word goddess has a different meaning when spoken by Healy than when spoken by anyone else. Chen Luo looked at him and asked, "Does the goddess really exist? Without her, there would be no wizards." Healy yet answered Chen Luo's words from the side, and then asked, "Aren't you the messenger of the goddess?" The dark goddess is the belief of wizards. As a holy wizard, Chen Luo did not hear any respect for the goddess from Healy. Chen Luo asked back, "Should I know?" Healy glanced at him and asked, "I'm not her, how do I know?" Chen Luo did not dwell on the messenger, and continued to ask, "What kind of existence is God?" "The maker of rules." Healy was a little impatient, and after looking at Chen Luo he said, "Since you have done so many things for wizards, I can allow you to ask me one last question." Chen Luo took a deep breath, his lips trembled, and he opened his mouth several times before he finally asked the question. "Can the holy mage, or the holy wizard, leave the continent of God's grace and go to a new world?" When he asked this question, his voice even trembled a little. This is his dream, his hope, and the belief that he has been practicing hard. For this unconfirmed guess, he has been gritting his teeth and persisting until now. Healy looked at him and asked, "You seem to care about the answer to this question." "Yes." Chen Luo nodded and said, "This is very important to me, very important." He looked at Healy and asked again, "Can the holy mage or holy wizard leave the divine grace continent and go to another world?" Healy shook his head and said ruthlessly, "No." As soon as he finished speaking, he keenly discovered that something seemed to dim in the eyes of the young man opposite him. Chapter 250. Although Chen Luo had been prepared for this, when he heard the saint-level strongman deny this matter, his heart suddenly became empty. This means that even if he risks his life to advance to the Saint Mage, he cannot bring teacher Brittany and Isabella back to the earth he is familiar with. It means that he cannot take them to eat hot pot, drink milk tea, watch movies, and buy beautiful clothes. It means that he will stay in the Shenin continent forever until he dies. When Healy gave that answer, the string in Chen Luo's heart that had been tightly stretched for more than 5 years broke. Healy put branches and stones on the chessboard and said, "Let's play chess." Chen Luo turned around and left without saying a word. Healy was stunned for a moment and said, "Play a game of chess with me, and I let you ask one more question." 2. 3. "Hey, will you come tomorrow?" Watching Chen Luo leave without looking back, Helia sighed. He hadn't met such a chess friend, who was willing to continue playing with him even though he kept losing money for decades. Another world. He was playing chess with himself and murmured, "Is there really another world?" They came from there. In the Lord's mansion, Brittany looked at Helen Stern and asked with some surprise, "Why are you here?" Helen said, "Father got some news from the temple, and guessed that you were in trouble." Edward Stern came over and asked, "McClan and Bolton have been here, right?" Brittany nodded and said, "They have been here. Priest McClan is here now, and Priest Bolton has returned to the temple to report." "Why are you with so many wizards?" Edward frowned and said, "With so many wizards gathered here, Theodore will definitely come in person. It won't be long before even the High Priest will come." Brittany's tone was full of trust. "Blair said he is away." Seeing Chen Luo coming in from outside, she smiled and said, "Blair, you're back?" Chen Luo walked towards his room, mechanically, as if he didn't hear her words. Brittany showed a puzzled look on her face. When she subconsciously followed him, Chen Luo had already walked into the room and closed the door. She looked at Isabella, who was also chasing after her, and asked, "Where did Blair go just now?" "He went to play chess." Isabella looked at Brittany and said worriedly, "What's wrong with Blair? He looks a little strange." When the two women stood in the yard and looked at Chen Luo's room, Edward had already walked to Austin's side and said, "The talents of the Clavis family are really amazing. Miss Isabella is already a great mage at such a young age. The Stern family is not bad either." Austin said, "Miss Brittany is only one step away from becoming a holy mage." Edward said, "You know that's not what I mean." Austin had a blank expression and asked, "How do I know what you mean?" Edward said, "Austin, don't tell me that the Clavis family has forgotten the ancient covenant." "I don't know what covenant." Austin waved his hand and said, "I don't know you well, stay away from me." Edward said calmly, "You know, you can't stop it." Austin looked at him and squeezed out a word from his teeth, "Get lost." Chen Luo's door was closed tightly, and he looked like he was resting. Brittany had never seen him like this before. She wandered around the yard worriedly, but never approached. Helen Stern stood not far away and asked, "Do you need me to knock on the door for you?" Brittany turned around and shook her head, saying, "It's okay. You haven't changed at all." Helen looked at her and said, "When you were a child, you would give me the dolls you liked, and give beautiful clothes to Sister Irene. You never take the initiative to fight for yourself, and you don't now." What are you talking about?" "You know what I'm talking about." Helen looked at Chen Luo's room and said, "If you don't change, then no matter what you like or who you like, you will never get it. You don't understand." Brittany looked at her and said, "Don't say that again in the future." Helen Stern glanced at her, turned around and left angrily. Isabella stood behind a wall and asked in surprise, "What is Teacher Brittany fighting for?" Next to the tree stump, Hariel was playing chess with himself. There were 5 copper coins on each side of the chessboard. After a game, he took out a copper coin from the left and put it on the other side, shaking his head and saying, "It's boring." He heard footsteps behind him, and he looked up at the beautiful woman and asked, "Little girl, do you want to play chess?" Brittany looked at him and asked, "Was Blair playing chess with you just now?" "It didn't come down just now." Harry shook his head and said, "He just asked me a few questions." "What questions?" Brittany's face showed nervousness. Her intuition told her that Blair's change must be related to these questions. Harry scratched his head and said, "He asked me if the goddess exists, and whether the holy wizard can go to another world." Brittany was surprised. You are a holy wizard?" Harry was stunned for a moment. "So you don't know?" Brittany already knew the answer to this question and asked quickly, "Excuse me, Lord Holy Wizard, can a holy wizard or a holy magician go to another world?" No one knows better than her how important this question is to Blair. This is the fundamental reason why he has been desperately improving the level of magic over the years. "Why do you ask this question today?" Harry glanced at her and said, "If the holy wizard can leave the Shenan continent and go to another world, how can I be here?" Brittany's heart tightened. She finally knew the reason for the matter. She even forgot to say thank you, and flew quickly towards the Lord's mansion. At this moment, she just wanted to be by his side, even if it was just to accompany him quietly. "Hey, little girl, let's play the next game first." Helia stood up and shouted loudly, but when his voice came out, the figure had disappeared from his sight. He sat down a little dejectedly and shook his head. "What kind of people are they? One is more rude than the other." Chen Luo lay on the bed, looking up with a dull look. Helia's answer was a big blow to him. Just like when he saw a favorite toy when he was a child, he secretly saved pocket money for a long time, and just when he was about to save enough, the toy was bought by someone else. As long as there is hope, no matter how difficult the process is, You can always get through it by gritting your teeth. The terrible thing is that even hope is gone. Chen Luo just felt tired, from the inside out, from the exhaustion in his heart. All the exhaustion he had endured in the past 5 years, all burst out at this moment. There was a noise suddenly from the window of the room. Isabella jumped in through the window, walked to the bed, looked at Chen Luo worriedly, and asked, "Blair, what's wrong with you?" The sun shone in from the window. Isabella stood in the light, and the sun coated her body with a layer of halo. At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly had an illusion. It was as if she herself was a glowing goddess. All Chen Luo's fatigue disappeared, and looking at the radiant Isabella, his heart suddenly felt relieved. He sat up from the bed, held her hand, and asked, "Sasha, will you marry me?" Isabella was stunned. This question caught her off guard. Although they had been together for a long time, and even named their child when they were bored at night, it was the first time he asked her this question so seriously. I do." She did not hesitate or think. After Chen Luo asked this question, she responded to him naturally. Chen Luo stood up, hugged her in his arms, and said, "When the city of the territory is built, we will get married." Outside the window, Brittany left silently, just as she came silently. Chapter 251. After Isabella was shy, she looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Blair, what happened to you just now?" Chen Luo smiled and said, "Nothing, I just miss home." "I miss home too." Isabella lowered her head and said, "I miss Yabo City and Alice. When the war is over, we will go back to Yabo City." Chen Luo held her hand and said, "Anyway, the distance is not far. We can go back to Yabo City at any time." After becoming a great magician, the speed of flying can only be described as incredible. The kingdom of Lauren is not big. It only takes half a day from here to Yabo City. Unlike Chen Luo, Isabella has a special feeling for Yabo City. It is her hometown and where she grew up. When things here are completely settled, Chen Luo will go back with her. Theodore's arrival should be in the next few days. Edward Stern and Helen Stern came here, and were not in a hurry to leave. But Austin didn't seem to like Edward, and it wasn't even that he didn't like him. Chen Luo could see that Austin was very defensive against Edward. After learning that Chen Luo had the Saint Wizard's trump card, he proposed to take Isabella back to Yabo City to live for a while the next day. Isabella was homesick, and after consulting Chen Luo, she returned to Yabo City with her parents. The wizard who was responsible for delivering food to McLean came back, and told Chen Luo that he hadn't touched the food that had been delivered in the past 2 days. Even if he was a great mage, it was impossible for him to fill his stomach by absorbing magic elements. In a few days, he would still starve to death. McLean was tied up in a tree house. The destructive power of the great mage was amazing. If he went crazy, there would be a lot of casualties here before he was subdued. McLean saw Chen Luo and gritted his teeth and said, "You are a fallen, a traitor." "Don't say that." Chen Luo said, "I don't believe in the gods of magic, nor do I believe in the goddess of darkness, so there is no betrayal." McLean said angrily, "Traitors, you will all be punished by the high priest. I advise you to be polite." Chen Luo put a piece of bread in front of him and said, "I'm not in a good mood recently. If you make me angry, I may not be able to help but hit you." McLean opened his mouth, swallowed the words he was about to say, and said, "I will never eat your food even if I die. Eat it if you like." Chen Luo didn't care at all and said, "But don't starve to death before Theodore comes, that will make him think we are abusing prisoners." Chen Luo walked out of the tree house, and came to the tree where he often played chess. Hariel was still there. He was the most boring person Chen Luo had ever seen. He was so bored that he played chess with himself and talked to himself while playing. Chen Luo had suspected more than once whether he had schizophrenia. Hariel looked up at him and said in surprise, "Hey, you look good today. Is it because of that little girl?" "Which little girl?" "The one with light brown hair, who looks like Diana." Chen Luo realized that he was talking about teacher Brittany. There were 2 little girls, who looked like Diana in the diary. One was Catherine, and the other was teacher Brittany. Only teacher Brittany had light brown hair. She asked that question too. Helia glanced at Chen Luo and said, "I thought you told her." He looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Why did you ask that question?" Chen Luo shook his head and said, "Curious." Helia knew that he was not telling the truth, and suddenly said, "Perhaps there is a way to leave this world." Chen Luo looked at him. Helia said, "The holy mage and the holy wizard are not the strongest. If you have the opportunity to see the gods, maybe you can ask them." Chen Luo did not have much hope for this. Who knows what the gods are? What if they are some incredible non-human creatures, and everyone who sees them will die? Isn't he asking for trouble? Then there is no way. Helia shrugged and said, "Come, play chess." Chen Luo and Helia were playing chess leisurely. In the sky, 3 figures were approaching Chen Luo's territory rapidly. Bolton and Theodore stood on the left and right sides of an old man. Bolton looked at the old man in front and asked, "High Priest, what will the temple do about Sage Blair?" The wizards invaded in large numbers, and most of the priests in the temple could not leave. Although only 3 people came this time, there was a high priest at the level of Saint Mage, and Priest Theodore at the peak of Grand Mage. Even if Sage Blair had 5 mages around him, it would be useless. The old man had no expression on his face. Theodore thought for a while, and said, "I have met Sage Blair several times. He doesn't look like a heretic, and he hasn't done anything to harm the continent. I think there must be some reason for this." The old man finally showed some expression on his face, but it was not because of Theodore. His eyes slowly looked down, and his face gradually became solemn. Chen Luo was playing chess with Healy under the tree. At a certain moment, Healy suddenly said, "They are coming." Shortly after he finished speaking, 3 figures fell straight down from the sky and landed not far behind Chen Luo. Theodore looked at Chen Luo and said, "Sage Blair, we meet again." The high priest of the Earth Temple did not look at Chen Luo. His eyes were on Healy from beginning to end. After a long time, he said, "Sir Healy, long time no see." Healy stood up and said, "I didn't expect that you would become the high priest too." Hearing Healy's name, Bolton Werner's face changed. He never thought that there was a holy wizard hidden here. This will directly affect the attitude of the temple towards this matter, and how to deal with it. Chen Luo looked at Healy and asked, "Do you know him?" Healy said, "We had a few fights several decades ago." The high priest said, "It was during the last war. I had no news about you in these years. I thought you were dead." Healy said, "I also thought you went to follow the god of magic." The conversation between the two was not very friendly, but the atmosphere was always harmonious. The high priest was silent for a moment, looked at Healy again, and asked, "The wizards already have 3 holy magicians. Do you want to start a full-scale war that affects the entire continent? Not everyone likes war." Healy looked at Chen Luo and said, "You tell me." The high priest looked at Chen Luo for the first time. This was the first time he saw Blair himself, a sage whose influence on the continent for hundreds of years was second only to the gods. He is a profound scholar, a young and powerful magician, a strong man that even the temple must pay great attention to. Chen Luo looked at them and said, "I have a dream. I dream that one day the continent will no longer be in turmoil. I dream that there will be no war, poverty, and famine in the 4 empires. I dream that one day the dark forest will no longer be dark, and wizards can bathe in the sun with magicians." Chen Luo looked at the high priest of the Earth Temple and Theodore, and spoke slowly. The high priest looked into his eyes, and saw only calm emotions, without the slightest trace of conspiracy. He pondered for a long time, and gradually showed admiration on his face, and said, "You are really a great man." Chapter 252. Bolton Werner watched this scene calmly. Not only did he not expect that there was a holy wizard here, I believe the high priest did not expect it either. Otherwise, he would not come here in person. No matter how many great magicians there were around Sage Blair, they lacked the core deterrence. But as long as there was a holy wizard, the situation would be immediately different. There were already 2 holy wizards in the dark forest, plus Healy, who was older, stronger, and had an immeasurable influence on the continent. Not to mention the Earth Temple. Even if the 4 major temples joined hands, they would have to bow their heads. The high priest had no choice at all, or he had only this one choice, that is, to support Sage Blair. Even if he could not be a friend of the temple, he must not be an enemy of the temple. "Thank you." Chen Luo smiled politely at the high priest of the Earth Temple, and said, "I plan to build a city here, a city where magicians and wizards live in harmony. It welcomes all those who hope for peace, whether they are magicians or wizards." The high priest thought for a while and said, "If everyone can think like the sage, there will be no more wars on the continent." The appearance of Healy made him change his decision, and he had to change it. Because of different beliefs, wizards have always been the source of chaos on the continent. They create killings and wars on the continent. This is why the temple regards them as heretics. But if the wizards can settle down, the temple can accept them. He can only think so. After all, they can't be enemies with 3 holy wizards and a sage at the same time. Moreover, Blair's move is actually more beneficial to the temple. Not all wizards want to overthrow the temple. If such a city exists, it may cause division among wizards, which can greatly weaken the strength of wizards. Since they can no longer be punished, it is better to simply admit it. The high priest looked at Chen Luo and said, "Peace has always been what the temple desires. There are many magicians in the temple who are good at construction. Let the temple help build this city of peace. Qianluo smiled and said, "That's great." The meeting with the temple soon ended in a peaceful atmosphere, which was of course due to Healy, who had been standing next to him. They even took the initiative to provide some benefits for Qianluo, which made Qianluo feel that the temple was not full of stubborn fanatics like McLean. Theodore stood aside until the conversation between Qianluo and the high priest ended. Then he slowly said, "Sage Blair, you have made outstanding contributions to the peace of the continent." Qianluo waved his hand. "This is my dream." His dream was to go home, but this dream was shattered, and Qianluo could only settle for the next best thing. Although some wizards yearn for peace, most of them have the ultimate goal of overthrowing the temple. It is impossible to want world peace. It is not easy to manage your own territory. McLean, who fainted from hunger, was taken away by the high priest. The temple will definitely make a big fuss about this matter. After all, for the temple, this is not a bad thing, but it is different for the wizards in the dark forest. There is no need to hide Healy's identity. For the wizards here, he is a reassurance. Catherine, who heard the news, rushed over, looked at him in disbelief, and murmured, "Saint, you are a saint." Harry smiled lovingly and said, "Little Catherine has grown so big." While speaking, his back was no longer hunched, and the wrinkles on his face gradually disappeared. Although his hair was still gray, he looked very different from the old man Qianluo usually saw. The wizards rushed to pay homage to their saint. Qianluo returned to the Lord's mansion, returned to his room, and sat on the chair. Only then did he feel an unspeakable emptiness. The holy mage was once his hope, but now the fire of hope has been extinguished. He really has no interest in boring meditation and magic practice. He was just upset about not being able to bring teacher Brittany and Isabella back to Earth. After the novelty of magic passed, the disadvantages of this backward era were clearly revealed. There is no internet, no movies, TV series, very little entertainment, and most importantly, those relatives and friends who are engraved in the depths of his soul will never be seen again. Brittany walked in from the door, felt his low mood, and asked, "Blair, are you okay?" Qianluo took a deep breath, smiled, and said, "It's okay. I heard from the Holy Wizard of Healy." She looked at Qianluo and comforted him. The Holy Wizard may not be the end of the magic road. Perhaps, the realm above the Holy Magister can do it? Qianluo shook his head and smiled and said, "The Holy Magister did not have a good end. We don't need to take risks. Our life is pretty good now." Although he was smiling, Brittany saw reluctance in his smile. She wanted to ask the reason for all this, but her lips moved, but she didn't ask. She left Qianluo's room, returned to her own room, and sat silently beside the bed. She didn't meditate, but her mental power was still growing steadily. It wouldn't be long before she would touch the barrier of the Holy Mage. Yabo City. Although the atmosphere on the continent was tense because of the invasion of wizards, as a remote city in a remote kingdom, Yabo City was not greatly affected. The sun rose as usual, the farmers still had to work, and the shops on the street were open as usual. At St. Donis College, students were taking daily classes as usual. The college just canceled some extracurricular practices to avoid unnecessary dangers. Isabella and Alice walked hand in hand on the campus, feeling a lot. This road wasn't like this before. The garden here is so beautifully trimmed. There's a statue of Blair in front of the teaching building. Isabella looked at the statue that was shining because of many touches, and said dissatisfiedly, "I don't know what the principal was thinking, putting the statue of Blair here." Alice smiled and asked, "I'm going to see Triss. Do you want to come with me?" "Go ahead. I wait for you here." Isabella remembered that Triss was rejected by Qianluo when she confessed her love to him, so she naturally wouldn't go with Alice. She was not familiar with Triss, and Triss probably wouldn't like her. After Alice left, she looked around aimlessly, and finally looked at a small house next to the library. There was a sign in front of the hut, which read the sage's former residence. Before moving in with teacher Brittany, Blair seemed to live there. Isabella murmured, and then strode over there. She knew that Qianluo had lived in the utility room before, but when the two of them really got to know each other, he had already moved to teacher Brittany's dormitory. The sage's former residence was open to outsiders, but there were no people at this time. Isabella walked into this narrow utility room, and she didn't know what she remembered, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. The furnishings here were simple, a bed, a table, and the rest were some sundries. Those useful things had been moved away when Qianluo moved. Isabella stayed here for a long time, imagining how Qianluo lived here. In her eyes, this small space also became much warmer. She stayed for a while, and when she wanted to leave, her steps suddenly stopped again. The great magician's powerful mental power made her keenly aware that there seemed to be something on the beam above the hut. She moved her lips and gestured, and soon, the thing on the beam slowly floated over. It was a book, and the 3 words Blair were crookedly written on the cover. Looking at the book floating in the air, Isabella's face showed curiosity. Blair's things? October 3198 of the Divine Grace calendar. She manipulated the wind element to turn a page, and unexpectedly found that it was a diary of Blair. And judging from the date, this was Blair's diary before they knew each other. Specifically, this was a diary written by Blair when he just entered St. Donis, and was in the 1st grade. It should be something he forgot to take away last time he moved. Isabella used the breeze spell to blow away the dust on it, intending to take it back and give it to Chenluo, but she turned a page by accident. She looked up and whispered, "I'm his future wife, so it shouldn't be too much to take a peek. I wonder if he wrote about me in his diary. He must have." Chapter 253. October 13th. Math class is really difficult. I suspect that what Teacher Daisy said is not the common language of the mainland. I just picked up the pen that fell under the table, and then I couldn't understand what she said. Isabella couldn't help laughing. The god of math, the great sage, also has times when he can't understand math, and it's the simple and basic math of the 1st grade. October 15th. I was bullied by Bud again today. Fortunately, there is Toby. Toby is the most trustworthy friend and Blair's lifelong friend. Isabella only then knew how his deep friendship with the fat Toby came about. She smiled and continued to read. On October 16th, Teacher Daisy fell ill. This is really a happy thing. I can use tomorrow's math class to sleep. On October 17th, I can't sleep in math class. Teacher Daisy is replaced by Brittany, a 2nd grade teacher. Why is this math class so short? I hope Teacher Daisy will continue to be sick tomorrow. Isabella instinctively sensed that something was wrong and suddenly became uneasy, but she didn't stop. On October 18th, Teacher Daisy recovered from her illness. She asked me to stand outside the classroom today because I slept in her math class. If it was Teacher Brittany, I would definitely not sleep. On October 19th, Teacher Brittany was in St. Donis, no, in Yabo City, in the Kingdom of Lauren, and in the most beautiful woman in the Shenin continent. Her breasts were also bulging. I want to be a 2nd grade student soon. I want to see her every day. On October 21st, I secretly followed Teacher Brittany. She lived on the 2nd floor of the classroom dormitory. Her balcony could be seen in the garden. It was really a dream place. On October 25th, Toby said he liked Senior Isabella. I like Teacher Brittany. No girl in the college can compare to Teacher Brittany. If I can be with Teacher Brittany, I would be willing to die. As the pages turned, the smile on Isabella's face gradually disappeared, and her rosy face began to turn pale. Footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by Alice's voice. "Sasha, why are you here?" Isabella put away the diary and smiled again, but the smile seemed a little forced. She walked out of the utility room and smiled and said, "I'm just looking around." Alice looked into her eyes and asked, "Why are your eyes red?" Isabella wiped her eyes and said, "The wind was a bit strong, and sand got into my eyes by accident." Alice looked back and saw smoke rising straight into the sky from the residential area not far away. Isabella said, "I want to go back first." Alice looked at her with concern and asked, "Sasha, are you okay?" "No, just a little cold." Isabella hugged her arms and said, I go back first." A warm breeze blew by, and Alice looked up at the warm sun in the sky, with a confused look on her face. In the past 6 months, with the support of the other 3 major temples, the Earth Temple has gradually stabilized the situation in the OS Empire, and even recovered a lost city. There are no more large-scale battles, and in a small range, wizards continue to harass OS's vassal states. In the case of a stalemate between the temple and the wizards, the news that the sage Blair wants to build a city in the east of Lauren without war, killing, and peaceful coexistence of wizards and magicians swept across the continent in a very short time. This news was sent by the Earth Temple. At first, many people suspected that it was a conspiracy of the temple. The sage was once a priest of the temple. This might be a major action against wizards. The Dark Forest did not respond to this news. Instead, some curious magicians went to Lauren to check. As a result, they really found that a city was being built there. There were clergy, and a large number of wizards involved in the construction of the city. The cooperation between clergy and wizards is a subversive thing. Not only that, they also learned some more detailed details. In this major event that is enough to be recorded in the history of the continent, in addition to the high priest of the temple, the powerful holy mage, and the sage Blair, there is also the saint in the wizard legend, the holy wizard Healy. This shows that this incident cannot be a conspiracy of the temple. After careful consideration, it is not difficult to guess that this is actually a compromise of the temple. Sage Blair has an unparalleled influence on the continent, and the Saint Wizard has peak strength. The temple cannot declare war on them, while it is at war with the Dark Forest. This consequence is something that even the four major temples cannot bear together. Sage Blair has a heart that longs for peace. The Sage City, which is about to be built, advocates freedom and equality, justice and the rule of law. Here, there are no magicians and wizards, only residents. There is no war and no killing. It is the only pure land on the continent that believes in the gods. In fact, it is not that no one advocated peace in the past. Every war between wizards and magicians will cause huge losses to both sides. For thousands of years, many pacifists, even wizards and people in the temple, have prayed for peace. But none of them have the influence and strength of the sage. Not only will their appeal for peace be fruitless, but their end will also be much more miserable. This is a major change that has not happened in the continent for thousands of years. If the sage's ideal can be realized, the continent will have a third major force independent of the temple and the wizards. After all, from ancient times to the present, countless people on the continent have prayed for peace. The number of these people is much greater than the magicians of the temple and the wizards of the Dark Forest combined. In this major event, the temple compromised because of the influence of the sage and the strength of the holy wizard, and also had the purpose of weakening the strength of the wizards. After all, no matter how you look at it, wizards are destroyers and chaos makers on the continent. The temple allows wizards who desire peace to live in the sun, which is already a step back, and it is an unprecedented step. In this case, if the wizards continue the war, all their ideas and beliefs will become sins. They will not only become enemies of the temple, but also enemies of the entire continent. It seems that due to this major event, the activities of wizards on the continent have decreased a lot in recent days, and even the Dark Forest seems to have fallen into a long silence. Healy, does Healy know what he is doing? Has the saint betrayed the goddess? The city of sages, the land of peace, has never had peace. As long as the magic gods are alive, there will be no peace on the continent. In the depths of the Dark Forest, there was a commotion in the goddess temple. The long-missing Saint Healy reappeared, which was originally a happy thing. With 3 holy wizards, they had the confidence to face the 4 major temples at the same time, but what they didn't expect was that Saint Healy made a different choice from them. He reached an agreement with the temple to establish a land of peace in the east, which caused signs of division among the wizards. After the news was passed back to the Dark Forest, many wizards expressed their willingness to follow Saint Healy. If it were not for the strict control of the major priests, a large number of wizards would have left the Dark Forest during this period. This would seriously reduce their strength and give the temple an opportunity to take advantage of it. The establishment of the City of Peace seems to be just an insignificant matter, but it is enough to pry the pattern of the entire continent. He gave magicians and wizards a second option besides war. A priest looked at the 2 people sitting at the top and said, "2 saints, this matter cannot be left alone, we must think of a way." "It's not that simple." An old man shook his head and said, "Establishing a city of peace will not be that easy." He didn't say anything more about this matter, looking at the priests below, and said, "Temporarily stop some actions on the continent and quietly wait for the goddess to come. At that time, the goddess will give us new guidance." Chapter 254. The establishment of the City of Peace has made many people describe the sage as benevolent. He is the pioneer of combined magic, the founder of modern science, and a benevolent sage who brought peace to the continent. Chen Luo's initial idea was not that great. He just wanted to have a territory on the continent that was not disturbed by war. Fortunately, with his influence and the strength of Healy, this goal was not difficult to achieve. The resistance encountered by the temple was much smaller than he imagined, which was actually a bit beyond his expectations. He thought that the temple was all stubborn, but now it seems that this is not the case. The wizards in the Dark Forest are obviously more fanatical than them. He doesn't know how much impact this incident will have on the continent. There may be many people attracted to come. I don't know if his small territory can accommodate them. But for now, Chen Luo only needs to focus on the city that is being built. The temple is sincere. Judging from the scale, it is not a problem for this city to accommodate millions of people. Its establishment is a shock to the Dark Forest, and may also stimulate fanatical magicians like McLean. Perhaps some people with bad intentions will come to make trouble, but with the crows watching, there will be no big problems. The crows consulted Chen Luo about the naming of the city. The proposals of Blair City, Sage City, and P City were all rejected by Chenluo. This is a very important matter. He originally planned to discuss it with Isabella before making a decision, but she has been in Yabo City for a whole month and has no intention of returning. So Chenluo went to Yabo City to find her in person. Yabo City, City Lord's mansion. Austin looked at Chenluo and asked, Sasha left yesterday. Didn't you see her? No. Chenluo shook his head. It seems that he and Isabella missed each other perfectly. Although it is only half a day's journey from here to the territory, if she went to the capital or somewhere else on the way, it would delay some time. Austin looked at Chenluo again and asked, Did something happen between you? Chenluo said, Why do you ask? Sasha has been a little bit wrong these days. I asked her and her mother, but she didn't say anything. Austin said, When you go back, ask her what happened. Chenluo nodded and said, I know. Isabella has already gone back, and Chenluo doesn't plan to stay in Yabo City for long, but before he leaves, he still wants to see Alice and Toby. At a manor outside Yabo City, Toby asked Chenluo, Blair, is the story about the City of Peace true? Chenluo gave Toby an affirmative answer and said, Yes, if you are interested, you can live there in the future. Toby shook his head and said, Forget it, Linda likes Yabo City more. We plan to get married next year and stay here. Chenluo smiled and congratulated in advance. Congratulations. Toby smiled embarrassedly and asked, You and senior sister Isabella will be together soon, right? Chenluo said, Maybe earlier than you. Toby lowered his head, paused, and asked, Blair, have you really thought about it? Chenluo affirmed, Of course. Toby sighed and said with some regret, It seems that you are really different from before. I thought you would be obsessed with Teacher Brittany for the rest of your life. I once secretly read your diary. It was all about Teacher Brittany. No matter who saw it, they would think that you only recognized Teacher Brittany for the rest of your life. As his best friend, Toby's choice of words was very particular. Ordinary people would only think that his feelings for Teacher Brittany were so obsessed that they were perverted when they saw Blair's diary. Chenluo was surprised. When did I write a diary? You actually forgot the diary you hid on the beam in the utility room. Toby was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, Men, it's all like this. You actually forgot about this matter. Chenluo realized that Toby should be talking about the former Blair. Although he inherited Blair's memory, at that time, he was concerned about the information about the magic world, so he didn't care about a voyeuristic diary. But Toby's words reminded him that the diary must be destroyed. The voyeuristic diary of the precocious boy Blair had nothing to do with Chenluo. If someone else got it, it would be too shameful. This made Chenluo think of Hariel. Fortunately, he found it early. After leaving Toby's house, Chenluo went to St. Donis College as soon as possible and did not attract anyone's attention. However, Chenluo searched the utility room and did not find the diary in his memory. What he was sure of was that he did not take the diary with him when he moved. Later, the college must have sorted it out. Although it was restored to a certain extent, the diary was taken away. Chenluo observed the dust on the beam and judged from the traces that it should have been taken away recently. God really spared no one. Is this the retribution for peeking at Healy's diary? Although even if this diary was obtained by someone, it would not have any impact on Chenluo, but he always had a strange feeling in his heart. More importantly, this was obviously Blair's fault. What does it have to do with him, Chenluo? When he asked Alice out for tea, Chenluo was still worried about this matter. I heard about the City of Peace. Alice sat up straight, gently stirred the black tea in the cup, then looked at Chenluo with admiration and said, No one has ever done such a thing. I think the people of the mainland will always remember you. Chenluo smiled slightly and said, When the time comes, Alice is welcome to visit there. Alice stopped stirring, looked up at Chenluo, and moved her lips slightly. She wanted to ask him if she had chosen to stay 4 years ago, would the ending be different now? She had buried this question deep in her heart for more than 4 years. When she was about to speak, she chose to give up. Chenluo looked at her and asked, Do you have anything to say to me? Alice smiled and said, Sasha seems to be a little bit off these days. You should pay more attention to her when you see her. This was the second person Chenluo heard this from. He looked at Alice and asked, What's wrong? She has become different since she went to St. Donis College a month ago. Alice thought for a moment and said, I asked her out, but she always refused. When I went to her house to talk to her, she was always absent-minded, as if she had something on her mind. Listening to Alice's words, Chenluo suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Chenluo asked tentatively, Has she been to the utility room next to the library? Alice nodded and said, She stayed there for a long time. Chenluo's eyelids jumped and asked, Did she take something from there? Alice recalled and nodded. It seems to be a book. Boom! Chen Luo's mind seemed to have exploded. He had Blair's memory, and recalled the contents of that diary. Damn, precocious Blair, in that diary, in addition to complaining about not understanding the lessons, and not being able to learn magic, more than 90% of the content was about peeping at Teacher Brittany. This would cause Isabella to have a huge misunderstanding. Although Teacher Brittany, like her, is a very important person to Chen Luo, his feelings for Teacher Brittany are definitely not as perverted as Blair's. He must explain to Isabella as soon as possible, otherwise she doesn't know what she will think of. Chen Luo returned to the territory, and the Lord's mansion as quickly as possible, but he did not see Isabella. Brittany stood at the door of the room with a dazed expression, holding a diary in her hand. On the cover of the diary, the 3 words Blair were written crookedly. Chapter 255. Looking at the diary in Teacher Brittany's hand, Chen Luo felt that it would not be a bad thing if a thunderbolt struck him now. This might be better than letting him face the current situation. After all, people who have not experienced it will not understand the embarrassment of being publicly executed. Damn Blair, why write a diary for no reason? Who would write a diary? This is obviously not Chen Luo's fault, but since he has accepted Blair's body, he must also accept his past, including this diary. There must be an explanation. There must be a way to explain it. Chen Luo looked at Brittany. Brittany said, "Go and explain it to Sasha." Chen Luo was silent for a moment and said, "This matter is not what you think. I will go to Sasha and tell you the truth." After he finished speaking, he walked towards Isabella's room. Brittany looked at his back with a complicated expression. She looked down at the diary in her hand, and a flame suddenly appeared in the air, burning quietly. When the flame was about to touch the diary, it suddenly went out. When she looked up again, she had already made a decision in her heart. The soul came from another world and replaced Blair's body. This was Chen Luo's biggest secret, a secret that he had never mentioned to Teacher Brittany and Isabella. He originally planned to tell them when he was promoted to a holy mage and had the ability to take them through space, but now there was no need. Whether it was meeting Teacher Brittany or meeting Isabella, it was all after he traveled through time. Since he could no longer go back, this matter was not a secret that had to be kept. He could no longer go back to the past, so he had to grasp the present. Chen Luo came to Isabella's room and found that she was not there. There was a letter on the desk, which was addressed to Chen Luo. Chen Luo opened the envelope, read it for a long time, and finally sighed. Isabella left. In the diary, Blair's feelings for Teacher Brittany were so passionate and crazy, which made Isabella doubt Chen Luo's purpose of being with her. At the end of the letter, she sincerely wished Chen Luo and Teacher Brittany, and asked Chen Luo not to look for her. Chen Luo scratched his hair, and began to doubt whether there really was retribution in this world. When he turned back and wanted to explain to Teacher Brittany, he found that she was not in the room either. Helen Stern stood at the door and asked, "What's written in that book?" Chen Luo asked, "Where did Teacher Brittany go?" "She left." Helen walked in, looked into Chen Luo's eyes, and asked, "What happened between you?" "One divine hour ago, I saw the young lady of the Clavis family also left." Chen Luo did not answer her question. He flew high into the sky and looked around. There was only the endless sea and lush jungle. It was easy for the great magician to hide his tracks. If they didn't want to see Chen Luo, he would not be able to find them. The earth could not go back. Isabella left, and Teacher Brittany also left. At this moment, standing high in the sky, the cold wind was biting, and Chen Luo suddenly felt that everything was boring. He slowly landed, and Hariel was still sitting on his stump, saying, "If you want to find those 2 young ladies, one of them is heading south, and the other is heading north. Which one are you going to chase?" While playing chess with himself, Hariel said, "Actually, it's useless to chase anyone, because you can't catch up with any of them." Seeing that Chen Luo didn't speak, he put away the copper coins, with a look of reminiscence in his eyes, and said, "Go, whether it's south or north, you have to make a choice. Maybe your choice is wrong, but you must make a choice first. Your choice may be wrong, but if you do nothing, it will definitely be wrong." Chen Luo didn't choose to go south or north. He chose to go west. The west is the direction of the capital, and also the direction of Yabo City, which is the most likely place for them to go. When he floated up, Hariel suddenly asked, "Does another world and another life really exist?" "Yes." Chen Luo gave him an affirmative answer, then flew up and disappeared into the western sky. Hariel stared at the sky for a long time, as if another world was above this sky. It took Chen Luo less than half a day to reach the capital. Although it was already night, he still went to the Stern family, and Teacher Brittany was not there. He planned to stay in the capital for one night and go to Yabo City tomorrow. In the palace, Christine finished a day's work. As a queen, she was much busier than before. Although the domestic incidents related to wizards had decreased significantly recently, she still had to pay attention to the reforms she had been promoting. After she washed up and prepared to go to bed, a figure suddenly appeared outside the window. There were many powerful magicians in the palace. The only one who could avoid the guards of the palace and come to her bedroom could be a great magician. Christine was not nervous at all, because she was very familiar with the silhouette of that figure. Christine opened the window, and Chen Luo floated in from outside. She looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Shouldn't you be in the territory during this period? Why did you come to the capital?" Chen Luo asked directly, "Senior Christine, did teacher Brittany and Sasha look for you today?" Christine was surprised. "Aren't they with you?" "Something happened." Chen Luo said briefly, "If you know anything about them, please tell me as soon as possible through the Galaxy School." "Something?" Christine asked. "What exactly is it?" Chen Luo said, "Some misunderstandings." Christine asked, "What misunderstanding?" Chen Luo said, "This can't be explained for the time being." Christine thought for a while and asked, "Isabella knew that you liked Brittany and left angrily. Brittany also left because of her guilt?" Chen Luo's lips moved, and just as he was about to speak, Christine shook her head and said, "You don't have to deny it. Your thoughts can't be hidden from my eyes. You like Brittany, and she likes you too. You may not realize this." She looked at Chen Luo and continued, "There is a saying in Luolan, after spending so much time together, there is no pure love between men and women. The three of you have been together for so long, it is difficult not to have this situation. You like Isabella and Brittany, and they will both like you. You can only choose one and give up one. This is the best result. If you retreat when facing the choice, or want to choose both at the same time, then you will lose both." Kristen is like an emotional master, and every word she said touched Chen Luo's heart. "Put your right hand on your chest." Kristen looked at Chen Luo and asked slowly, "Now tell me, Isabella and Brittany, which one would you choose?" Isabella and Brittany are both the most important people to Chen Luo in this world. Chen Luo does not want to hurt any of them, but in the end, he hurts both of them. He used to deliberately avoid this issue and not think about it, but he longed to maintain the life of three people. Kristen's words made Chen Luo unable to avoid it. He thought about it seriously and found that deep in his heart, he really wanted both. He is indeed a scumbag. Chapter 256. Chen Luo did not give Christine an answer, and teacher Brittany would not give him a choice. Christine did not ask him this question, but just said, "I know Brittany. She will not let you make such a choice. She will only avoid you. If there is any news about them, please tell me, senior sister Christine." Chen Luo said softly, and flew out of the window. Christine closed the window and shook her head. Love is too terrible. There was no trace of them in Wangdu, and Chen Luo went to Yabo City, but also did not find them. Chen Luo did not even go to the city lord's mansion in person, but asked Alice to ask indirectly, and the answer he got was that Isabella did not come back. He had asked the scholar Will to mobilize the members of the school. The Galaxy School has many members, all over the continent. If there is any news, he will know it at the first time. After several years of development, the Galaxy School has become the largest academic organization on the continent, and the news is also very well informed. On the third day, Chen Luo got the news of Isabella. She once appeared in a city at the border of Lauren and Gaia. The first thing Chen Luo thought of was that she left Lauren to avoid him. He rushed to Gaia as soon as possible, but lost her trace again. Chen Luo was not worried about her safety. The realm of the Great Mage, coupled with those unique methods, made her rarely rivaled under the Saint Mage. But if she kept avoiding like this, the probability that Chen Luo could explain to her face-to-face was extremely low. In the capital of Gaia, Chen Luo met Tashia again. She had not changed much from a few years ago, but her magic power had improved and reached the level of a great magician. A year ago, her father, King Evans of Gaia, passed the throne of Gaia to her. Now, like Christine, she is the queen of a country. Tashia stroked a strand of hair and said, "I will have people pay attention to the news of Miss Isabella. If she is really in Gaia and appears in the city, it will not be difficult to find her." Chen Luo said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Tashia smiled and said, "I heard about the City of Peace. Did the temple really agree to that?" Chen Luo nodded, "Yes." Tashia looked unbelievable and said, "It's hard to imagine that the temple would allow wizards to live in the city. According to their previous practices, heretics should be completely eliminated. Times are changing." Chen Luo said, "Some old ideas will be gradually abandoned as the times progress. Peace is not easy. Tashia smiled and said, I hope everything goes well. Chenluo left the palace again after not reminiscing with Tashia for long. He didn't plan to look for Isabella like a headless fly. If even the Galaxy School and the royal family couldn't find Isabella, it would be useless for him to run around like this. Tashia watched him leave, turned around and walked back to the building behind her, holding the scepter that symbolized her status as a queen. The moment she held the scepter, her eyes became confused, and a faint light flashed on the blue gem on the top of the scepter. The headquarters of the Galaxy School is located in Gaia. After Chenluo left the palace, he did not go there, but went to Achilles' manor. The Koblenz family is the first magic family in the Gaia kingdom. They have been given blood by the gods since ancient times. There are many such magic families on the continent, and most of the powerful people on the continent today come from these families. Even among all the great magicians, Achilles is the most powerful one. People generally believe that his strength has reached the peak of the great magician, and is only one step away from the holy magician. No one knows why Achilles never went to the temple to break through. It is only known that Achilles gave up magic a long time ago, and put all his energy into academics. He is also a famous scholar in Gaia. He studies a lot of things, and is very diverse. He has almost everything in mathematics, science, literature, and history. Especially in history, he is an authority in the whole continent. When Chenluo visited Achilles, he was sitting in the yard, basking in the sun and reading a thick book. As he approached, Achilles looked up and said, Your growth is much faster than I thought. Sage Blair, can you tell me your last name? The magician does not actively show his mental power, and outsiders cannot see it, but he once took action in front of the temple priest, so his true strength is no longer a secret. Chenluo said, I don't have a last name. Achilles shook his head and said, This is impossible. After the ancestors of the gods' church taught magic, they gave their bloodline power to some loyal believers, which are the many magic families on the continent. Achilles closed the book in his hand and said, These families have the blood of gods, and naturally they also have magical talents that others do not have. For thousands of years, the top masters on the continent almost all came from these families. Ordinary people cannot have such strength at your age. Chenluo said, But I really don't have a surname. Achilles said with great confidence, Your ancestors must have a very prominent surname, which may have been cut off in the inheritance. You know, there are many declining nobles and many declining magic families. Not all magic families can be passed down from ancient times to the present like Clavius and Stern. Chenluo knew very well that Blair was a loser, and there had never been any powerful strong men in his family. Rather than saying that he had the blood of God, it was better to say that this was a benefit for the time traveler. Chenluo did not debate with Achilles about whether he had a surname or not, and nodded, Maybe. Maybe, could you be a god? Achilles looked at him with interest and said, As far as I know, the top geniuses of those magic families have never had such excellent talents as you. Ancient myths once mentioned that the gods may also awaken from their descendants. This is just that Achilles has little experience. Isabella and Brittany, either of them has a talent that can crush Chenluo. Seriously speaking, even Crow's talent is better than his. Chenluo looked at Achilles in surprise, and said, Sir Achilles seems to know a lot about the gods. I have read many precious ancient books. Achilles said, History and ancient mythology are the main directions of my research. Unfortunately, the time when the gods descended is too long ago, and many information cannot be judged true or false. Chenluo asked, How did the gods awaken from their descendants? Achilles explained, Ancient mythology mentioned that the gods can awaken from their descendants with their bloodline power, and descend to the continent again. Of course, this is just a myth, and such a thing has not happened yet. Chenluo asked again, after waking up, The gods of the gods, what's special about them? They are extremely powerful, more powerful than the holy magister. Achilles said slowly, and then added, They can release magic instantly, without spells and gestures, just like Warcraft, but they are much more powerful than Warcraft. Chenluo smiled and said, Unfortunately, I am not. Maybe they haven't awakened yet. Achilles just said it casually. In fact, he didn't believe this possibility. He didn't mention it anymore, looked at Chenluo again, and asked, Will you accept my invitation to lunch? Chenluo nodded, and added, If there is no turtle for lunch. Chapter 257. This lunch was quite standard, with neither roasted turtle nor turtle soup. Achilles studied history and mythology, which can be traced back to before the gods came. Chenluo hoped to get more information about the gods from him. Before the gods came, the ancestors used many kinds of writing. After the gods came, they unified the writing of the continent, which led to the loss of writing before the divine language. Until now, the history before the gods came has been untraceable. Although the gods have not shown any traces since ancient times, both magicians and wizards will feel the presence of magic gods or dark goddesses when they are promoted to the holy level, which means they are still there, perhaps in the realm of gods, or perhaps somewhere else. The magic gods and the dark goddess are mortal enemies. In ancient times, there seemed to be a war between the gods, and the result was that the dark goddess was defeated. I wonder if the goddess of wisdom is still alive. She participated in the war, but since then, there has been no news of the goddess of wisdom on the continent. There are no miracles, no temples. I guess she may have fallen. Chen Luo looked at Achilles and said, all the ancient books on the continent have never described the war of the gods. Achilles said, I once found a stone tablet in an ancient ruins. There is an ancient text on the stone tablet that is different from the common language. Over the years, I have been trying to interpret them and have made great gains. After reading many ancient books that have existed for a long time, Chen Luo also realized that the history of the gods seemed to be deliberately hidden. I'm afraid that only those texts that have disappeared have a small number of records. Chen Luo murmured, in the war of the gods, the goddess of darkness failed, the goddess of wisdom fell, will the gods also fall? This is just my guess. Achilles said, if the gods can descend or awaken in the descendants with their blood, then they should be based on souls or spirits. Only the extinction of souls and spirits is the real fall. This guess is not difficult to understand. To a certain extent, Chen Luo's soul or spirit occupied Blair's body, allowing him to survive as another person. But in this case, it is obviously not a good thing for those so-called descendants of gods. Their own will may be swallowed up, and their bodies will be occupied. Before leaving, Achilles reminded him, it is not so easy to build a city of peace. History tells us that the temple is not as simple as it seems. The Koblenz family has a long history, and Achilles is a scholar specializing in history. Chen Luo always feels that he knows a lot of things he doesn't know. He couldn't help but ask one more question, what kind of unsimple? Achilles said, although the gods haven't descended for a long time, they occasionally send messengers. In history, there have been several times when the power of wizards reached its peak, exceeding the sum of the 4 major temples, but they were eventually destroyed in a very short time. In these wars, there were shadows of messengers. This made Chen Luo think of the wizard's messenger. According to Achilles, the strength of the gods' messengers should be far beyond that of ordinary holy magicians or holy wizards, but since they have the ability to destroy wizards, why don't they just cut the grass and root it out to prevent future troubles? These days, the situation on the continent seems calm, but in fact it is getting more and more complicated. Thinking of Isabella and Brittany who left, Chen Luo suddenly felt a headache. OS Empire Earth Temple. Under the influence of Sage Blair, the number of people calling for peace on the continent increased dramatically, and even the wizards were affected, which forced the wizards to slow down their actions, and the temple was able to take a short breath. The high priest recalled several priests who were guarding outside, and martial law was imposed inside the temple. It seemed that something important happened. Deep in the temple, on an altar several feet high, the high priest looked at McLean and asked, have you really thought it through? McLean knelt in the center of the altar, with a firm look in his eyes, and said, let's start. Including Theodore, the few priests who stayed in the hall all looked at McLean on the altar. There is a great possibility of death or madness for a great magician to be promoted to a holy magician. There are many great magicians on the continent who are qualified for promotion, but they do not have the courage to be promoted. If he had not received the favor and grace of the gods, there would have been only 2 outcomes for McLean, going crazy or dying. This was most likely the last time they would see Priest McLean. The high priest looked at the altar and whispered, let's get started. He and the other 5 priests stood at the 6 corners of the altar, their lips trembling and their gestures changing rapidly. On the altar, the earth elements began to gather crazily, but they did not condense into substance. McLean knelt on the altar, bathing in the enriched magic elements, with his hands crossed in front of his chest, and murmured devoutly, great God of magic, please listen to the prayers of your devout believers. The earth element continued to condense, and the figure of McLean on the altar gradually became unclear. A thick earth cocoon gradually wrapped him up. The priests had stopped the magic, but the earth element was still condensing. With McLean as the center, an elemental storm was set off on the altar. Several priests quickly retreated to the bottom of the altar, their faces began to become solemn, and their eyes were fixed on the center of the altar. The elemental cocoon became thicker and thicker, and it seemed that even the surrounding space was affected. In their eyes, the entire altar was seriously distorted. At a certain moment, the elemental storm suddenly stopped, and the sense of space distortion disappeared in an instant. The altar returned to its original state, with only a huge earth cocoon standing there. Everyone's eyes were focused on the earth cocoon. Crack! After an unknown period of time, a crisp sound suddenly came to their ears. A crack appeared on the earth cocoon in the center of the altar. The cracks grew bigger and bigger, and began to spread across the entire earth cocoon. Finally, the entire earth cocoon collapsed with a loud bang. A figure emerged in the center of the altar. McLean had already stood up from his kneeling position. He ignored the priests present, took a deep breath, shook his head and said, "What a terrible place." As the voice fell, a strong breath gradually emanated from his body. Including the high priest, everyone present felt that their mental power seemed to be suppressed, and they lowered their heads unconsciously. A priest looked at McLean and murmured, "Priest McLean, you succeeded?" McLean. The figure nodded and said to himself, "Is it his name?" The high priest showed a vigilant look on his face, staring at him intently. You are not McLean, who are you?" Upon hearing this, the faces of several priests changed, and they began to condense magic elements. However, when they tried to do so, they found that the magic elements in this space were not under their control at all, including the high priest at the level of Holy Magister. This was not a difference in mental power, but a crushing at the level of rules. McLean glanced at them and said, "Perhaps you can call me an envoy." Chapter 258. No one, including the high priest of the Earth Temple, had expected such a situation. McLean was promoted to Saint Mage, but became the messenger of God. They did not doubt the identity of the messenger. There has always been such a legend in the temple, but is this the way the messenger descended? The messenger occupied McLean's body. So what about McLean? The figure who claimed to be the messenger slowly walked down the altar and said lightly, "Who can introduce me to the current situation of the continent?" The high priest bowed his head and said, "Mr. Messenger, not long ago, the wizards started a war again. The sages established the city of peace in the east of the continent." The messenger asked, "Sage, what sage?" "He is a scholar with great influence on the continent." The high priest said, "In the city of peace, magicians can coexist peacefully with wizards." The messenger looked at him indifferently and said, "Wizards are heretics, and those who have relations with wizards are also heretics. Heretics should be destroyed." The high priest moved his lips, but still did not say anything. Theodore suddenly looked at the messenger and asked, "Mr. Messenger, where is Priest McLean?" The other 4 priests all changed their expressions when they heard this. Obviously, this was a question that should not be mentioned. The messenger looked at him, grinned, and said, "He has dedicated his soul to the gods. Find a quiet place, I need to rest." The messenger instructed the high priest, then looked at Theodore again and said, "As for you, go and bring the sage here." Several priests temporarily suppressed the matter of McLean. The messenger came and showed his absolute strength in front of him. There was no doubt that the war was about to end. Almost every time, when the temple was forced to a certain extent by the wizard, the messenger would come to calm the war on the continent. Theodore flew out of the temple, but was not in a hurry to carry out the messenger's order. He came to the dungeon of the temple, walked straight to the depths of the dungeon, looked at a figure with his hands bound, and said, "The messenger has come. I advised you." Zarathus raised his head and asked with a smile, "Has McLean disappeared?" Theodore said, "He became a messenger." Zarathus shook his head and said, "No, he is dead." Theodore showed confusion on his face and murmured, "McLean is my friend, I know him, he is very pious to God, why is this happening? If he was not so pious, perhaps he would not be occupied by those things." Zarathus sneered, "Something once wanted to enter my body, but it did not succeed. At that time, I knew that this was just a scam. Now it seems that even those holy magicians whose bodies were not occupied, their disappearance is related to the so-called God." Theodore was silent for a long time, and finally asked a question that a temple priest should not ask. "What exactly is the God we believe in?" After asking Achilles some questions, Chenlua left Gaia and returned to Lauren, but did not return to the territory. He first went to Yabo City and learned from Alice that Isabella had not returned, so he left Yabo City again. Yabo City, Herman Manor. In Alice's room, she looked at the absent-minded figure sitting next to her, sighed softly, and said, "Are you going to hide from Blair forever?" Isabella lowered her head and whispered, I don't know." Alice was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, "Actually, you don't know how much I envy you." Isabella was stunned for a moment, turned her head and looked at her and asked, What? Alice took a deep breath and said, "I envy you for being able to stay with Blair all the time. How I wish I were you." Isabella looked at her in a daze. Alice, you. Actually, I liked Blair a long time ago. When Alice said what she had buried in her heart, she breathed a sigh of relief, and the whole person relaxed, saying, when facing Baird, facing that evil senior magician, he asked us to escape first, I fell in love with him. The thing I regret most is leaving St. Donis College and leaving Yabo City. Alice smiled self-deprecatingly and said, if I had chosen to stay like you at that time, the result might have been very different. She didn't look at Isabella, but looked forward and continued, you left Blair. I thought I would be very happy, but I didn't. I envy you very much. Alice looked at Isabella and said, I once thought that even if I couldn't be his wife, I would be willing to be his lover, but Blair only had eyes for you. Later, I thought that if I could be neighbors with you for a lifetime, it would be enough. Isabella looked at her, is this why you became friends with me? At first, but not later. Alice smiled and said, because you are really likable. If I were Blair, I would like you too. Isabella was relieved. If her best friend approached her with such a purpose, she would be very sad. Alice comforted her, go find Blair. I don't know what misunderstandings have occurred between you, but if I were you, I would definitely ask him in person. Isabella lowered her head and whispered, I dare not. She was afraid of hearing another result. Seeing that she was already somewhat tempted, Alice smiled and said, if you don't go find him, don't blame me. I am willing to be Blair's lover. This is my chance. Isabella snorted and said, go ahead. If Blair agrees, I have no objection. Alice looked at her and asked, really? Really. Isabella said indifferently, as long as the eldest daughter of the Herman family is willing to be someone else's lover. Just kidding. Alice smiled. She shook her head and said, you are Blair's wife, and I am his lover. Am I inferior to you? I don't want to be compared to you. Isabella suddenly held her hand and said, Alice, thank you. Alice looked at her with a smile. You're welcome, we are friends. Isabella stood up and said, I will ask Blair clearly. Alice said sincerely, I hope you will be together forever. Looking at Isabella's back as she couldn't wait to leave, Alice's smile was a little bitter. In fact, she was not joking. After leaving Yabo City, Chenluo went to the capital again, and there was no news from them, so he could only return to the territory first. When he returned to his room, he saw the figure sitting by the bed. He was stunned for a moment, and appeared in front of her in an instant. Sasha. He held Isabella's hand tightly, fearing that she would run away again like before. Seeing Chenluo's nervous expression, Isabella's nose was sore and her eyes were a little wet. She held back her tears, looked up at Chenluo, and asked, do you have anything to say to me? Chenluo nodded and said, I have a lot to say to you. Catherine stood at the door of the room and said awkwardly, maybe I came at the wrong time, but Brother Blair, Priest Theodore has been waiting for you for a day. Chapter 259. Chenluo looked at Catherine and said, since he has been waiting for a day, he should not mind waiting a little longer. He still felt that the current matter was more important, but Isabella suddenly said, maybe he has something important to do. You should go see Priest Theodore first. I will wait for you here. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little scared, afraid of what he was about to say to her. What if he said that he has always liked Teacher Brittany? What if he said that he liked herself? What would Teacher Brittany do? Neither of these two results seemed to be what she wanted. Isabella's head was in a mess, and she fell into endless contradictions and entanglements. Isabella had already spoken, so Chenluo had to go see Theodore first. Theodore was arranged in a tree house. When Chenluo walked over, he saw him standing quietly outside the tree house, like a sculpture. Chenluo walked over and asked, Priest Theodore, is there anything important? Theodore turned around and looked at Chenluo, saying, I am here to take Mr. Blair back to the temple on the orders of the messenger. Chenluo's eyes fixed. Messenger? Achilles had told him about the messenger, and made a guess that the messenger was a servant of the gods, who came from the realm of the gods to help the temple consolidate its rule on the continent. The messenger has the power bestowed by the gods, which is far more powerful than the average holy mage. When McLean was promoted to the holy mage, the messenger descended on him. Theodore said, he denied the city of peace, and he said you are a heretic like the wizard. The messenger descended on McLean. This sentence contained a lot of information. Chenluo temporarily suppressed his doubts, looked at Theodore and said, so you want to fight me? Theodore said, sorry, I'm still a temple priest. In the tree house in the seaside forest, the wizards lived as usual. The city of peace will be built soon. From now on, they will not have to live in the dark. This is what every wizard who yearns for peace has been praying for a long time. Under the old tree, Healy suddenly raised his head. In the city of peace under construction, crows suddenly flew into the sky. In the Lord's mansion, Isabella's eyes also looked into the depths of the sea. On the calm sea, I don't know when, suddenly there were surging waves, the strong wind blew away the clouds, the magic elements gathered abnormally, and then exploded. The wind blade cut through the air. The burning meteorite fell from the sky. The seawater in a radius of hundreds of feet condensed into ice, and was melted by the blazing flames. Theodore's figure fell into the sea, and soon flew into the sky again. His hair was messy and his clothes, wet by the seawater, clung to his body. Qianluo floated in the air, looking down at the embarrassed Theodore. Theodore was very strong. He was the strongest person under the high priest of the Earth Temple. His mental power might be almost the same as that of the Holy Mage. If he had not gained something in the past 6 months, it would not be so easy to defeat him. The holy level magic that the crow gave him played a significant role in it. Before he was promoted to the Grand Mage, when he tried to release that magic, his mental power would be torn and dragged into the bottomless abyss. After he was promoted to the Grand Mage, his mental power was more condensed, and he could stop at the brink when his mental power was about to be swallowed by the black hole. It was precisely because of this constant exploration on the edge of death that Qianluo gained some new insights into the magic elements, which greatly increased his ordinary magic. He could switch between the 4 types of magic at will, and he was more comfortable using combined magic. A few years ago, when he first met Theodore, Qianluo felt that he was unmatchedly powerful. Now, the once invincible existence can no longer last long under his hands. Theodore did not attack again and sighed, "I never thought that the sage was so powerful." Qianluo looked down at him and asked, "Are you still fighting?" Theodore shook his head and turned to fly towards the coast. Qianluo followed behind him. Theodore was obviously not here to take Qianluo to the temple as he said. Qianluo had already seen this when he was fighting with him just now. He had no hostility towards Qianluo. 3 figures stood on the coast, namely Isabella, Harry and Crow. Theodore was suspended in the air, looking back at Qianluo, and said, "Next time, perhaps the messenger will come in person. He will not allow the existence of the city of peace. You must be prepared." "Messenger." Harry's face condensed slightly, the crow's pupils shrank, and only Isabella looked confused. Theodore finally said to Qianluo, "I'm leaving. I will personally verify what the gods that magicians believe in are." Qianluo looked at him and said, "Goodbye." Theodore did not say goodbye this time. He looked at Qianluo at last and whispered, "We should not see each other again." Theodore's thin figure quickly disappeared from Qianluo's eyes. Isabella flew to Qianluo and asked, "Blair, what is the messenger he mentioned?" "The messenger of the gods." The crow said, "Whenever the chaos on the continent caused by wizards exceeds the control of the temple, the god of magic will send down messengers, who have more power than ordinary holy magicians." Healy sighed and said, "What is coming will come sooner or later." Isabella finally learned from Qianluo that there was an unprecedented crisis here. Qianluo thought for a while and said, "Sha, you go back to Yabo's city first. I will go back to find you after this matter is over. I want to be with you." Isabella said firmly, "I am also a great magician. I can protect myself and help you." The great magician seems to be very strong, but in this level of battle, I am afraid it will not play any role. The high priest of the Earth Temple, together with the messenger, now has 2 powerful holy wizards. The messenger who took over McLean's body, in addition to his own strength, may have some other means. After all, the means of the gods, even in the eyes of Qianluo today, there are many incredible. Qianluo's heart was full of helplessness. In the land of divine grace, what he feared most was not the temple, but the illusory gods. He knew almost nothing about the gods. The only thing that could be relieved was that the dark forest was their biggest threat. Before solving the problem there, the Earth Temple would not focus its main energy here. Regarding the arrival of the messenger, Qianluo had asked Crow to send someone to inform the 2 holy wizards in the dark forest. Although they had no friendship, they had a common enemy. They must reach an agreement on the matter of the temple. The construction of the City of Peace was also stopped immediately, and the balance and restriction with the temple was broken. The wizards here needed to be evacuated. Fortunately, they had enough time. Crow seemed to know a lot about the messenger. He told Qianluo that the messenger who came in this way would need at least a few months to completely control the new body. Qianluo was surprised. "Why are you so familiar with this kind of thing?" Crow scratched his head and said, "I have seen the matter of the messenger in the records of an ancient magic family." Qianluo did not delve into this issue. In any case, this is good news. After Theodore left, he had to face the previous problem again. He looked at Isabella opposite, thought for a while, and asked, "If I say that the diary was not written by me, do you believe it?" Chapter 260. Isabella looked at Qianluo and asked, "Do you think I believe it?" Qianluo said helplessly, "To be precise, it was written by me, but not by me." Isabella said, "Blair, are you discussing philosophy with me?" Qianluo shook his head and said, "I mean, it was written by Blair, but not by Qianluo." Isabella looked into his eyes, and said seriously, "Blair, I hope you can explain it to me seriously." Qianluo was actually very serious. He was just worried that Isabella could not accept this reality. When he first came to the land of God's grace, he planned to bury this secret in his heart for the rest of his life. Later, he met teacher Brittany and Isabella, and they spent so much time together day and night that they gradually became a part of his heart that he could not let go of. He wanted to wait until he became a holy mage and had the ability to leave here before telling them and asking about their choices. Now it is not necessary. Qianluo looked at Isabella and asked, "Do you remember the messenger that priest Theodore just mentioned?" Isabella said, "Of course, he left not long ago." Qianluo said, "The messenger's soul occupied McLean's body, and he became McLean." Although it sounds incredible that the soul occupies someone else's body, it is a fact that has already happened. After being shocked, Isabella has accepted this cognition. She glanced at Qianluo. "Does this have anything to do with what we are going to talk about?" Qianluo looked at her and said, "Actually, I am not Blair. My soul occupies Blair's body." Isabella said disappointedly, "Blair, I hope you can be honest. Have you never doubted why Blair, a magic waste, suddenly became a magic genius? Why he who failed math became the god of math, and he knew so much advanced scientific knowledge even though he had never studied science?" Isabella was stunned for a moment. It's not that she didn't doubt these things, but just as her magic talent suddenly awakened after she was 17 years old, compared with her godlike promotion speed, what happened to Blair was not so surprising. He can awaken his magic talent. Why can't Blair awaken his wisdom? She looked at Qianluo instinctively and found that his expression was very serious. You are not Blair?" Isabella's voice suddenly trembled, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Qianluo knew what she was thinking and said, "That happened before you knew me." Isabella suddenly remembered that because of the conflict at the beginning, she had secretly investigated Blair. His personality had changed a lot in a short period of time. She was surprised for a while that the stupid and cowardly magic waste in the academy suddenly awakened his magic and mathematical talents. This dispelled some of the fear in her heart. At least, Blair was still the Blair she knew. From beginning to end, she only knew one Blair. Isabella looked at Qianluo and asked tentatively, Are you also a messenger?" "No." Qianluo shook his head and said, "I came from another world. For some reason, my soul came to the Shinan continent." Isabella seemed to remember something and asked, "So you study magic so hard and want to become a holy mage, just to return to your world?" Qianluo nodded and said, "Yes." Isabella was suspicious again. "There really is another world. You are not lying to me to explain the diary, right?" Qianluo stretched out a hand. Without chanting a spell or making a gesture, a fireball appeared in his palm. He looked at Isabella and asked, "Can a magician from the Shinan continent do this?" Isabella looked at this scene in surprise. "How can you not use spells and gestures?" Qianluo said, "Maybe it's because my soul comes from another world. This is just his guess. Until now, he has not found the real reason." He looked at Isabella and said, "This is my biggest secret. I'm sorry I told you only now." Isabella was still a little confused and murmured, "Does teacher Brittany know?" Qianluo shook his head and said, "I only told you this secret." Isabella suddenly felt a little happy. Finally, there was a secret that she knew but teacher Brittany didn't know. Then she realized that now was not the time to be happy. This huge, shocking and unexpected secret destroyed her cognition of the world. He looked Qianluo up and down and asked, "Then, what kind of world is that?" Qianluo thought for a while and said, "The people there don't know magic or witchcraft, but the science there is very developed, thousands of years ahead of the Shinan continent. They don't know how to fly, but they can use the power of science to fly into the sky and even onto the moon. The power of their weapons is greater than super-level or even holy-level magic." Isabella couldn't imagine what kind of world it was. She was full of curiosity, but she didn't know what to ask. She finally looked at Qianluo and asked, "What kind of person are you in that world?" "Teacher." Qianluo said, "Like teacher Brittany, a math teacher." Isabella suddenly realized something. She looked at Qianluo and asked, "You mean that diary was written by the former Blair, not you?" Qianluo breathed a sigh of relief. After saying so much, she finally realized the point. Qianluo nodded and said, "Do you think I would write that kind of thing?" Isabella asked, "Then do you like teacher Brittany?" Chen Luo said honestly, in the Shannon continent, you and teacher Brittany are both the most important people to me. Although this was not the answer she wanted, Isabella didn't ask any more questions. She didn't force Chen Luo to choose between them, because teacher Brittany was also very important to her. In Isabella's heart, she was no different from her biological sister. This feeling was very strange, and even she herself couldn't tell why. It seemed that they had known each other for a long time, and their relationship was even closer than it is now. As long as she could be happy, she was even willing to sacrifice her own happiness. This was the reason why she took the initiative to leave after getting the diary. If teacher Brittany knew that this diary was written by the former Blair, she might be hurt even more. Isabella suddenly looked at Chen Luo and said, I will go to teacher Brittany, and you think about how we should deal with the temple and the messenger. The misunderstanding between him and Isabella was finally explained, and Chen Luo was relieved. Not only that, he no longer had to keep the heavy secret in his heart alone, as if the huge stone in his heart had been removed, and he felt relieved. He held out his hand to Isabella and said, My name is Chen Luo, and I'm glad to meet Miss Isabella. I forgive you this time. Isabella put her hand in his palm and said, Don't make me and teacher Brittany angry again. After explaining the diary to Isabella, Chen Luo had to discuss with Crow and Healy how to face the temple and the messenger. After all, their strength could not completely compete with the temple. After Chen Luo left, Isabella stood in the yard, thinking of the scene just now, and suddenly stretched out her hand, without chanting a spell or making a gesture. Bang! After a slight sound, a ray of red light suddenly appeared in her surprised eyes. Chapter 261. Isabella stared at the flame suspended in the air, thinking that she was having an illusion. She waved her hand to extinguish the flames, and tried to release the fireball again without spells and gestures, only with mental power, but this time it did not work. She tried many times again, but the result was still the same. This made her more suspicious whether she had an illusion just now. As a person born and raised in the land of God's grace, it is impossible for her to be free from spells and gestures to cast magic. After several failures, she stopped trying. There were many strange things that happened to her. If something like this happened again next time, she would ask Blair. Thinking of Blair, her expression was trance again. The Blair she knew and liked came from another world. Even now, when she thought of this matter, she still felt a little difficult to calm down. Based on Isabella's understanding of him, he should not deceive her about such things. If this is true, the one who liked teacher Brittany was the former Blair, and the one who wrote the diary was also the former Blair. She had no reason to be angry with him now, because of these things. This is also the reason why she did not hold on to this matter. However, Isabella knew very well that even in the heart of the current Blair, teacher Brittany occupied a very important position, and she could never replace her. Her heart was filled with extremely complex emotions, and she could not sort them out for a while, so she could only suppress them temporarily. Compared with this matter, the threat from the temple and the messenger was obviously more urgent and important. After Chen Luo and Isabella separated, they went directly to find Healy. It was not enough to just evacuate the wizards. Since the messenger had already appeared, he would definitely take action against the wizards. Chen Luo was already involved in this matter, and could not get away easily. Crow was also here. After thinking for a moment, he said, the messenger descended on the Shannon continent with his soul, and he needed at least the body of the great mage as a carrier. The stronger the power of the carrier, the stronger the power the messenger could exert. But before that, he needed to devour the soul of the great mage to best adapt to the new body. This sounded similar to rebirth by taking over another body, which made Chen Luo think of himself. His situation seemed to be different. When he just came here, Blair's soul had disappeared. This might be the reason why he was able to adapt to this body quickly. The crow continued, it will take at least 3 months to fully adapt to the new body and exert all the strength. After 3 months, the messenger will be invincible in the Divine Grace continent. Chen Luo looked at the crow, invincible. The crow nodded and said, I have read many records about messengers and found that they have a great restraining effect on magic and witchcraft. They can even deprive the holy mage of the elemental control. The holy wizard will be greatly suppressed in front of them, and can only exert the strength of a great wizard. Chen Luo's expression was a little serious. Depriving the holy mage of the elemental control, and suppressing the realm of the holy wizard, the messenger was more powerful than he imagined. No wonder the war between wizards and magicians has never been won. As long as the messenger of the temple comes, how can the wizard win? The crow paused for a moment and said, the wizard's only chance is to kill him before he completely controls the new body. If he completely controls this body, he will be invincible. Chen Luo thought for a moment and said, It seems that we must go to the dark forest. Facing a common enemy, this time, they had to stand on the side of the wizard. There are 2 holy wizards in the dark forest. With Healy, there are 3. Shenluo can be counted as half, and with the crow, it can barely make up 4. With this lineup, even if the high priests of the 4 major temples gather together, they are not without the power to fight. He can't wait for the messenger to come to him. Even if it is a holy mage, he will find it difficult to defeat him, let alone the mysterious messenger. Thinking of an important thing, Shenluo looked at the crow and asked, "Do the other 3 major temples have messengers?" One messenger can already subvert the entire continent. The crow said, "As far as I know, in every war, the 4 major temples will only send 1 messenger, but this does not mean that they will only send 1 each time. According to Shenluo's guess, it is very likely that they think that 1 messenger can handle all the situations on the continent. After all, the messenger's ability is too powerful. In the Divine Grace continent, they are gods. If the messenger's arrival path cannot be cut off, I am afraid their crisis will never be eliminated. Who knows how many messengers they will send in the future?" Shenluo thought of another question and asked, "Since the messenger is so powerful, why can wizards still exist today?" "I don't know." The crow said, "Every time they come, their target is only the Saint Wizard and the Upper Wizard, and they rarely attack low-level wizards. It sounds like cutting leeks." Shenluo feels that the situation in the Shinin continent is becoming more and more confusing. The messenger, the priest who was possessed, and the strange way of coming. From Theodore's performance, I am afraid that even the 4 major temples don't know the inside story. Harry listened quietly on the side, his expression was always calm, and he didn't even express his own opinion. This looks quite weird. But there is more weirdness in him than this. As the only saint among wizards, his ideal is not to lead wizards to overthrow the temple, but to play chess and cheat for a copper coin. He is a wizard who uses witchcraft, but he has no respect for the goddess of darkness. Except for the 3 words Diana and the diary, nothing seems to make his mood fluctuate. He is more like a sage than Shenluo. After discussing everything with Crow, Shenluo plans to take Isabella back to Yabo City, or the capital first. It is no longer safe here. Helia suddenly asked, "How can you be so sure that there are other worlds besides the Shinin continent?" Shenluo was of course sure, because he came from there. Of course, he couldn't tell Helia this. The vastness of the universe is beyond our imagination. He looked at Helia and said, "We can neither guarantee that the Shinin continent is the only planet with life in this universe, nor can we guarantee that there are no other similar but different universes parallel to it. Perhaps, in another universe, there is another world with different civilizations, where people don't know magic and witchcraft, but technology is extremely advanced. Or perhaps, it is a strange continent, where, in addition to humans, there are elves and dragons living. The theory of parallel space has not been confirmed on Earth, but Shenluo's personal experience has left him with no doubts about it. Since there is Earth and the Shinin continent, there must be another universe. Different universes have different civilizations, and the descriptions of fantasy novels or science fiction movies may not necessarily become reality. The Earth has a technological civilization, while the Divine Grace continent has a magical civilization. If we think about it this way, perhaps other universes also have fighting civilizations and immortal cultivation civilizations. Harry looked at Shenluo and said slowly, "Imagine that if a person with magic descends to an ancient world without magic, then they are gods." Shenluo looked at Harry and asked, "Do you suspect that the gods come from another world?" Harry did not answer his question directly, but said calmly, "I used to think that the stronger the mental power, the deeper the understanding of the mystery of witchcraft. This is indeed the case. As the mental power increases, I continue to become stronger, but when I was promoted to a holy wizard, I felt a kind of imprisonment, a kind of spiritual imprisonment. This imprisonment comes from the goddess." Zarathus also said something similar. He believed that all magicians were imprisoned by the gods. Otherwise, magicians should be like wizards and monsters, releasing magic freely. Helia looked at Shenluo and asked, "Is it possible that all the gods come from another world, a world of magic and witchcraft?" Shenluo knew very well what would happen when an advanced civilization discovered a weak or backward civilization. History told him that it was either annihilation or colonization and plunder. There was no colonization on the Shinin continent. If the gods came from another world and had a more advanced magic civilization, then what did they plunder from here? Shenluo suddenly remembered the disappeared holy magic masters. He had a vague guess in his mind. Chapter 262. Perhaps what the gods need is a holy mage. After being promoted to a holy mage through the temple, the messenger will easily occupy the body and destroy the soul. McLean is not the only one, and the holy mage, who was promoted before, may have the same experience. Suppose the gods come from a world of advanced magic civilization. Because of some accident or purpose, they came to the land of God's grace, and found that the humans here also have magic talent, but they are still in ignorance, and do not know how to use magic. So they taught the ancestors magic, built temples, enjoyed the faith and worship of magicians, and for some purpose, restricted the use of mainland magic. After being promoted, the holy mage will disappear in a short time. This time is 3 months to 6 months, which coincides with the time when the messenger devours the host's soul. And this situation seems to only appear among magicians, and the holy wizard will not disappear, otherwise Chenluo would not be able to see Healy. So, the holy mage, or the messenger who came to the land of God's grace, should have mastered the way to leave here. All this is just Chenluo's current speculation, and it can only be verified by the messenger. 3 months is not a long time. They must go to the dark forest immediately to discuss with the other 2 holy wizards. Earth Temple. The high priest stood under the statue, and Theodore walked in from outside. The high priest was not surprised that there was no sage Chenluo beside him. With Healy, even if he went there in person, he could not do what the messenger asked. But messengers are messengers after all. They represent the gods, and the temple cannot violate the messenger's orders. Theodore looked at him and asked, "McLean's family is outside the temple, asking about McLean. What should I tell them?" The high priest was silent for a moment and said, "Tell them that priest McLean failed to be promoted and has fallen." Theodore said, "You know this is not true, and they will know it sooner or later." The high priest's face also showed confusion. He has always known the existence of the messenger, but he did not expect that the messenger would come in this way. Could it be that the messenger has come several times in the past thousands of years, all at the cost of the sacrifice of a priest? The temple has a complete history from the age of the gods to the present, but there has never been a description of these. This did not shake his faith in the gods. He believed that there must be some reason for this. If the situation on the continent can be stabilized, then McLean's sacrifice will be meaningful. For the sake of faith, he would not hesitate even if he sacrificed himself. Theodore pondered for a moment and said, "I want to be promoted to the holy mage." The high priest looked at him. When the second holy mage appears in the temple, as the high priest, he can pray to the gods, and go to the realm of the gods through the altar. This is a secret that only the high priest of the temple knows. The holy mage is not the end of the magic road. There is a more vast magic world outside the divine grace continent. That is where the messengers come, and where the gods are. Theodore is the next candidate for the high priest of the temple. A few years ago, he could be promoted to the holy mage, but he has not decided. The high priest has been waiting for this day for a long time. However, at this moment, when Theodore took the initiative to bring up this matter, he did not agree immediately. He thought for a moment and said, "It's not the right time yet. Wait until you are completely ready." Theodore said, "I am ready." "No, you are not," the high priest said calmly, and before Theodore could speak again, he was blown out of the hall by a gust of wind. He raised his head, and the door of the hall suddenly closed. He glanced at the door of the hall and turned away. The high priest stood under the statue of the god of earth magic, and slowly raised his head. This statue has stood here for thousands of years, and is still intact. The door of the hall was closed, the light inside the hall was dim, and the huge statue stood in the darkness, adding a bit of coldness to the hall. The Temple of Earth, where the altar is located. Bolton Werner looked at Theodore in surprise and asked, "Priest Theodore is going to be promoted to Holy Magister?" To be promoted to Holy Magister, 6 great magisters are needed to assist. Theodore looked at the 6 priests around him, and said, "Thank you for your help." Bolton looked at Theodore, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Priest Theodore, do you want to reconsider it?" Everyone saw the fate of McLean. Although the messenger only descended once every few hundred years, witnessing McLean become another person, when he was promoted to Holy Magister caused serious psychological damage to the priests present at the time. No one dared to try to be promoted at this time. Theodore said, "No need, I have thought it through clearly." Another priest asked, "Do you want to notify the high priest?" Theodore said, "I just asked the high priest, and he has agreed that the number of wizards in the holy rank has exceeded that of the Earth Temple. Even if I will fail, I must try." Once Theodore said this, everyone no longer doubted anything. Theodore was the only student of the high priest. He had been with the high priest since he was a child, and enjoyed his individual teaching. His status in the temple was only below that of the high priest. On weekdays, he replaced the high priest to manage the temple. Moreover, his strength was recognized as the first person under the high priest. Even if he failed to advance, there would be no great danger. Theodore stood in the center of the altar, and the other 6 stood in 6 directions and began to gather the earth element. Theodore did not chant the spell, but just stood there quietly, allowing himself to be wrapped in the earth cocoon. The 6 priests stopped the spell, but the earth element was still condensing automatically, as if it came from another space, and it continued to gather on the altar. The earth cocoon next to Theodore became thicker and thicker, and the space where the altar was located began to show a sense of distortion. The 6 priests retreated in a hurry. "What are you doing?" As they retreated, a shocked and angry voice suddenly sounded behind them. Bolton looked at the high priest and said, "Priest Theodore is being promoted to the holy mage." The high priest's face changed drastically, and his mental power surged out, trying to forcibly stop Theodore's promotion ceremony. At this moment, the elemental storm in this space suddenly stopped, and the space around the altar no longer distorted. Crack! The earth cocoon shattered, revealing a figure inside. A priest couldn't help asking, "Theodore, did you succeed?" A strong breath emanated from Theodore, causing everyone to lower their heads. "Success?" Theodore nodded and said, "I need time to consolidate the new realm. During this time, don't let anyone disturb me." After saying this, he disappeared out of thin air. Bolton and others looked at this scene, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This is the power of space that only the holy mage can control. From now on, the temple has one more saint-level strongman. 2 people couldn't help but look at the altar in front of them, with some heat in their eyes. The high priest walked outside and looked at the direction where Theodore disappeared. The colors of shock, pain, and regret were intertwined on his face, showing an extremely complicated expression. He said silently, "He is not Theodore." Chapter 263. The city of peace where wizards and magicians can coexist has not been completed yet, and it has fallen into stagnation. The attitude of the temple towards wizards seems to have become firm again. They cannot tolerate the existence of any heresy. Even sages are regarded as heretics. This was opposed by scholars and some people on the mainland, but under the heavy pressure of the temple, their voices seemed extremely small. On the eastern coast of the OS Empire, only a large number of tree houses are left, and no trace of wizards can be seen. The people of the mainland were once so close to peace, but now they are gradually moving away. In the Temple of Earth, the messenger and the newly promoted priest Theodore are both consolidating the realm of the holy mage. This is news that only a limited number of high-level people can know. How can there be no? In a palace full of ancient books, High Priest Ian kept reading the materials, but did not find any details about the arrival of the messenger. Some history seems to have been deliberately concealed. Not long after, the figure of the high priest disappeared in the palace and headed straight to the east. Gaia, the capital. Achilles flipped through an ancient book in his hand, but at a certain moment, he stopped and walked out of the room. An old man stood in the yard. He looked at the old man and said slowly, "High Priest Ian. Achilles Koblenz." The high priest looked into his eyes and said, "The Koblenz family has been studying history. Tell me about the messenger." Achilles was surprised. "What messenger?" The high priest said, "Makran successfully promoted to the holy mage, but he claimed to be a messenger. There is another person's soul in his body." Achilles' eyes narrowed and he whispered, "Sure enough." The high priest said with a gloomy face, "You really know something. What is a messenger? What secrets does the holy mage have?" Achilles glanced at the high priest and asked, "Besides the arrival of the messenger, something else must have happened." The high priest paused and lowered his head and said, "Theodore has also been promoted to holy mage. Some changes have occurred before and after his promotion." "Theodore?" Achilles' face changed. "I clearly warned him." The high priest's face was as gloomy as water, staring at him intently. He looked at Achilles and said, "Tell me everything you know." Achilles looked at him again. "What identity are you asking me, the high priest of the temple, or?" The high priest took a deep breath and said, "Theodore's father." Achilles was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "Hundreds of years ago, the ancestors of the Koblenz family discovered that after the great mage was promoted to the holy mage, his personality would change, and even become completely opposite to before the promotion." The high priest listened quietly. "This kind of thing is not a secret." Achilles continued, "At first, they speculated that this might be a change brought about by promotion, but almost all holy magisters, without exception, chose to travel after promotion. Some holy magisters would return to their families for a short time, while others disappeared completely after promotion. Of course, not all of them." Achilles looked at the high priest and said, "Such changes will not occur in the high priests of the 4 major temples. I guess the promotion process of the high priests may be different from that of ordinary holy magisters?" Ian nodded and said, the promotion process for the high priest of the temple is more complicated. As expected, Achilles was not surprised by this and continued, "Everyone believes that those holy mages were summoned by the gods, and went to the realm of the gods, so there is also a saying that the holy mages can travel through space. But the fact does not seem to be so. I think that by now, many magic families on the continent have realized that something is wrong, so they no longer promote holy mages and no longer contact the temple. They may have come to the same guess as the Koblenz family, that is, when they are promoted to holy mages, their bodies will be occupied by other souls. Just like McLean, the holy mages are a scam. If the holy mages are a scam, then only the gods set up this scam." As a high priest, hearing such blasphemous words, he should have immediately imposed death sanctions on him, but Ian just stood there quietly. McLean's experience and Theodore's changes forced him to think about this problem in a blasphemous way. Why did the gods do this? Are they keeping the magicians of the divine grace continent like cattle and sheep? When they become strong, they will seize their bodies. Is this the purpose of the magic they taught their ancestors? Silently, his faith in the god of magic had been seriously shaken. The high priest spoke again, his voice a little hoarse. "What about the holy wizards? They are different from magicians." Achilles said, "The strong saint-level wizards have never disappeared for no reason. They either died in war or died over the years. The strange thing is that the number of holy magicians is far greater than that of holy wizards, but they have never thought of making wizards disappear completely on the continent. The messengers have only taken away the strong among the wizards." The high priest thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps they want to give the magicians an enemy that will stimulate them to become stronger, to be promoted, and to produce holy magicians." This was originally Achilles' guess, but he didn't expect the high priest to learn to answer quickly. There is another very important point. Achilles thought for a moment and said, "Magic and witchcraft are obviously the same mysterious power, but wizards and even monsters can release this ability without spells and gestures, but magicians can't. Maybe there is a reason for this. Once the rift in faith occurs, it will expand uncontrollably." The high priest said slowly, "They allow magicians to be powerful, but they don't allow them to be too powerful." Achilles shrugged and said, "I have nothing to say." The high priest left in a daze. Achilles breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. They finally realized it. In fact, many long-standing magic families on the continent have similar understandings. After all, from ancient times to the present, 9 out of 10 holy magicians were born from these families. The strong men born in the family with great difficulty, the hope of the entire family, suddenly disappeared strangely after being promoted to holy magicians. This kind of thing happened once or twice, but after it happened frequently, even the stupidest people should find that something was wrong. Only the temples with firm faith in the gods and the magic families with close ties to the temples would not doubt this. Compared with the situation of magicians, wizards are much better. Achilles looked at the direction where High Priest Ian disappeared. Even he didn't know how the situation on the continent would change when the High Priest of the temple began to doubt the gods. He also didn't know whether the speculation made by the Koblenz family based on countless facts for hundreds and thousands of years was right or wrong. In the Gaia Palace, Tessia stood on the top of a palace, and the direction she looked at was exactly the direction where High Priest Ian left. A woman in court clothes stood below, looked up and said, "Tessia, it's windy up there, come down quickly." Tessia floated up, landed slowly, and smiled, "Mother." The woman looked at her and asked, "What do you think about what I told you last time?" Tessia shook her head and said, "Mother, I don't want to get married." The woman frowned and said, "Women have to get married, even if you are the queen." Tessia said, "I know, I will consider it in 2 years. If there is no one you like in Gaia, you can go to another country. That Blair is good, you are about the same age, and even your hair and eyes are the same color." Chapter 264. Chen Luo sent Isabella to Yabo City, and asked her to stay in the city lord's mansion temporarily. He didn't want Isabella to participate in the conflict with the temple. Then he and Crow came to the dark forest. Among the wizards, in addition to Healy, there are 2 holy wizards, the former first priest Sang, and the second priest Holdo. After entering the dark forest, he showed the spiritual power of the great magician and rushed all the way. Such a swagger and undisguised appearance in the dark forest would soon attract the attention of the priests. In the dark forest, Chen Luo and Crow didn't know the way. This was the simplest and fastest way. Sure enough, not long after waiting, a powerful breath approached rapidly from a distance. Gus flapped his huge elemental wings and said in surprise, "It's you." Last time he failed to assassinate the sage. At the request of Priest Maggie, he personally came to apologize to Chen Luo. Of course, He would not forget it. Chen Luo had not forgotten the ninth priest, but he did not intend to reminisce about the past. He said, I want to see the two holy wizards. Gus had heard about the City of Peace, and knew that he was now also listed as a heretic by the temple. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Gus did not say much and turned around and said, follow me. Chen Luo and the crow followed Gus and flew through the dense primeval forest. After 3 divine grace hours, Gus finally stopped somewhere in the air. Chen Luo looked down and found an ancient castle hidden among the lush mountains and forests. Gus looked at Chen Luo and the crow and said, I will go and report to the 2 adults. You wait here. Soon, he reappeared and said, let's go. The 3 of them landed in the castle, and Chen Luo immediately felt the presence of several powerful auras. These people who were not disguising themselves, and were sizing them up with their mental power should be the priests of the temple. The crow snorted coldly and released a soul tremor, and those auras immediately became disordered. 2 old men suddenly appeared in front of them. Gus saw the 2 old men and immediately bowed his head and said, Lord Sang, Lord Holdo. One of them looked at the crow and said, you are the great wizard beside Healy. Then, he looked at Chen Luo and said, Sir, even in the dark forest, your name is still loud. Another person asked, where is Healy? The crow said, he didn't come, but let me bring you a message. An envoy has come to the temple. The matter of the envoy was only known to the top leaders of the Earth Temple. When the 2 holy wizards heard this, their faces could not help but change, and they said in horror, what did you say? The messengers of the gods are synonymous with invincibility and power in the divine grace continent. Every time they appear, it is a disaster for wizards. The crow said briefly, after the messenger arrives, it will take some time for him to fully recover his strength. We need to kill him before he recovers and destroy the altar of the temple. Otherwise, even if we kill one messenger, there will be more messengers coming, and history will repeat itself. The history that the crow was talking about was the history of the powerful fighting power of wizards being slaughtered by the messengers of the temple every once in a while. The faces of the 2 holy wizards turned ugly. It is recorded in the history of wizards that the temple messengers have mysterious abilities that can limit the strength of the holy wizards, so that they can only play the level of the peak of the great wizards. Without the holy wizards, the wizards can't resist the strong temple holy magicians. The first priest Sanger looked at the crow and asked, what is your purpose in coming here? Is it just to tell us the news of the arrival of the messenger? Cooperation. The crow said simply, only if we cooperate can we have a chance to win. If the messenger doesn't die, we will die. This matter is too serious. After hearing it, the 2 holy wizards immediately summoned the nearby priests to discuss. Chen Luo didn't speak from beginning to end, and was naturally ignored by them. He walked alone in the goddess temple. This was his first time to contact such a place. Things related to the gods are taboos on the mainland. The dark goddess represents evil and disaster on the mainland, but after a deep understanding of the magic temple, Chen Luo felt that perhaps the dark goddess represents justice. The wizard's goddess temple is a holy place. It seems that only priests can enter. All the priests nearby are discussing the matter of the envoy. Chen Luo walked all the way without seeing a single person. He wandered around and accidentally walked into an empty hall. When he looked up, he saw a huge stone statue. Although the face of the statue was blurred, from some features of the statue, it was a woman with long hair down to her waist, casually draped behind her. In her hand, she held a scepter and looked down with a contemptuous look. Obviously, this was the dark goddess that the wizards believed in. For some reason, Chen Luo always felt that the statue looked familiar, but he couldn't tell exactly where it looked familiar. Whether it was the dark goddess or the magic gods, their statues all had obvious human features, which might indicate that they were also human beings, not some other strange creatures. This could largely eliminate the fear of the gods, as people's fear of familiar things was far less than that of unfamiliar things. Below the statue was an altar, on which were carved some strange and complex symbols. Chen Luo had once asked Healy about the details of his promotion to the Saint Wizard, and Healy told him that when he was promoted to the Saint Wizard, he needed to communicate with the dark goddess on this altar. Chen Luo resisted the urge to stand up and give it a try. Before he fully understood what the gods were, this was a completely suicidal act. Chen Luo walked out of the hall and saw figures appearing from another direction. Among them were 2 Saint Wizards and Priest Maggie, whom Chen Luo had met once. Everyone looked very serious. The messenger was the culprit, who almost destroyed the wizards several times. In the past hundreds and thousands of years, wizards were more powerful than now, but they still could not escape that fate. And if they do nothing now, the tragic history of wizards will be repeated soon. Crow and them reached an agreement on two important issues. First, the temple messenger must die. If the messenger does not die, all priests, including the two holy wizards, must die. Second, the altar of the temple must be destroyed, and the messenger's descending channel must be completely destroyed. In addition to the messenger, the Earth Temple temporarily has two strong men at the level of holy wizards. Considering that even if the messenger has not devoured McLean's soul, he is stronger than the average holy wizard or holy wizard. Even if the wizard has one more holy level strongman, it does not have much advantage. The number of priests in the entire wizard is more than that of the Earth Temple, so it is no problem to contain those great magician priests. Qianluo and Crow have only one mission, which is to destroy the altar and prevent the subsequent messengers from coming. This is a battle that determines the fate of the wizard. No one noticed that all the priests of the wizard in the dark forest had left silently. Luolan, the capital. Inside the Stern family. Edward Stern walked into a courtyard in the deepest part of the family manor, looked at the figure standing in the garden watering the flowers, and said, "I don't want to disturb you, but there is an important thing I think I should tell you. It's about Blair." Brittany paused while watering the flowers, still without looking up. "The temple should have a messenger coming," Edward said slowly. "The temple denied the city of peace and believed that Blair was a blasphemous heretic like those wizards. With his influence, the messenger will definitely go to him. Those temple messengers have more powerful power than the holy mage." Brittany put down the shower and asked, "What should I do to advance to the holy mage?" Edward placed an exquisite box on the table in the yard and said, "This is the inheritance of the Stern family. Perhaps you can find the answer from it." Brittany walked over slowly and asked, "The families? Did the 5 holy magicians find the answers from here?" "No." Edward shook his head and said, "They did not get the inheritance. They were promoted from the temple and disappeared soon. They just told their families before leaving that they went to the realm of God to pursue the end of magic. But their talents are not as good as yours." Edward looked at her and said, "If you can't get the inheritance, please keep it well and give it to the strongest of the next generation of the Stern family at the right time." Brittany opened the exquisite wooden box and saw what was in it. It was a ring with a diamond on the top. She picked up the ring, and the diamond on the top of the ring flashed a faint light. Chapter 265. Temple of Earth. Since McLean was possessed by the messenger and Theodore was promoted to holy mage, there are only 9 priests left in the temple. The wizard retreated to the dark forest, and the temple recalled all the priests. Deep in the dungeon, where the temple imprisoned the heretics, the figure of the high priest suddenly appeared. He looked at a figure with his hands tied and asked, "Zarathus, what happened when you were promoted to a holy mage?" Zarathus raised his head. "Are you sure you want to listen?" The high priest nodded and said, "Tell me the truth, and I will set you free." Zarathus stood up suddenly, and looked at the high priest with a sharp gaze. "Are you also beginning to doubt them?" The high priest said calmly, "Answer my question." Zarathus looked at him, and said slowly, "When I asked God for promotion, something got into my body. It wanted to devour my soul, but I drove it out." The light in the high priest's eyes gradually dimmed, and he murmured, "It turns out that all holy mage masters are messengers." After the voice fell, his body disappeared again, and Zarathus in the dungeon disappeared with him. Outside the temple, the ropes that bound Zarathus' hands broke, and the high priest said in a hoarse voice, "You are right, the gods are dead. Perhaps the real gods are still alive, but the gods of the temple are dead. You are free." He glanced at Zarathus, turned around and flew back to the temple. Zarathus stared at him until the high priest disappeared, and then left without looking back. After the high priest returned to the temple, he summoned the 9 priests of the temple. They talked in secret for a long time before the priests left the high priest. The clergy of the temple didn't know what they talked about, but they knew that when the priests left, their expressions were full of fear. What could make so many priests afraid at the same time? Was it that the wizards were going to attack the temple in full force, or that the goddess of darkness was about to descend? For a time, the people in the temple were in a panic. Deep in the temple, where McLean rested, the messenger sat on the bed with his eyes closed. After an unknown period of time, he slowly opened them. His soul power is not strong, and he should be able to devour it completely soon. Unfortunately, if he devours the one named Theodore, my strength will be stronger. I wonder who devoured him. Suddenly, he raised his head abruptly. With a sneer on his face, "You came here by yourself, which saved me a lot of time." His body disappeared in an instant, and when he appeared again, he was floating above the temple. This time, the top wizards came out in full force, and when they approached the temple, they no longer concealed their whereabouts. The Earth Temple, sensing this powerful aura, all the priests flew up, and when they saw the dozen or so wizard priests with elemental wings behind them, they were also shocked. More clergy flew out of their residences, and quickly flew back. Under this powerful mental pressure, only the strong ones above the level of magician could withstand it. Dozens of mental powers collided above their heads, and they hid in the room, trembling. Not only the temple, but the magicians of the entire capital felt an unexplained palpitation at this moment. This was the second time Qianluo met McLean, but the feeling he gave Qianluo was completely different. The last time I saw McLean, he was just a slightly stronger Grand Mage, but now McLean just stood there, giving people a feeling of being powerful and invincible. Qianluo had never had such a feeling when facing Healy, and the high priest of the temple. Saint Wizard Sang said, "Act according to the plan." Including Healy, 3 Saint Wizards surrounded McLean from 3 directions. The other priests chose a temple priest as their opponent. The goal of Qianluo and Crow was to destroy the altar, which was the most dangerous thing in the entire temple. And this was just their first goal. There were 3 other temples with altars similar to the Temple of Earth. Qianluo and Crow flew deep into the temple. A dense shower of meteorites suddenly fell from the sky. Qianluo opened a shield mixed with ice and earth elements above his head to resist the first wave of meteorite attacks. As his eyes blurred, a figure was only 1 step away from him. A big difference between the Holy Magister and the Great Magister is that they can already touch the preliminary space magic. Qianluo was shocked. He didn't expect that the High Priest of the Earth Temple would actually target him directly. In a flash, he was about to summon the blue fireball, but suddenly stopped. His figure quickly retreated. The High Priest did not chase him, but flew in the direction of the 3 people of Healy. Qianluo looked at the High Priest with a slightly strange expression. Crow said, "Go find the altar." Qianluo said, "Don't worry, take a look first." The 3 people of Healy surrounded McLean, and 3 holy wizard-level spiritual thorns attacked from 3 different directions. McLean had a sneer on his face. At this moment, Qianluo clearly felt that a strong mental power fluctuation appeared with McLean as the center. Soul trembles. Sanger and Holdo were caught off guard. Their mental strength was like being hammered. They groaned and stepped back a few steps. The 2 people's faces changed drastically. They knew that the temple messenger was very strong, but they did not expect that the messenger would be so strong. What was even more unexpected was that he could do witchcraft. Among the 3, only Healy's figure did not move at all, looking at McLean indifferently. McLean looked at him and said lightly, "You are stronger than them and qualified to be my opponent." At this time, High Priest Ian had already stood with him. McLean looked at Healy and said to the High Priest, "The other 2 are injured, you go and deal with them. Don't kill them, I want them alive. You are not a match for this person, leave it to me. Follow your orders." The High Priest flew towards Sanger and Holdo. His gestures changed rapidly, and after images appeared. The entire space around him turned into a field of fire. The 2 holy wizards had prepared their defenses, but they froze in the next moment. Because it was not them who were enveloped by the High Priest's fire domain, but the messenger. At the same time, the temple priests who were fighting with the wizard priests also gave up their original opponents at the same time. Wind blades, ice cones, and earth arrows densely covered the entire fire domain. This scene made all the wizard priests stay where they were, and even forgot to attack the temple priests. Led by the High Priest of the temple, the priests actually attacked their messengers? Is this a trap? For a moment, everyone stopped fighting and looked at the area covered by flames. The flames gradually dissipated, and the figure of the messenger reappeared. He floated there quietly, and the dense magic attack just now did not even mess up his clothes. He looked at the High Priest and the 9 priests, and said gloomily, "You dare to betray the messenger and betray God?" "God?" The High Priest looked at him and sneered. "You deceived everyone and set up a scam of the Holy Mage in order to seize the bodies of believers. Do you deserve to be called God?" The messenger looked at him for a long time before nodding. "Very good." As his voice fell, Qianluo keenly noticed that the surrounding space seemed to have changed. The body of the High Priest was originally suspended in the air, and suddenly fell downwards. At the same moment, the 9 temple priests found that they could not communicate with the magic elements. The bodies of the 4 priests suspended in the air fell directly like the High Priest. Including Sanger and Holy Magister Holdo, all the wizards and priests, the elemental wings behind them collapsed directly, and at the same time, they were horrified to find that they could no longer release witchcraft. Bang! 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 The High Priest fell from a height, one leg bent at an incredible angle. His face was painful, looking at the messenger floating in the sky, full of despair. Several fallen wizards and temple priests, although not dead, were also injured to varying degrees. Powerful magicians and wizards, in front of the messenger, are as fragile as ordinary people. The messenger of the temple deprived all of them of the ability to use magic and witchcraft. The messenger looked down at them, and said disdainfully, "Now I know why God is God." Shit! He looked at Chenluo, Crow, and Healy, who were still floating in the air, and exclaimed. Chapter 266. The messenger's face changed for the first time. The Divine Grace continent is a magical world, but before the ancestors of the continent learned to use magic, the origin of magic had been imprisoned by 4 gods. As long as the soul was born here, it could not escape this imprisonment. Even if part of the origin was taken away by the Dark Goddess and named witchcraft by later generations, making the magic no longer complete, they were not affected. As a messenger, he could easily use the imprisonment of the gods to deprive magicians and wizards of their abilities. The so-called holy magicians and holy wizards, in their eyes, were not much stronger than ants. But in front of him, 3 accidents appeared. To be unaffected by the imprisonment, either their souls were not from the Divine Grace continent, or they broke the imprisonment themselves, and the second possibility was almost 0. He stared at Chenluo and the other 2 and asked, "Did you also survive the Great Destruction?" Chenluo did not understand what the messenger said. What great destruction? What happened to the messenger and the gods before they came to the land of Divine Grace? Helia looked at him with an expression that seemed to have realized something. Crow said nothing, with a complicated look in his eyes. Impossible. Chenluo and the other 2 did not speak, so the messenger denied his guess. He gritted his teeth, and 3 fire giants appeared in front of everyone. Each of the 3 giants exuded a powerful aura similar to that of a holy mage. The giant roared towards Chenluo and the other 2 as if it had life. In front of Crow, a frost giant suddenly appeared and rushed towards a fire giant. The collision of fire and frost filled the entire space with white steam. Chenluo showed a look of as expected. Crow's true strength was already that of a holy mage. He and Chenluo, like the temple messenger, were not bound by magic and witchcraft at all. At this moment, a guess in Chenluo's mind was almost confirmed. Magic and witchcraft are originally the same ability. Facing another fire giant, Helia's mental power penetrated his body, but he did not make any movements. He just stood there quietly, and the elemental spirits condensed by the holy magic stopped all their movements. As for the last fire giant running towards Chenluo, before he got close to him, he seemed to be swallowed by something and disappeared out of thin air. Chenluo floated in the air, motionless. If the messenger summoned the elemental spirits of the earth or wind system, it might cause him some trouble. Facts have proved that this fire giant, with the strength of a holy mage, although it seems to violate science, still has to abide by the law of burning. The temple priests and wizard priests below looked at the battle in the sky, and the fear on their faces became deeper and deeper. The strength of the messenger far exceeded their imagination. The fire giants he summoned at will were all as powerful as the holy mage. And the 3 people, including the sage, who were not affected by the messenger, did not seem to be inferior to the messenger. For the temple priests, everything that happened today was beyond their cognition. The messenger, the gods, the wizards. This world did not seem to be as they imagined. The messenger floated in the air in a daze. He did not look at the Crow or Healy. He stared at Chenluo and said in a trembling voice, You. The scene of the fire giant disappearing out of thin air made him extremely frightened. On this continent, there are only a few people who can do this, or in other words, a few gods. After thinking of a certain possibility, he turned around and fled without hesitation, without even the thought of trying again. If those beings awaken, it will pose a great threat to the rule of the gods. This is not a war that he, an envoy, can participate in. Run! When he flew over a certain part of the temple, he did not forget to remind the envoy who occupied Theodore's body. A figure soared into the sky from under the temple. When the high priest saw the figure, unspeakable sadness appeared in his eyes. Leave here. Mechlon whispered faster. Poof! Mechlon spit out a mouthful of blood, lowered his head, looked at the bloody eyes sword on his chest, turned his head back with difficulty, and looked at Theodore. A phantom floated out of Mechlon's body, and turned into a strange face. He looked at Theodore in disbelief. You are not. You devoured him. Theodore said lightly. The so-called messenger is nothing more than this. You will all die, and you will all bear the wrath of the gods. The shadow made a sharp sound, gradually became blurred, and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. However, the next moment, the shadow reappeared in the void in the distance. He floated there, seemingly unable to move, and under the gaze of everyone, he shattered like a mirror. At the same time, in the temple square, the wizards and magicians found that they had regained their abilities. The wizards began to heal themselves. Theodore fell from the sky and placed his palm on the broken leg of the high priest. Chen Luo sensed the breath of healing elements from him. In his mind, one mystery had not been solved yet, and another mystery began to emerge. Led by the high priest, the Earth Temple collectively rebelled. Theodore was obviously promoted. His body should have been occupied by the messenger, but he killed McLean himself and had the ability to use witchcraft. What was the reason why Crow and Healy were not affected by the messenger? What was the great destruction? And where was the messenger going to escape? In the square, the wizards and magicians were divided into two distinct columns, but there was no previous hostility between them. After experiencing this incident, they all had vague guesses in their hearts. The high priest looked at Theodore and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you Theodore?" Theodore nodded and said, "Yes, father." He actually devoured the messenger. The crow showed an unbelievable look on his face. This requires such a strong soul power and such a strong willpower. Chen Luo looked at the crow and asked, "Brother Crow, don't you want to explain what happened to you?" The crow scratched his head and said, "Brother Blair, you also have a big secret." The crow obviously didn't want to continue this topic and said, "Let's talk about this later. Go and destroy the altar first, and go to the other 3 temples immediately, and destroy the other 3 altars." Theodore treated all the temple priests, walked over slowly, and asked, "Sage, is the messenger who occupied the body of Priest McLean dead?" Chen Luo was surprised. "Didn't you kill him?" Theodore shook his head and said, "Not me." Chen Luo looked at the crow, and the crow also shook his head at him. At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly felt a palpitation. Not only him, but everyone present had this feeling. The great magicians bowed their heads, and the wizard priests, from the depths of their souls, surged with a feeling of submission and worship. Everyone's eyes were looking at the source of that feeling. A woman in black stood there, with her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders. At a certain moment, the wizards had already understood something in their hearts. Led by Sang and Holdo Saint Wizard, the priests slowly knelt down, stretched out their hands, and prostrated themselves on the ground. Chen Luo finally remembered where the inexplicable sense of familiarity came from when he was in the goddess temple and faced the statue of the dark goddess. Chapter 267. Chen Luo looked at the woman in a long dress with black hair and a shawl, and whispered, "Tessia." The inexplicable familiarity he felt under the statue in the goddess temple of the dark forest was due to Tessia, which he realized just a moment ago. Chen Luo was a little bit unbelievable. Tessia was a friend he was very familiar with. Because of her hair color and eye color, Chen Luo had a special feeling for her from beginning to end. In this world, no one has black hair and eyes like them. She is the princess of the kingdom of Gaia, and a core member of the Galaxy School. How could she be the dark goddess? The black-haired woman walked over step by step, and the wizards knelt down one after another. Of course there were exceptions. Healy stood there, just looking at her calmly, and Crow did not kneel down, but lowered his head slightly. Maybe they just look alike. Chen Luo was unwilling to believe that the dark goddess was Tessia, and said so in his heart. The black-haired woman walked to his side, and looked up at him. Chen Luo got the information he wanted from her eyes. Chen Luo took a deep breath. "You devoured Tessia's soul?" The black-haired woman shook her head and said, "I am Tessia." She looked at Chen Luo and whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you." The dark goddess would not talk to him like this. So, Tessia's body should still be her own soul, which made Chen Luo feel relieved. As long as she is still Tessia, other things can be discussed slowly in the future. The wizards bowed their heads, and knelt in the direction of Tessia, and the magicians looked at her with shock and fear. After all, throughout the history of the continent, the dark goddess was a symbol of destruction and killing. In the hearts of the magicians, there was a fear of her from the soul. Tessia looked at them, and said, "I will tell you everything you want to know." Harry looked straight at her and asked, "Where do you, the dark goddess and the magic gods, come from?" "I remember you. You are the first one to break the shackles." Tessia looked at Harry and said, "In your words, we come from another universe, where there is a planet very similar to the Shinan continent." Tessia's words were just confirming Chen Luo's guess. The Earth star where the Shinan continent is located is the Earth in the parallel universe. Similarly, the gods should also come from a similar place. Maybe it is called differently from the Earth and the Earth star, but their positions in different universes should be the same. Chen Luo was not surprised by this, but these words sounded like thunder in the ears of others. The gods are actually outsiders. This sentence directly overturned all their understanding of the gods in their hearts. Chen Luo looked at Tessia and asked, "Can you travel through different universes?" Tessia shook her head and said, It was just an accident. Chen Luo seemed to realize something and suddenly asked, the messenger mentioned the Great Destruction. Is it because of the Great Destruction? Tashia took a deep breath and nodded slightly, saying, our planet was destroyed. A huge meteorite hit it. It shattered into dust. Countless lives died. Even the most powerful magicians were no exception. We are just survivors. When she said this, even she had deep fear in her eyes. The doomsday scene, like a nightmare, tortured her for a long time, until she awakened those memories and realized that it was not a nightmare, but a fact that had happened. A giant like the Earth, colliding with another star, that is actually reality, a nightmare like reality. Chen Luo's eyes widened. Asteroid impact. An impact that can shatter the Earth into dust is probably not something that an ordinary asteroid can do. This is the great destruction that the messenger who possessed McLean said. This is real destruction, complete destruction. He is more curious about how they survived in this situation. Tashia saw what he was thinking, was silent for a moment, and continued, we don't know what happened. At that moment, the space around us seemed to have changed. I felt a fluctuation similar to space magic, but it was not space magic. Was it the distortion of space and time caused by gravity, or the energy generated by the destruction of the planet, that caused some changes in space, causing them to come to a parallel world? Chen Luo had to admit that the facts were very different from what he guessed. He originally thought that those powerful magicians had the ability to travel through parallel universes. Now it seems that they are just lucky. I don't know why, we escaped the great destruction and came to such a place. Tashia said, although the people in this world have magical talents, they have not yet mastered the secrets of magic. Chen Luo said, so you are regarded as gods. Tashia nodded and said, at first they only taught those ignorant people magic, taught them language and writing, but later, their ideas changed. They want to be real gods, want to gain eternal life, and more powerful power. We had a serious disagreement, and finally started a war. The 3 of us failed, and the 4 of them also fell into a deep sleep. The 4 people that Tashia mentioned should be the 4 gods of magic, and there are 3 of them. Chen Luo looked at her and asked, who are the other 2? Tashia said, the goddess of wisdom you think, and her sister. The goddess of wisdom actually has a sister. Chen Luo always thought that this was made up by people. He subconsciously asked, what about them? They fell. Tashia's eyes showed a trace of confusion, and said, perhaps, the goddess of darkness has also fallen. I am Tashia, the queen of Gaia. I have a father and a mother. I just got her memory. Tashia herself seemed to be confused about this matter, but what is certain is that she is still the Tashia that Chen Luo knows, and her soul has not been devoured by the goddess of darkness. Perhaps, the soul of the goddess of darkness has died, and only memories are left. After Healy asked a question, it was basically Chen Luo asking and Tashia answering, but everyone around listened very seriously. Chen Luo thought of something and continued to ask, spells and gestures. Magic does not need spells or gestures. Tashia said, there is no witchcraft, only magic, but they have restricted magicians because they are worried that people in this world will surpass them. Restrictions? Chen Luo was full of confusion. He could not understand how the magic gods restricted magicians from releasing magic. Tashia said, when you advance to the realm of Lord, you will understand it naturally. After she finished speaking, she added, above the holy magister is the Lord. The high priest took advantage of Chen Luo's thinking and asked, where did those holy magisters go? Haven't you guessed it? Tashia looked at him and said, they need the souls of the holy magisters. The followers of those 4 people are just holy magisters. Although the life of the holy magisters is long enough, they are not immortal. Only by constantly devouring powerful souls and occupying powerful bodies can they obtain a long enough life. She glanced at Theodore and said, but not everyone can devour successfully. In fact, if the soul of the magician is too powerful, they may be devoured, although this possibility is very small. So, Zarathus should have encountered possession at that time, but he regained control of his body. Theodore was even more cruel. He directly devoured the messenger, and it seemed that he even took away the messenger's ability. Tashia finally looked at the crow and said, your soul doesn't belong here either. The crow shook his head and said, I don't know. It seems that you chose reincarnation. Tashia said, every time you reincarnate, you will lose some of your memory, so those people chose to devour. I just remembered something. The crow breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Tashia, and said, I didn't expect that Her Royal Highness the Princess was also a survivor. Tashia shook her head and said, there is no princess. Chen Luo was surprised that the crow was also from another world, and it seemed that the path he chose was different from that of the messenger. Obviously, the holy mage will usher in the transformation of the soul, and the body seems to be no longer so important to them. Above the holy mage is the Lord. According to Tashia's description, the Lord seems to have a big leap in the level of life. The four gods of magic, the goddess of darkness, the goddess of wisdom, and another goddess are all Lord-level powerhouses. Chen Luo suddenly realized a serious problem. The two messengers they killed were just followers of the gods. Even followers of the gods can roam the continent and easily kill holy wizards and holy magicians. Tashia now gave him the feeling that he was just a holy magician. If the two goddesses have fallen, when the god of magic comes, won't they have no power to resist? Chapter 268. The origin of the gods is very close to what Chen Luo guessed, but it is different. They are indeed from the earth in a parallel universe, or the god's grace continent in a parallel universe. Chen Luo got some more details from Tashia. From the fact that the astronomical calendars of the two worlds are exactly the same as the earth, this is almost certain. The difference is that they did not accidentally discover and treat the god's grace continent as a colony, but the earth in their universe was destroyed. The gods are just survivors of the great destruction. Their magic civilization development is obviously much faster than that of the god's grace continent. After coming here, the gods regarded the god's grace continent as a breeding farm. They taught magic to the ancestors only to plot their bodies and souls. Similar things have happened on a continent in another world. The temple priests stood there in a daze. Tashia's words gave them a great blow. The holy mage was a scam. The god they believed in all their lives was the god of death who reaped their lives. What could be more despairing than this? The magician's thousands of years of faith completely collapsed. Chen Luo looked at Tashia, thought for a while, and asked, "Should I call you Tashia, or something else?" "Call me Tashia." Tashia said. Her consciousness has dissipated, leaving only memories. It seems that reincarnation can only leave memories, not consciousness and soul. In this way, the dark goddess has indeed fallen. Or, Tashia is the new dark goddess. It can be understood that she awakened the memory of her previous life, and her identity in this life is the Queen of Gaia. Chen Luo couldn't understand this feeling. After all, he had never experienced it personally, but just thinking about it, he knew that this feeling of self-doubt would not be pleasant. Chen Luo remembered the key thing and asked, "Have you recovered your current strength to that of a lord?" "After awakening those memories, I only advanced to a holy mage." Tashia shook her head and said, "This is the price of reincarnation." Chen Luo asked again, "What about the four magic gods?" Tashia said, "They nourished themselves with the souls of the holy mages of the divine grace continent. After so many years, they should have recovered." Chen Luo suddenly didn't know what to say. The other side is four lords, and they don't have any. How can they win? The souls of the two messengers are dead, and they will find out soon. Tashia looked into the distance and said, "But they have been asleep for too long, and it will take time to wake up completely. We still have at least 10 years. Chen Luo asked, "Can you recover to the Lord level in 10 years? "No." Tashia said, "The gap between the holy mage and the Lord is greater than that between any two magic levels. The Lord is the end of the magic road. Souls born on the continent of God's grace cannot reach the Lord level, let alone the Lord. Even the holy mage is a luxury. Magicians are imprisoned by the gods, and promotion to the holy mage is a dead end." Although wizards do not have such restrictions, Chen Luo guessed that the gap between the Lord and the holy wizard is probably much greater than he imagined. What's more, whether it is a holy mage or a holy wizard, they are no different from ordinary people in front of messengers and gods. The only ones who were not affected were Chen Luo, Crow Healy, and Tashia in front of him. Perhaps Theodore, who devoured the messenger, should also be added. These powers are far from enough. Tashia saw Chen Luo's thoughts from his eyes, and shook her head and said, "Their strength is similar to that of the messenger. Those four people are much stronger than the messenger, and the gods are immortal. The souls born in the land of God's grace can never be promoted to lords." She did not continue the topic and said, "The altar of the temple needs to be destroyed. It is a space transmission magic that connects the land of God's grace and the space they opened up for sleeping. Destroy the altar, and within 10 years, there will be no messengers coming. With a common enemy, the wizards and magicians who have fought each other for thousands of years have united their front for the first time." Sanger, Holdo, the two great wizards, and the high priest went to the Wind Temple of the Wind Empire. Crow and Healy went to the Far Empire and destroyed the altar of the Fire Temple. Theodore went to the Water Empire alone, and after devouring the soul of the messenger, he also possessed the ability of the messenger. As for the altar of the Earth Temple, it was destroyed by the priests at the first time. Chen Luo sat on the steps of the temple and rubbed his eyebrows. He had been shocked by a lot of information in the past few days. The conflict with the temple was over, but he had to face the pressure of the gods directly. This is almost a hopeless war. But we can't give up hope. If we can't rely on others, we can only rely on ourselves. Fortunately, there are at least 10 years to prepare. Tasia walked to his side and said, the other two goddesses also chose to reincarnate. If they are still alive, they should be awakening soon. Qianluo asked, will they die too? Yes. Tasia sat down beside him and said, before they awakened their memories, they were just ordinary people. If an accident happened before they awakened, they would really fall, and even their memories would not be left. Qianluo no longer had the heart to ask about the other two goddesses. He just wanted to return to Luolan, to Isabella and Brittany. If this is the last 10 years, he hopes to see them every day. In fact, we expected such a day and have made preparations, but we didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Tasia suddenly said something inexplicably. Qianluo heard something unusual in her tone and asked, why so fast? What preparations have you made? Tasia did not answer directly, but said slowly, before the four magic gods fell into a deep sleep, they transformed the blood of some people on the continent, giving them excellent magic talents, making it easier for them to advance to the Holy Magic Master, providing them with souls and nutrients. The magic families with frequent geniuses on the continent have always believed that their families have the blood of gods and are favored by the gods. The strong men of those families probably never thought, until they died, that this favor was actually the favor of death. Sooner or later, they will wake up and find the three of us. At that time, we will really fall. Tasia continued. So, we all chose to reincarnate. Although this will lose powerful mental power, those who have reached the Lord Realm can become holy magic masters again in a very short time, even if they are reincarnated, and re-advance to lords within 100 years. 100 years is 1 or 2 lifetimes for ordinary people, but it is not that long for the holy mage, especially the Lord. If we count from the time when the gods descended to the Divine Grace continent, they have lived for more than 3,000 years. Fortunately, the person sitting next to him was Tasia. If it was the Dark Goddess herself, wouldn't she be an ancient existence with thousands of years of age? Qianluo suddenly realized something and said in surprise, if that's the case, why didn't you reincarnate earlier? Why didn't the magic gods reincarnate? Tasia said, in a sense, reincarnation means rebirth and death. Qianluo understood what she meant. After reincarnation, there was only Tasia, not the Dark Goddess. It was just that her memory was preserved in some magical way. Tasia continued, moreover, even if the three of us become lords again, it is just a repeat of the beginning, because they have 4 lords. Qianluo asked again, will Crow and those messengers not be promoted to lords? Tasia said, not all magicians can be promoted to lords. In our previous world, there were only a dozen lords. Most of them died in the Great Destruction before they could escape. A new lord must appear to have hope of defeating them. Tasia looked at Qianluo and said, and all people born in this world have their souls imprisoned, so we need a new soul, a soul that does not belong to this world. Qianluo instinctively realized that something was wrong. He looked at Tasia and asked, what do you mean? Tasia looked into his eyes, and spoke slowly. Before we reincarnated, we set up a magic circle on the Shenin continent, which is what you call an altar. The place where the magic circle was set up is where we landed. The space there is very unstable. We have used our mental power to explore it, and guessed that it might lead to another world. We can't pass through that place, and we don't know if there are other lives on the other side that don't belong to this space. Later, we determined that it led to another world. The lives on the Shenin continent would be directly destroyed if they entered there, but there were often some birds flying over there. There was a passage there, a one-way passage. Those birds don't have magical talents, but we can at least be sure that there are other lives in that world. Qianluo suddenly felt a little dizzy and asked with difficulty, then what? Tasia said, then we set up a magic circle there. Qianluo gritted his teeth and said, what is the function of the magic circle? Detect magical talents. What else? Tasia looked at him apologetically and said, transmit souls. I hack you. Finally figuring out something, Qianluo jumped up from the spot like being struck by lightning, pointed at Tasia, couldn't help but cursed, and then realized that the person in front of her was no longer the Dark Goddess. I'm sorry, I'm not targeting you. Qianluo took a few deep breaths, calmed down with difficulty, told himself that Tasia was not the Dark Goddess, and then gritted his teeth and said, I'm talking about the Dark Goddess, the Goddess of Wisdom, and her sister. I send them the blessings of the sun. Chapter 269. Qianluo thought that he came to the Shenin continent by accident, But he didn't expect it to be man-made. One of the culprits, who planned this incident, was right in front of him. But he couldn't be angry with Tashiya, because the initiator was the Dark Goddess, and what the Dark Goddess did had nothing to do with Tashiya. This made him even more depressed. No! Tashiya shook her head and said, "There is no difference between the Dark Goddess and me. Sorry, we didn't get your consent." Sorry, is an apology enough? Chenluo finally couldn't help it and burst out all his anger. 5 years. I have been here for 5 years. Do you know how I have been in these 5 years? Chenluo's chest rose and fell, and his breathing was heavy. Only he knew what kind of torture he had suffered in his heart when he first came to this world. Family, friends, all the people and things he was familiar with were separated from him by a whole universe. In the past 5 years, he had put in countless times more effort than ordinary people, just for that slim hope, but even so, this glimmer of hope was ruthlessly crushed. Tashiya moved her lips, but she didn't know what to say in the end. After gaining that memory, she was confused for a long time. She was confused whether she was the goddess of darkness, the queen of Gaia, or perhaps both. Chenluo sat there, silent for a while, and his mood calmed down a little. When he first heard the news, he couldn't control his emotions. After venting to Tashiya, he calmed down. He even accepted the time travel, and accepted that 5 years of hope turned into despair. What else could he not accept? He shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, it's none of your business." When Tashiya couldn't speak, he changed the subject and asked, "Why did you choose me?" "This is not a random choice." Tashiya explained, "In our world, people use that magic circle to detect magic talent. The higher the magic talent, the stronger the reaction of the magic circle will be. You are the person with the highest magic talent within the range of influence of the magic circle. Only you have the hope of becoming a lord. This is what we are preparing for." No wonder he learns magic differently from others, and his mental power grows at an astonishing speed. It turns out that he was also selected from countless people. However, even so, Chenluo does not think that he can be promoted to a lord within 10 years. Moreover, he has never heard of many of the applications of magic that Tashiya said. The magic learned by the magicians in the Divine Grace continent should be only a small part. This shows that the messengers and gods are more powerful than they can imagine. Unfortunately, we didn't expect this day to come so soon. Tashiya's expression was a little regretful. We thought that after reincarnation, there would be enough time to re-promote to the realm of Lord, and we would also help you to become a Lord, but you exposed yourself before you became strong enough, and those 4 people would not allow such a soul to exist in the Divine Grace continent. After all this time, it turned out that I was too high profile. If Chenluo was a good sage, popularized scientific knowledge, and gave lectures in various countries, perhaps the temple and the envoy would not have set their sights on him. But the problem is that no one has ever told him this, and no one has ever reminded him to keep a low profile before he is promoted to a lord. He stood up and said, "I want to see where you landed." Because of the impact of the asteroid, the hometown of the Dark Goddess was destroyed, and the passage to the parallel universe was opened. According to Tashiya, perhaps, it is not 2 universes that are connected there, but 3. Tashiya nodded and said, "Give me your hand." Chenluo glanced at her, and then stretched out his hand in surprise. Tashiya held his hand, and at this moment, Chenluo felt dizzy, and the next moment, they were in a strange place. He didn't know how much distance they had crossed in the previous moment, but the holy mage definitely didn't have such ability. It seems that even if the Dark Goddess's realm fell, Tashiya could still exert a strength far beyond that of the holy mage. Tashiya explained, "This is space teleportation, a magic that only lords can comprehend. I can't teleport too far now, but this place is within the territory of the OS Empire, which is not far. A real lord can reach all places on this planet within 5 teleportations." Her words refreshed Chenluo's understanding of the lord's strength. Mastering the rules, limiting the origin and soul, and being able to teleport over long distances, no wonder they can escape the destruction of the world. Chenluo asked, "Has no one discovered this place?" "There is a hidden magic circle here, and no one can enter here," Tashiya said, but suddenly froze, flew to a place in front, and murmured, "The magic circle is defective, someone has been here." She walked to a place, looked at a charred and thick tree, and said, "It was not destroyed by humans. Someone happened to come here after the magic circle was broken." Chenluo took a look and saw that the tree, which had existed for an unknown period of time, seemed to have been struck by lightning. There were several similar giant trees around, and these trees surrounded a strange space. At first glance, the space seemed to be fluctuating, and there was an extremely unreal feeling. Tashiya looked at the gap in the magic circle and shook her head. If they had mistakenly entered here, they should have been swallowed by the space now. Shenluo no longer thought about the intruder. He looked at the fluctuating space, and had a strong urge to get closer to take a look. Before he got close, his wrist was grabbed by Tashia. Tashia said, "This passage is one way. If you go forward, you will die." Shenluo asked unwillingly, "Can't the Lord pass through? At least 4 lords are needed to have hope." Tashia looked at the space and said, "The magic gods don't know the secret of this space. If we can survive in the future, maybe we can try it." "Lord." Shenluo shook his head and said, "At that time, it doesn't matter whether we go back or not. In 100 years, there won't be many things that Shenluo is familiar with on the other side of the earth. His relatives and friends are gone. What difference does it make whether he goes back or not?" Tashia felt his emotions, and her eyes dimmed. Like him, she is also a person without a hometown. Then she realized that her home was in the Temple continent. Perhaps, since she remembered that memory, she was no longer completely the Queen of Gaia. She looked at Shenluo and said again, "I'm sorry." After calming down, Shenluo certainly would not vent his anger on others. He just smiled and said, "I said, this has nothing to do with you." Tashia pondered for a moment, looked up at Shenluo, and said, "I can't let you directly advance to the Lord, but I can let you advance to the Holy Mage. Although he can't become a Lord, being able to advance to the Holy Mage is also a big step forward." Shenluo now still doesn't have much advantage when encountering a Holy Mage who is not a Fire Mage. Shenluo looked at her and said, "But my mental power is not enough to advance. Magicians can be promoted because they are possessed by messengers, and messengers themselves have the mental power of Holy Mage. As for wizards, they also need to reach the peak of Great Wizards before they can be promoted. Shenluo's mental power is still a distance away from the peak of Great Mage. The lack of mental power can be compensated by special methods, but it may be painful." Tashia looked at him and asked, "Are you willing?" "A little pain is nothing." Shenluo said without hesitation, "Of course I am willing." Tashia nodded, and the trees in the dense forest began to grow wildly, covering the sky above Shenluo's head. The grass under their feet also began to grow rapidly, and soon formed a soft grassland. Shenluo was slightly stunned. This scene seemed familiar. The next moment, he looked at Tashia in shock. "You, what are you doing?" After saying this, his mind was stinging, and his eyes began to darken. "It's really painful." This was his last consciousness. Chapter 270. Loren Kingdom, Yabo City. Shenluo's figure appeared out of thin air. He looked around and found that there was still some distance from the city lord's mansion. It seemed that even if he moved in space, he could not accurately locate it, at least not with his current strength. He was already a Saint Mage, different from the real Saint Mage in the sense of the Divine Grace continent. Under the mental tremor of Tashia, he fell into a coma in an instant. Shenluo only remembered that he had a very adult dream. When he woke up, his mental power almost doubled, and there was a lot of magic knowledge in his mind. Magic circle, space magic, these are all new magic theories that have never existed in the Divine Grace continent. The ability of the Lord is no longer so incredible in his eyes. However, he was not happy at all. That dream was probably not a dream. He seemed to have really done something unspeakable with Tashia. But what is this? Is it her way of apologizing to herself? Because she sent his soul here without Shenluo's consent, but she still did not get Shenluo's consent for this matter. She is not Isabella, not Teacher Brittany, nor Alice. Although she is very beautiful, with black hair and black eyes, this kind of relationship without any emotional foundation is still difficult for Shenluo to accept. When he woke up, Tashia was gone. After thinking it over again and again, Shenluo decided to go back to Yabo City first. The magicians of the Shinin continent are about to face the moment of life and death. When the gods wake up completely, the magician's catastrophe will come. Shenluo doesn't know whether they can win, but in the face of disaster, his mentality is unprecedentedly peaceful. What is coming will eventually come. Instead of being afraid and worried all day long, it is better to face it calmly. A philosopher once said that the best way to overcome fear is to face it. This may be the last 10 years of his life. Many things that he couldn't figure out before suddenly became clear in an instant. Doing love with the people you like, life should be so simple. Shenluo's figure disappeared again, and the next time he appeared, he had already appeared in front of Isabella's door in the city lord's mansion. Short-distance teleportation can be very accurate. Isabella's door opened, and she ran out quickly, saying in surprise, "Blair, you're back? How's the temple going?" Shenluo hugged her and said, "It's solved." He didn't tell Isabella the specific details, nor did he mention that the gods were about to wake up. He held Isabella's face and asked, you don't look very good. Did you have a nightmare again? Isabella nodded and said, now I have that dream almost every night, and I finally remember the content of the dream. Chen-Luo asked, what dream? Isabella whispered, I dreamed that a planet as big as the moon hit the Earth. It didn't seem to be the Earth. It was a strange place, but it was very similar to the Earth. Chen-Luo's head buzzed. Planet collision, this was Isabella's dream, exactly the same dream as Tasia. Chen-Luo stared at Isabella blankly. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something he had always ignored. Isabella's extraordinary talent is not what a normal magician should have. Because he and teacher Brittany are by her side, Isabella's improvement in strength does not seem so amazing, but looking at the entire continent, only Chen-Luo and teacher Brittany are improving faster than her. And Tasia. A magician cannot have such a talent, unless she is not improving, but recovering to the realm she should have originally. Elemental impurities, the souls born in the divine grace continent can only cast one of witchcraft and magic, and it is impossible to control elemental impurities. 2 people around him can control elemental impurities, which made Chen-Luo fall into a misunderstanding, making him think that this is related to talent, and there may be others on the continent who can do it. Now he finally understands that this is not talent, nor is it a coincidence. Isabella, she is one of the other 2 goddesses. The next moment, Chen-Luo realized another problem. Teacher Brittany. If Isabella is not a coincidence, then teacher Brittany. Her extraordinary talent, she can control elemental impurities just like Chen-Luo and Isabella, the goddess of wisdom, and her sister. Chen-Luo shook his head and said firmly, no, this is impossible, there must be other explanations. Isabella thought of another thing, looked up at Chen-Luo, and said mysteriously, Blair, I tell you a secret, I can also release magic without gestures and spells. Chen-Luo's body swayed, and he held the door to avoid falling. Isabella was worried. Blair, what's wrong with you, are you hurt? After receiving too much information in one day, Chen-Luo held his forehead and said, I'm a little tired, I want to be alone. After a while, Chen-Luo stayed in the room alone, staring blankly ahead. At this moment, the origin of the gods, the identity of the goddess, and the reason for his crossing were all explained. Tasia inherited the memory of the dark goddess, and the inheritors of the other 2 goddesses were Isabella and Brittany. They set up a magic circle outside the unstable space, and brought Chen-Luo's soul from the earth here. Now it seems that the magic circle, which the 3 of them spent an extremely long time to set up, should have more functions than just detecting magic talent and transmitting souls. It will also send the transmitted souls to the place closest to them. Teacher Brittany is in Yabo City, at St. Donis College, and Isabella is here too. So Blair died, and Chen-Luo occupied his body. This is not a coincidence, nor a random event. This is a premeditated plan. The only thing they didn't expect was that Chen-Luo's soul arrived too early, before they woke up, and he became their student, lover, and even had a love triangle. Chen-Luo should be angry at the person who changed the trajectory of his life, but at this moment, he couldn't be angry at all. He could curse the goddess of wisdom, but he couldn't speak well of teacher Brittany and Isabella, because the 2 of them were everything Chen-Luo had in the Shenan continent. They were them, not goddesses, not before, and never would be. Isabella sneaked in from the window and said worriedly, Blair, what's wrong with you? Chen-Luo looked at her, wondering whether he should tell her about this. On second thought, if he didn't tell her now, she would awaken that memory sooner or later. Chen-Luo thought for a long time before saying, I have something very important to tell you. Isabella had never seen him so serious before, and suddenly a bad feeling surged in her heart. She said palely, You like teacher Brittany more. Do you want to be with teacher Brittany? Chen-Luo held her hand and said, Maybe, you should call her sister. Do you want to have both? Isabella said angrily, this is not allowed. Even if I agree, Brittany will not agree. Chen-Luo was stunned for a moment and asked, You agree? Isabella's voice was crying, I know. You still like teacher Brittany. Why don't you at Alice? She likes you too anyway. Chen-Luo said helplessly, I mean, teacher Brittany is really your sister, your biological sister? Isabella was stunned, even forgot to condemn Chen-Luo, and said in disbelief, What, father has other daughters? I mean, she used to be your biological sister. Chen-Luo looked at her and said, I hope you can listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. The spiritual power of the holy mage was several times more sensitive than before. As soon as Chen-Luo finished speaking, he suddenly noticed an unusual spiritual power fluctuation outside the window. That was the spiritual power fluctuation he was most familiar with. Chapter 271. Brittany had been out for a long time. She was in a very complicated mood and didn't know how to face Chenluo. After getting the ring belonging to the goddess of wisdom, she remembered a lot of things, and also remembered the memory that didn't belong to her. The goddess of wisdom, the magic circle, the soul transmission. She knew that becoming a holy mage and leaving the land of God's grace was a very important thing for Chenluo, but it was not until then that she realized that the importance of this matter to him was much greater than she could imagine. There was his home, and this was his hope to go home. And all this was because of him. Her heart was full of guilt, and she didn't have the courage to face him again. Unexpectedly, he seemed to know everything. This caused a slight fluctuation in Brittany's heart, and Chenluo keenly caught that familiar fluctuation. He grabbed Isabella's hand and moved out of the room in an instant. "Blair, what kind of magic is this?" Isabella asked in surprise, and then she found Brittany and said in surprise, "Teacher Brittany." Brittany didn't dare to look at Chenluo, her voice trembling. You know everything?" While feeling the breath of Teacher Brittany, Chenluo also judged that she was already a holy magician. This means that she has awakened her memory. He nodded with some mixed emotions and said, "Tasia told me everything." Brittany whispered, "It turned out to be her." "What's wrong with Tasia?" Isabella looked at Brittany, then looked at Chenluo, and asked anxiously, "What are you hiding from me?" Brittany looked at Isabella with a loving look in her eyes. Then she looked at Chenluo again and said, "Please don't blame Sasha. She is innocent. It's all my fault. Tasia has already apologized." Thinking of the way Tasia apologized, Chenluo felt guilty and said, "Besides, this has nothing to do with you. Compared with these, we have more important things to do." Isabella didn't understand a word and said angrily, "What are you talking about?" Chenluo looked at her and asked, "Do you believe that human souls can be reincarnated?" After an hour of grace, Isabella stared at Chenluo and Brittany in a daze, reached out and touched their foreheads, shook her head and said, "What's wrong with you? How is this possible?" Brittany whispered, "The Stern and Kravis families were transformed by us and left an item. I remember that you and I both left a ring." Isabella saw their serious expressions, stood there for a while, and then ran out of the room quickly. Chenluo and Brittany were left in the room, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Chenluo was the first to break the deadlock and said, "We killed the messenger, and the gods are about to wake up. Maybe 10 years later, we will have to face 4 lords at the same time." "I'm sorry," Brittany said. "If it weren't for us, you wouldn't. If that were the case, I wouldn't know you either." Chenluo smiled, looked at her, and said, "It's just a pity that I once wanted to take you and Sasha to see our world. It's a wonderful world, and you will definitely like it there." Brittany suddenly said, "You didn't write that diary, did you?" Chenluo nodded and said, "At that time, I hadn't come here yet." "That's good." Brittany smiled and said, "This way Sasha won't misunderstand." Her smile was beautiful, but it looked a bit forced. Chenluo looked at her and said, "I have to say that Blair, although a bit vulgar, has a good eye." Brittany looked at him blankly. What? Her personality would not change because she inherited the memory of the goddess of wisdom, and Chenluo didn't say a second word of teasing. He just smiled and said, "Tasia said that they will not wake up for at least 10 years. At that time, I thought to myself that I still have 10 years to be with you. 10 years, 3,650 days, 87,600 divine grace hours. I can still be with you for so long. What else is there to be dissatisfied with?" Brittany just understood the meaning of his words, and her face turned red quickly. She thought it was a misunderstanding, but his words just now touched her heart more than what was written in the diary. She stood up a little nervously and said in a trembling voice, I go see Sasha." City Lord's mansion, study room. Austin looked at Isabella, his face full of anxiety. "Ring? What ring?" Isabella said, "The inheritance of the Clavis family." "Did that old man Edward Stern say something to you?" Austin looked at her and said loudly, Shah, he is a lunatic. Don't listen to him. There is no ancient covenant between the Clavis family and the Stern family, no goddess, and no ring. It's all fake." Isabella looked at him with a pale face and murmured, "Father, these are all true, right?" Austin said firmly, "You are my daughter, not a goddess." Isabella looked at him and said firmly, "No matter who I am, you are my father." Austin looked into her eyes for a long time. Then he slowly sat down on the chair, and his straight spine slowly bent down. "I thought it was just a legend." He looked ahead and said to himself, "Legend has it that the goddess will descend to the Clavis family. At that time, the continent will have a great disaster, and only the goddess can save it." He smiled a little self-deprecatingly. "I thought it was just a legend." If it was really a legend, it would be great. Why is it the Clavis family? Why is it my daughter? Austin slowly stood up, took out an ancient box from a secret compartment on the wall, and placed it on the table. Isabella walked over, opened the box, and saw the ring inside. She picked up the ring, and Austin suddenly looked at her and said, "Sasha, can you call me father again? You will always be my father," Isabella said to him, and then put the ring on the middle finger of her left hand. The size of the ring was just right, as if it was originally hers. The gem of the ring flashed a faint light, and Isabella's face appeared confused. After an unknown amount of time, the confusion on her face disappeared, and she looked at Austin again and whispered, "Father." Isabella walked outside the study, and when she saw Brittany standing in the yard, her eyes were a little red, and she whispered, "Sister." Chenluo saw the ring on her hand, which was a magic item that had the function of storing things and increasing magic power. Isabella walked to Chenluo, lowered her head, and said, "Blair, I'm sorry." Obviously, she had inherited the memory, and knew what she had done to him. Chenluo glanced at her and said, "Just say sorry. If sorry is useful, what is the use of law? They did such an excessive thing to themselves. Of course, it is not something that can be easily covered up with a simple apology. At the very least, they should have the sincerity of Tashia." Isabella suddenly approached Chenluo and asked, "Blair, why do you have such a strong smell of Tashia on you? What did you do today?" Chapter 272. Chenluo has a strong smell of Tashia because they had a long negative distance contact today. Specifically, it was Tashia who slept with him, and the situation was extremely bad. Knocked him out first, and then slept with him, which is a serious crime. If it were in a civilized society, the minimum sentence would be 3 years, and the maximum penalty would be death penalty. However, there is still the most important thing at the moment. Chenluo avoided the important thing and said, "Today she appeared in the Earth Temple, killed a messenger, and then told me everything about the gods. The magic gods will wake up soon." Isabella inherited the memory of the goddess, and of course she knew what Chenluo was talking about now. Cultivating a lord and joining forces with them to deal with the 4 magic gods was a plan they had prepared for countless years. This plan was successful, but the timing was wrong. They had just gained their memories, and it was impossible for them to recover to the level of lords in 10 years. When the magic gods came, even if there was only one lord, they would not be able to deal with it. Isabella and Brittany's hearts suddenly became heavy. Perhaps this is really the last period of time. "Be happy." Chenluo smiled and said, "Even if tomorrow is the end of the world, we must spend this night happily." After obtaining the inheritance, Isabella's strength quickly jumped to the peak of the Holy Mage. The peak of the Holy Mage seems to be only 1 step away from the Lord, but under normal circumstances, it will take nearly 100 years to advance again. In the next few days, except for the Earth Temple, the altars of the other 3 temples were also destroyed. The priests of the 3 major temples resisted strongly at first, but when the evidence pointed to the hidden fact, their faith collapsed. The civilians of the continent did not know such news, and the low-level magicians did not know it either, but for the high-level magicians, this was a storm that swept the entire continent. This storm destroyed their faith and caused them endless panic. The wizards disappeared, and the 4 major temples were no longer active, falling into a dead silence. The continent seemed to have ushered in peace again, but under this peace, there was a surging undercurrent. Chenluo stayed in Yabo City and bought a courtyard by the lake. He lived here with teacher Brittany and Isabella. A few days later, Alice became their neighbor. This was originally the married life that Chenluo longed for, and everything was beautiful like this. Of course, under the current circumstances, Isabella would no longer think about getting married. The 4 magic gods were like stones pressing on everyone's hearts. The only thing they had to do was to improve their strength as soon as possible in these last days. Chenluo did not meditate. He was not the reincarnation of a goddess, and there was no way he could be promoted to a lord in 10 years. He sat in the study, writing and drawing on a piece of paper. Christine walked in from the door, pursed her lips, and asked, "Prince Bolton said that the gods are all outsiders, and they use the magicians of the gods' grace continent as their tools. Is this true?" Chenluo put down his pen and nodded, "Yes." Christine asked, "What will happen if they wake up?" Chenluo said, "Wizards will be eliminated, and the 4 major temples may also need to be rebuilt. All those who oppose them will perish. The awakening of the god of magic has an impact on ordinary people on the continent, but it is not fatal. What those people want is rule, not destruction. If the life on the divine grace continent is extinct, who will they rule? The only ones who face the threat of the gods are high-level magicians. the inheritors of the three goddesses, and Qianluo, an outsider. Christine did not return to the capital, but stayed in Yabo City. Christine once said that she didn't like the trivialities of the kingdom. She gave the throne to Duke Charles and moved here, living next door to teacher Brittany. After destroying the altar of the Temple of Fire, Healy came back with Crow, and Catherine followed him. Healy, who broke the shackles of the soul, was no longer affected by the gods and messengers. Like Crow, he had the strength of a true holy magician. He was unusually good to Catherine. After he was promoted to Saint Mage, Qianluo's perception became particularly sharp. He vaguely sensed that there was some kind of blood connection between Catherine and Healy. Crow sat in front of the door to bask in the sun. Qianluo walked over and asked, "Tell me about your world." Crow shook his head and said, "I have reincarnated too many times, and many memories have been completely lost. I only remember some things about the Great Destruction." "What about the three goddesses?" "Goddesses?" Crow thought for a while and said, "I have some impressions. I only remember that they are very powerful figures even in our world. If it weren't for the Great Destruction, how dare those four guys attack them?" Crow knew very little about the past. If he reincarnated twice more, he would probably never remember these things. Theodore and the high priest of the Earth Temple stood behind them, and had been listening for a while. At a certain moment, the high priest asked Crow, "Do we have hope?" Crow shook his head honestly. "No. The power of the Lord is not what you can imagine. It is impossible for us to create 4 lords within 10 years. Even 3 goddesses cannot recover their strength in such a short time. Any lord who wakes up can suppress the entire continent." The high priest thought for a while, and suddenly asked, "Since they can devour the soul of the great mage, can you?" Crow looked at him and said, "In that case, you may die. We will all die." The high priest said calmly, "We cannot change the fact of death, but we can choose the way of death. If my death can bring freedom to the magicians of the continent, then I am willing. I have lived long enough." The crow thought for a while and said, "If you are willing, this will be the only hope. The biggest change of the holy mage is the transformation of the soul. Their soul and spirit can be freed from the shackles of the body. The soul of a holy mage is the most nourishing nutrient for other holy mage. The reason why the gods did not choose reincarnation is because they can rely on the soul of the holy mage to recover. If you only offer your spiritual power, your soul can be preserved, but from now on, you will become an ordinary person who does not understand magic." To see his voice sounded not far behind. The high priest said, "Before I came, all the priests of the 4 major temples were ready." Facing the threat of the gods' arrival, the priests of the 4 major temples not only prepared to sacrifice themselves, but also began to contact other great mage masters on the continent. If they want, they may be able to create 4 lords within 10 years. This is their choice, and the only choice. When the gods awaken, all of them will become nutrients for the gods and messengers. Such a big change has happened on the continent, and it is impossible to conceal it for a long time. Although the civilians are still confused, the nobles, scholars, and those powerful magicians have also received this news that shocked the continent from various channels. Including the 4 major temples and the many magic families on the continent, countless people are preparing for the upcoming catastrophe on the continent. In the Galaxy School, Qianluo handed several manuscripts to the scholar Will. The scholar Will looked at the unfamiliar characters and formulas on the paper and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Qianluo exhaled lightly and said, "Peace." Chapter 273. In the name of the sage, the Galaxy School summoned the top mathematics, science, and alchemy scholars from all kingdoms under the jurisdiction of the 4 empires of the Grace continent. No one knew what they were going to do, because even within the Galaxy School, this was a top secret that could not be revealed. The 4 major temples gave this research special priority above all actions, and supported the Galaxy School's research with the power of the entire continent, regardless of cost, manpower, or price. The sage brought the science of the Grace continent into the new century. Theoretical science, experimental science, mathematics, chemistry, biology, medicine, and various disciplines have ushered in leaps and bounds in recent years. Because of the urgent call of the Galaxy School, these scholars, who have extraordinary status in various fields, immediately put down their current work and devoted themselves to this major confidentiality plan. When wizards no longer disturb the continent, and when the 4 major temples unite, their mobilization capabilities are beyond imagination. The Wind Mage was willing to be the messenger to deliver the message. In order to deliver the information in time, the headquarters of the Galaxy School was also moved to the center of the continent, a small country under the Far Empire. There, the message can be delivered to various countries on the continent in the shortest time. Chen Luo didn't know whether this research could succeed or be realized within 10 years. This time, he could only give the scholars a general research direction. After all, he only knew a little about this kind of thing. His power alone was far less than the sum of these scholars. Under his instruction, the Galaxy School conducted a saturation call for scholars on the continent, gathering the wisdom of the entire continent. As long as the research is beneficial to the research, no matter the cost, it can be done. When facing life and death, both magicians and scholars showed a shocking power. Tashia landed from the air and said, "I found the substance you asked me to find. There are rich mineral deposits on the continent. I have recorded the location." Chen Luo nodded and said, "Thank you for the trouble." Although Tashia is only a holy mage, she is at the peak of the holy level, just like teacher Brittany and Isabella. Her mental power is far beyond Chen Luo's ability. So Chen Luo asked her to find uranium mines. Compared with the Earth, the technology of Shenin continent is much backward, but the existence of magic can make up for many technological deficiencies. This makes what he has to do much less difficult than in another world. Tashia looked at him and asked, "What does that substance do?" Chen Luo smiled and said, "The most powerful power of mankind is not magic." "What is that?" E equals mc squared. The power of the microscopic world is far more powerful than we imagined. If this research is successful, you will be able to witness it with your own eyes. When Chen Luo explained to Tashia, Isabella walked out of the room and asked, "Blair, what are you talking about? What E equals mc squared?" Tashia awakened earlier than them. She and teacher Brittany just awakened, and have been consolidating their realm these days. Chen Luo said, "Preparing for the future war?" The high priests and priests of the 4 major temples are willing to sacrifice their spiritual power, so that they can be promoted to lords. Chen Luo and a group of scholars are also contributing their strength in the way of scholars. Tashia said, "I found the entrance to the space where they are." After being seriously injured, the gods used their last strength to open up a space, and then fell into a deep sleep. The messenger could descend from that space through the altar of the temple. Now the altars of the 4 major temples have been destroyed. If they want to get out of there, they can only go through the only entrance. After sensing the destruction of the altar, even if they are in deep sleep, they should know that something they don't want to see happened in the Shenin continent, and at least one lord will wake up from his deep sleep. Chen Luo asked, "Where?" Tashia said, "On the sea. If the gods descend from the mainland, countless innocent people will die. Choosing the final battlefield on the sea is a good thing for ordinary people on the mainland." Isabella was a little confused and murmured, "Can we win?" Tashia said, "Probably not." Isabella glared at her and said dissatisfiedly, "Whose side are you on?" Tashia said, "This is the fact." Tashia and Isabella seemed to be a little bit at odds. They had never been like this before. Chen Luo guessed that their attitude towards each other might come from another identity. Isabella said, "Even if this is the truth, you have to have faith in us." Tashia glanced at her and said, "You are still so unreasonable, just like when you snatched my doll when you were a child." Isabella was stunned for a moment and asked, "When did I snatch you?" Before she finished her words, she was stunned again. She recalled and was surprised to find that she really snatched her doll, but that was a long time ago, before the world was destroyed. Isabella opened her mouth and said, "That has nothing to do with me. I wasn't the one who stole your doll." She looked at Chen Luo and said, "Blair, who do you think is unreasonable?" Chen Luo thought for a moment and said, "The past is over. I didn't pursue what you did to me. Don't take it to heart." Tashia glanced at him, "You helped her?" Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. The memory inheritance of the goddess will have a certain impact on them. Isabella and Brittany's personalities have not changed much, probably because the personalities of the 2 goddesses were like this before. Only Tashia has changed a lot from before. She would never do that to Chen Luo before. Isabella snorted complacently, "If he doesn't help me, will he help you?" Tashia looked at her and asked, "Have you slept with him?" Isabella was stunned, and Brittany, who was walking to the door, suddenly stopped. Isabella glanced at her, "Is it your business?" Then, she said, "We used to sleep together every day." Tashia looked at her, "Have you ever had sex?" Isabella's face turned red, and she said angrily, What are you talking about?" Tashia smiled slightly and said, "We have." She looked at Isabella, who was stunned, and said, "Sorry, you have to line up behind me." "Who wants to line up behind you?" Isabella glared at Chen Luo and asked loudly, "Blair, what's going on? Explain it to me." Chapter 274. Tashia and Isabella quickly talked about everything from childhood to the indescribable. Chen Luo was caught off guard and didn't even have a chance to interrupt. "I explain?" Tasia still didn't give Chen Luo a chance to speak and describe the incident calmly. For Chen Luo, this was tantamount to public execution. Isabella was extremely ashamed and pointed at her with trembling fingers. You are shameless. Isabella returned to the city lord's mansion in a rage, and the culprit Tasia stayed as if nothing had happened. Chen Luo now knew why she was called the Dark Goddess. In terms of black belly, 10 Isabellas are not her opponent. He couldn't beat her, and he couldn't scold her. Chen Luo could only go to the city lord's mansion to explain to Isabella. When he turned around, he saw teacher Brittany standing at the door. Chen Luo opened his mouth. Brittany looked at Chen Luo with a complicated expression and asked, "Do you like Sasha or Tasia?" Chen Luo looked at Tasia not far away, opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything. Although he was raped by Tasia, it was not him who suffered. With the enemy at hand, as the only hope of the Divine Grace continent, the two of them must not become enemies first. Brittany was silent for a moment, and then said, "In our world, they can be your wives at the same time." In the city lord's mansion, Chen Luo was clearly told that Isabella didn't want to see him now. Alice came over and asked, "Are you quarreling again?" Chen Luo sighed helplessly. Alice smiled and said, "I helped you persuade her." Isabella only disappeared Chen Luo, not Alice. However, Chen Luo did not hold much hope for this, and could only wait for Isabella to calm down first. After leaving the city lord's mansion, he went to the Galaxy School to learn about the progress of the research. Compared with the other world, this research in the Divine Grace continent has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is the existence of magic, which can overcome many difficulties, does not require complex electronic equipment, and many important structures can be replaced by magic. The disadvantage is that basic science and engineering are still at a very basic stage. Chen Luo can only provide the principles, and some specific data still need to be calculated by themselves. City Lord's Mansion. Alice looked at Isabella, who was still angry, and asked, "What happened?" Isabella told her about Tasia in shame and anger. "I should have listened to you." She regretted it now, and said, "I should have been careful with her. This can't be blamed on Blair." Alice was obviously shocked by this incident. After being stunned, she said, "Princess Tasia went too far." Isabella also knew this, but she couldn't help but get angry and said regretfully, "Damn it, I shouldn't have taken her doll in the first place." Alice asked in confusion, "What? Doll?" "Nothing." Isabella felt even more irritated and a little worried. Tasia can do whatever it takes to achieve her goal. Although Isabella has some confidence in herself, she also knows that she is no match for Tasia. Even with Sister Brittany, there is not much chance of winning. She had figured it out. The three of them could live together as before. This was not a strange thing in their previous world. The appearance of Tasia completely disrupted her plan and caused her a great crisis. Alice looked at her and asked in confusion, "Sasha, what are you thinking?" Isabella looked at her, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to her mind. She gritted her teeth and made a decision in her heart. She suddenly said, "Alice, you like Blair, right?" Alice was stunned, and then her face turned pale, and said, "Don't misunderstand. I won't snatch Blair from you." Isabella grabbed her hand and said, "I'm serious, Alice, I need you." Alice said a little blankly, "Need me? What?" Chen Luo didn't expect that Isabella only stayed in the city lord's mansion for half a day, and she came back by herself. He gave Alice a grateful look, and Alice's eyes were a little evasive, and she hurriedly dodged. Isabella walked up to Chen Luo and said, "I know, this is not your fault." It was rare for Isabella to start to reason, and Chen Luo was worried that it was a trick, so he immediately said, "No, I still have a responsibility. You are not her opponent at all, and you can't resist her." Isabella rolled her eyes at him and asked, "Do I look like an unreasonable person?" Although she was indeed very reasonable this time, this sentence was too hurtful to her self-esteem. Isabella suddenly asked, "Do you like Alice?" Chen Luo was caught off guard and was stunned. This kind of temptation was too superficial and straightforward. Before he could speak, Isabella continued, "If you like her, you can be with her. In our world, you can have many wives at the same time." Chen Luo's feelings for Alice were not much different from those for Isabella at the beginning. It was just what happened later that made them drift further and further apart. But this has nothing to do with what Isabella said now, even if what she said was true. She must be lying to him. Chen Luo shook his head and said, "You shouldn't joke about Alice." Isabella said seriously, "I'm not kidding, Alice is willing." It sounded like the truth, but Chen Luo was still unmoved and said, "I know Alice, you can't fool me. This might be a scam jointly organized by Alice and Isabella." Even if Isabella had an excellent wingman, Chunluo would not be fooled. Isabella stamped her feet and said, as Chunluo's girlfriend, I don't care. If you don't agree, I won't allow you to be with my sister and Tashia. Chunluo almost couldn't believe his ears. In addition to Alice, she also acquiesced to Tashia and Brittany? Chunluo looked at her vigilantly and asked, Who are you? Why did you become Sasha? Isabella seemed to be serious, which made Chunluo feel incredible. Could it be because of the influence of that memory? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Although her soul and consciousness are still her own, she inexplicably has the memory of her previous life, so it is impossible that there is no change at all. But it cannot be ruled out that this is the possibility that Isabella and Alice have teamed up to trick him. Chunluo walked into the yard and saw Alice standing there, looking dazed, rubbing the hem of her skirt unconsciously. Chunluo walked over and asked with concern, Alice, what's wrong with you? Alice's body trembled, subconsciously wanting to run away, but stopped. She mustered up her courage, looked up at Chunluo, and asked, Blair, there is a question I have wanted to ask you for a long time. What question? Alice looked into his eyes and asked nervously, If at that time, I chose to stay in St. Donis College, would we have a different ending? Chunluo opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer for a moment, and not knowing whether this was part of Isabella's plan. This question is essentially the same as Have you ever loved me? Chunluo looked around and released his mental power again, and found that Isabella was not nearby. Perhaps this matter really had nothing to do with her. When he saw the anxiety, uneasiness, expectation, fear, and all kinds of emotions in Alice's eyes, he hesitated for a moment, then nodded honestly and said, yes. Alice stared at him blankly, with an unprecedented brilliance in her eyes. She finally got the answer she wanted. She held Chunluo's hand tightly, even making Chunluo feel a little pain. Chunluo murmured, Alice, you. Alice looked up at him and said firmly, Blair, I have made a wrong choice once. I don't want to make a wrong choice a second time. Chapter 275. Chunluo never expected that Isabella was serious. The memory of the goddess had a greater impact on her than Chunluo expected. The most important thing is that their previous world actually had the same traditions as ancient China. The incident caused by Tashia was resolved peacefully, in a way that Chunluo could not believe. Not only did Isabella not get angry, but she also indirectly made him gain Alice's confession. Even thinking about it now, it still feels like a dream. It's incredible. Christine said in disbelief. Although many big people have more than one partner, they don't seem to be so harmonious. The harmony she saw was all an illusion. Isabella and Tashia were clearly opposed. Now the situation has changed. It has become Isabella plus Alice, and Tashia is clearly opposed. And teacher Brittany, although she no longer avoids, she has never faced it head-on. She went to the capital, and the great magician Meili had returned there. There, she spent some effort, and used special means to help Grand Mage Meili advance to Saint Mage. Grand Mage Meili's strength was not improved much, but her life level was improved and her lifespan would be greatly extended. After coming here, Tashia never left. Not only that, she was very popular among the women here. Catherine was fine, after all, she was a wizard, but Christine, and even Alice in Isabella's camp, did not show obvious hostility to her. This is because Tashia has a magic that keeps a woman's appearance and body functions young for a long time. This is an advanced application of healing elements, which is not good at Isabella and Brittany. Tashia, Isabella and Brittany were all lords, so they didn't have to worry about such things. But for women with low magic levels, staying young might be more attractive than raising their magic levels. Especially Catherine, who stood firmly in Tashia's camp from any angle. A month later, Chunluo met High Priest Ian of the Earth Temple again. He came to sacrifice his spiritual power. Sacrificing spiritual power is different from sacrificing souls, but it will also make him fall from the realm of Saint Mage to a low-level magician. Chunluo asked, Have you thought about it? The High Priest said, This is our only use. The magicians on the continent have all been imprisoned by the gods. Even the Saint Mage is no different from ordinary people in front of the messenger. The only thing they can do is to sacrifice their spiritual power, and create a few lords before those people come. Chunluo saw some familiar people around the High Priest. Among these people, there are Zarathus, Bolton Werner, priests of the Earth Temple, and some great magicians that Chunluo does not know. Facing the impending catastrophe and disaster on the God's Grace continent, they made the same choice. The three goddesses are their last hope, and their only hope. Can you win? Before sacrificing his spiritual power, Theodore asked Chunluo a question. Chunluo said, Try your best. Everyone on the God's Grace continent is trying their best. The great magician gave up everything and became an ordinary person. The magicians are more eager than ever to be promoted to great magicians, because only the spiritual power of the great magician level is qualified to be sacrificed, and can contribute their own strength to save the continent. Compared with magicians, the contribution of scholars seems insignificant. 7 years have passed, and no one knows what they are doing. All the research of the Galaxy School is strictly confidential to the outside world. Even most of the scholars only know that the sage has brought together the top scholars of the entire continent to conduct a very important research. Scholar Will is much older than he was 7 years ago. With his level of magician, this situation should not have happened. But in the past few years, as the main person in charge of this plan, he has paid dozens of times, or even dozens of times the energy of others. He stood in front of Chen Luo, his voice trembling. We did it. The research failed countless times, and stagnated countless times. Countless hopes, and countless despairs made this old man even older, but the old face could not cover up the light in his eyes. Chen Luo said, "Thank you for your hard work." A university scholar asked, "Can it really bring permanent peace to the continent?" Chen Luo nodded and said, "Nuclear peace will come." From Tashia and the others, Chen Luo has a deep understanding of the strength of the lords. The strength of the messengers lies in their strong mental power, and immunity to magic. Magic can't defeat them, but science can. This plan almost gathered the strength of scholars from the entire Shannon continent, and with the help of teachers Tashia and Brittany, it took a full 7 years. In these 7 years, the number of great magicians in the Shannon continent has dropped sharply to 1/10 of the original number. The residents on the coast began to evacuate to the center of the continent a few years ago. The gods awakened earlier than Tashia expected. Judging from the spatial fluctuations on the sea, they may come in the near future. Chen Luo spent 7 very quiet years. In these 7 years, although Tashia and Isabella have not yet made peace, they have worked hard to restore the realm of the Lord and awakened only once every few months. In the absence of meeting, the conflict has not been intensified. And teacher Brittany has been in seclusion for the past 7 years. In the past few years, the only one who has been with Chen Luo is Alice. Because of Isabella's special care, she has reached the realm of a magician, and she still looks the same as she did 7 years ago. Toby and Linda got married 6 years ago, and now have a child. In these 7 years, Chen Luo often thought of Jasmine, but since she left the capital and went out to travel, there has been no news. Chen Luo often takes care of Jasmine's family in Yabo City. Now they live a good life. Jasmine's younger brother also got married last year. Although Chen Luo is not an ordinary holy mage, it is impossible for him to find a person accurately in the Shannon continent with his mental power. In the room, he was meditating every day, and suddenly there was a figure beside him. Chen Luo opened his eyes, and saw Brittany, for the first time in these 7 years. She stood there quietly, but Chen Luo's mental power could not sense her presence at all. Chen Luo smiled, "Teacher Brittany. Don't call me teacher anymore." Brittany looked at him and said, "The thing I regret most is being your teacher." Shannon continent, deep in the East China Sea. Compared with land, the ocean occupies a larger area of the earth. People have been exploring the ocean for thousands of years, but until now, the ocean is still a mystery in people's hearts. The deep sea contains countless secrets, and many people even believe that the realm of God is hidden somewhere in the deep sea. Deep in the East China Sea, above the sea, the space suddenly fluctuated, and a figure appeared out of thin air. He took a deep breath, his face showed an intoxicated look, and whispered, "It's a long-lost heir." His figure disappeared on the spot, and the next moment, he appeared on the shore of the East China Sea. He released his whole body's breath unscrupulously, and more than 10 countries in the eastern part of Shannon continent, whether ordinary people or magicians, felt an inexplicable palpitation at the same time. A powerful pressure seemed to force them to kneel on the ground. On the shore of the East China Sea, the figure was about to move to the Temple of Wind, and suddenly found that the surrounding space was imprisoned. This kind of confinement could not hurt him, but it made him unable to move immediately. Has one of them awakened? He showed disdain on his face, and was about to trace the source of the confinement, when a strange thing suddenly appeared beside him. It was a black thing, in the shape of a long strip, with a big head and a small tail, and it was sent from somewhere unknown. The disdain on his face turned into surprise, wondering why the awakened goddess would do such an unnecessary thing. The next moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in his eyes, a strong light that could not be looked at directly. Chen Luo stood far away, staring at the shore of the East China Sea, until a huge mushroom appeared there. Chapter 276. When he saw the strange thing begin to emit the first ray of light, the Wind Lord Amigo felt extreme danger. This was the Lord's premonition. The next moment, His body was surrounded by a thick layer of ice. However, in just a moment, the ice layer sublimated directly, and his body also sublimated at the same time. The Lord's powerful body, under the extremely high temperature, could not even hold on for a moment, and was directly vaporized. A huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky, and huge waves were set off on the sea, with countless fish corpses in the waves. A transparent shadow flew out of the mushroom cloud, and fled rapidly in a certain direction. In that shadow, Amigo's extremely frightened face was faintly reflected. This powerful force, which is completely different from magic, can actually destroy his body directly. Although the soul is the most important thing for those above the Saint Mage, the strength of the soul without the body will also be reduced by one level. The soul of the Lord level is the best supplement for other lords. He must find a new body, at least the body of a holy mage, to bear his soul. Otherwise, when the three wake up completely, they will definitely absorb his soul as nutrients. He didn't even think about what it was, he just wanted to escape at this moment. His soul fled from this dangerous area at an incredible speed. However, when he entered a country on the continent, the movement of his soul suddenly solidified, and a layer of light blue ice crystals appeared on the periphery of his soul, and finally condensed into an ice block, freezing him completely. The space radiated a wave, and the figures of Chen Luo and Brittany appeared out of thin air. Being able to grow a big mushroom by hand is one of men's dreams and their greatest romance. Although this mushroom was not planted by Chen Luo himself, the person who planted the mushroom was his woman, so it was barely a dream come true. Magic cannot harm the Lord's body, so use a nuclear bomb. Facts have proved that although the Lord is powerful, he cannot resist a nuclear explosion. The only regret is that a nuclear explosion can destroy his body, but it cannot destroy his soul. Even the soul of the holy mage can exist independently from the body, and the soul of the Lord can escape even under the effect of a nuclear explosion. But the flaws are also obvious. Without the soul carried by the body, the Lord's strength can no longer be exerted. Chen Luo and Brittany have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Amigo's soul was frozen, but he was still able to make a sound. He looked at Brittany in horror, his voice filled with endless fear. "It's you, you've awakened." What he feared was not only Brittany, but also the strength of her Lord. With only his soul left, he could never be a Lord's opponent. Brittany looked at him, and said calmly, "Amigo." Amigo's soul trembled continuously, and his voice echoed in this space, "Your Highness, spare me, Your Highness, I am willing to be your loyal servant, please forgive my past." The Lord who lost his body was humbled to the dust in front of Chen Luo and Brittany. Chen Luo was surprised that the Lord-level strongman had no blood at all. Thinking about it carefully, it was not surprising. The higher the status and the stronger the strength, the more afraid of death. Death means losing everything, and they will not easily give up what they have already obtained. Most people will choose to live on their knees rather than stand and die. This is human nature, and the Lord is also human. Brittany did not directly destroy Amigo's soul. After imprisoning his soul, she asked, "Where are the three of them?" Amigo said, "They are still sleeping and will wake up soon. I am the first to wake up." In order to find out why the temple altar was destroyed. He finally knew why the temple altar was destroyed. The eldest princess awakened and restored the power of the Lord. Not only that, they also have that kind of terrifying thing that can destroy the Lord's body in an instant. What kind of terrifying thing is that? Brittany looked at Chen Luo, her eyes full of wonders. 7 years, the time for the magic gods to awaken was advanced, and Tessia and Isabella were still some distance away from the Lord. Only she restored the strength of the Lord. 1 against 4, she had no chance of winning. Until Chen Luo gave her that thing. She didn't need to fight them head-on, she only needed to do 3 things. First, while sensing their breath, she should restrain their ability to move in space. It was not difficult to do this. Within a limited distance, either of the 2 Lord-level warriors could destroy the other's movement. Second, move that thing to their side. Third, move a blue fireball over a long distance. After doing these 3 things, the powerful Wind Lord Amigo was left with only his escaping soul. Unfortunately, the Galaxy School only had time to create this one. If there were 3 more, she could deal with the other 3 lords in the same way as Amigo. 2 figures appeared from a distance. Tessia and Isabella had not fully recovered their strength, and were unable to arrive immediately. "Amigo!" When they saw the phantom floating in front of Chen Luo and the others, they exclaimed at the same time, and then they realized that the Amigo in front of them was only a soul. Although the body is not the most important thing for the Lord, the soul without the body cannot exert the Lord's strength at all. Amigo's face showed flattery. "Your Highnesses, your loyal servants greet you." After listening to Brittany's description, Isabella and Tessia looked at Chen Luo in surprise and asked, Is this also something from your world? Qianluo glanced at them and said, I told you a long time ago that you must believe in the power of science. The ultimate of science is far beyond the reach of magic. Science. Amigo's face showed fear again. Although he didn't know what science was, there was no doubt that it must be extremely dangerous. He would stay as far away from science as possible in the future. Above the sea, somewhere in the subspace attached to the Shinan continent. Where is Amigo? Why can't I feel his breath? What happened in the outside world? Did those three wake up? Impossible. Even if those three woke up, it would be impossible to wipe out Amigo's existence in such a short time. Who will go out and take a look? The space fell into a long silence again. It would be good if they hadn't been devoured. A voice suddenly sounded. He was talking about the messengers. If they hadn't awakened early and devoured their souls, as gods, they wouldn't have to go out in person. Another voice said, we were going to devour them. There are 4 gods in the Divine Grace continent. We don't need messengers or goddesses. We must find them when we awaken this time. After devouring them, we may be able to leave here. Since there is the Divine Grace continent, there must be other worlds. So who will go out this time? The whole space fell into a long silence again. A voice said, Saipan. Another voice said angrily, why me? The voice said, you are a fire element. You can restrain 2 of them. Join forces with Amigo. Even if the 3 of them recover their strength, they can still win. In the darkness, the figure was silent for a long time before saying, I can go out, but I need one of their 3 souls. You 3 can decide what to do with the other 2. Chapter 277. The space on the sea surface fluctuated, and the figure of the Fire Lord Sayamigaben emerged out of thin air. His body moved once, and instantly appeared on the shore of the East China Sea. What happened here? Seeing the mess here, Saiban's face changed slightly. As a lord, he didn't know what kind of magic could cause such destruction, and he sensed a trace of Amigo's breath here. Not long ago, Amigo came here. But now, his breath is gone, and the breath at the scene makes Saiban even more frightened. Could it be that Amigo was killed? How could this be possible? As the Lord of Wind, Amigo's strength is the strongest among the 4 of them. Even if the 3 of them all wake up and recover their strength, it is impossible to kill Amigo in such a short time. He suppressed the fear in his heart, moved again, and left here. However, when his figure appeared again, several figures moved not far in front of him. It's you? When he felt the 3 familiar auras, his face changed at first, and then he was relieved. They really woke up, but only one of them recovered the strength of the Lord. It seems that the destruction of the 4 temples should be done by them. Saipan opened his mouth and was about to say something, but when he saw the shadows behind Brittany and others, his face finally couldn't help but change wildly. Amigo, why are you? Amigo's face showed a tangled look. He hoped that Saipan could win, but he didn't want him to win. Being a servant of the princess, at least it might keep the soul immortal. If he fell into Saipan's hands, Amigo had no doubt about his fate. He would definitely be swallowed by Saipan and used as his tonic. Amigo's body was destroyed, leaving only his soul. Saipan retreated almost instantly, and at the same time, countless fire giants emerged from the void and besieged Qianluo and others. Unlike the elemental spirits summoned by McLean, Qianluo could easily see from the aura that each of these elemental spirits was stronger than him. Not only that, the area around them, dozens of miles in radius, was filled with rich fire elements, and the other 3 elements were directly repelled in a very short time. It's a pity that he is a fire element. Among the 4 magic gods, the fire element is the one that makes him most at ease. Like the holy magician, it is impossible for the Lord level to master all magic. Just to comprehend one magic system, they have to spend a lot of time and energy. No one has ever become a dual system lord. This means that he can only exert the strength of a lord in fire magic. This is also the case. In this level of elemental field, the holy magician other than the fire system may not be able to persist for even a quarter of an hour. In this space, they can't communicate with other magic elements at all. Amigo looked at this scene with some worry. If the princess failed, he couldn't escape the fate of his soul becoming the nutrients of Saipan. At this moment, he urgently hoped that the princess would let Saipan try the power of science. Saipan stood on the edge of the fire field. Amigo in the soul state made him alert to the extreme. Once he made a move, it was the biggest killer. These countless elemental elves, each of them has the strength of a holy magician, and the elf king among them is infinitely close to the Lord. Even the Lord can hardly resist. He could easily kill the rest of the people by using these elemental spirits to entangle the awakened princess. By then, he would not be afraid even if he faced another lord alone. As soon as this thought came up, Something frightened him. The elemental spirit that approached them first disappeared strangely. Then, with them as the center, the fire domain was gradually swallowed up. He could clearly sense the fire element, but he could not get any response. The elemental spirits disappeared one by one, and even the Elf King did not hold on for a moment. This scene even stunned Amigo in the soul state. What happened in the Divine Grace continent during their sleep? Why did they know so many operations that he could not understand? What destroyed his body? What kind of magic was this? Why had he never seen it before? Is this science? As a powerful lord, Amigo sadly discovered that after sleeping for thousands of years, he was obviously out of date. Amigo was sluggish, and Saipan was shocked and terrified. He is the Fire Lord, and fire magic is his biggest reliance. If he is restrained in fire magic, he is definitely not the opponent of another lord. After a moment of confrontation, he immediately thought of retreating. It was the biggest mistake to come out alone this time. The times have changed. It has become different from before they fell asleep. One lord can no longer dominate the entire continent. Amigo's fate is in sight. The other three can no longer be suspicious and cautious like before. They must join forces. Saipan fled quickly to the sea. The space around him was limited, and he could no longer move. A fire elemental spirit suddenly blocked his way. A smile appeared on Saipan's lips. It was extremely stupid to use a fire elemental spirit to stop a fire lord. No one on this continent knew the fire element better than him. In just a moment, the fire elemental spirit was controlled by him. Not far behind him, Isabella's lips showed a smile. Saipan found that the fire elemental spirit he controlled suddenly changed from red to blue, and then exploded with a bang. He was closest to the center of the explosion, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he was directly blown away. Chen Luo watched from a distance. The Lord's body was indeed strong. With Isabella's current strength, the blue explosive fireball she released only caused him a little insignificant injury. Unfortunately, even though the Galaxy School was fast enough, and he had long thought of using long-distance fireballs instead of electronic detonators to ignite explosives, and push the two uranium blocks to combine to reach the critical mass of the chain reaction, he had never thought that the gods would wake up so early that they only had time to create one. The fire element could not respond, and the red elemental spirit turned blue, making him unable to control it. Moreover, such a powerful explosion could still occur. Saipan's head was buzzing, and he even doubted the existing magic. But now is not the time to doubt. As a Fire Lord, he is almost completely restrained. He fled desperately. In his long years of life, he has never encountered such a weird situation. In the back, Amigo looked at Saipan, who was only concerned with fleeing, thought for a while, and suddenly said, "Your Highness, let me go and persuade Saipan." As a servant, he had to seize any opportunity to show himself, otherwise, who knows if they would settle accounts afterwards. It is much more cost-effective to devour the soul of the Lord level directly than to make him a servant. Brittany glanced at him, and teleported him without hesitation. The Fire Lord Saipan, who was fleeing in a panic, suddenly found a shadow in front of him and said angrily, "Amigo, are you going to betray us? I'm doing this for your own good." Amigo looked at him and said, "If you stay here, you can still keep your body. If you run further, you will end up like me." Saipan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately said, "What do you mean?" Amigo, as the strongest among them, lost his body in such a short time, leaving only his soul. He is still vigilant about this matter. Amigo showed Saipan a memory in his soul. Saipan saw the shore of the East China Sea, saw Amigo, saw him being imprisoned and moved, and saw the strange thing. Then, he saw a bright, blinding light and a huge mushroom. Amigo whispered, "Obviously, they don't want to use the thing around them. But if you run away, you'll be destroyed by that mushroom." Saipan stopped running, thinking of the scene of Amigo's body being destroyed, and his voice was filled with endless fear. "What is that?" Amigo said in a deep voice, "Science." Chapter 278. Times have changed. Amigo, in the state of soul, floated in front of Saipan, and said with emotion and sadness, "We have been asleep for too long, the era of magic has passed." The Fire Lord did not run away again. After seeing the process of Amigo's body being destroyed, he completely gave up the idea of running away. He couldn't beat him, and he couldn't run away. He truly experienced what despair was. He began to regret that he had been asleep for too long in order to devour the spiritual power and souls of those magicians to restore his strength, and he didn't even know that the continent had changed so much. Amigo was indeed a qualified servant. After a while, he persuaded the Fire Lord to give up resistance and opened his soul, allowing Brittany to cast spiritual magic on his soul. The soul is the lifeblood of a high-level magician. Without the body, the soul can merge with others. Without the soul, the body will die. And for him, who was cast with spiritual magic, life and death only depended on Brittany's thoughts. Half of the 4 magic gods disappeared in an instant. Tashia and Isabella looked at Chenluo differently than before. No one knew that the Galaxy School had been studying this kind of thing for all these years. The powerful lords were vulnerable in front of science. 2 lords, the soul of a lord, 2 holy magicians who were infinitely close to the Lord, and Chenluo flew all the way to the depths of the ocean. At that time, the 4 gods were severely injured by the 3 goddesses, and they used their last strength to open up a subspace there to heal their injuries. As they approached, ripples appeared in the space above the sea, and 2 figures appeared out of thin air. 2 men were looking at Chenluo and his party with suspicious eyes. Saipan looked at them and said, "Oteso, Saltos, surrender." The 2 men's faces changed drastically, and they said in shock, "Saipan, amigo, you." Saipan sighed and said, "Surrender, we have been asleep for too long, the era of magic has passed." As his voice fell, the waves in the nearby sea stopped surging, and the sea area of dozens of miles was completely frozen into ice. Countless ice giants crawled out of the sea. "Traitor." Oteso looked at him with extreme anger. Next to Saltos, earth giants began to condense one after another. The sky above Chenluo and others was covered by a dense meteorite. They had 2 lords, and the opposite side had only 2 lords. Amigo in the soul state was not enough, and the other 2 goddesses, who had not awakened, did not pose much threat to them. The remaining 2 lords were obviously unwilling to wait for death. Chenluo summoned a blue fire spirit, and wherever it went, the ice melted quickly. In front of Isabella, a blue bow and arrow condensed, and every time an arrow was shot, an ice giant disappeared. Tashia snorted coldly, and a small half of the earth giants summoned by Saltos collapsed directly under the tremor of the soul. Saipan summoned countless fire spirits again, and went straight to Oteso. The few great magicians left on the continent felt extremely depressed. They didn't know what happened, they could only feel that the magic elements on the continent were gathering towards the deep sea for unknown reasons. However, they soon guessed the reason. The gods awakened, and the disaster of the continent came. Os Empire, Lauren Kingdom. Yabo City, Lakeside Manor. Healy and High Priest Ian sat on a tree stump and played chess. Healy looked at the chessboard for a long time. High Priest Ian suddenly asked, "Is it over?" In the endless distance, the restless magic elements have subsided. Healy nodded and said, "It's over." "Who won?" There was a tremor in High Priest Ian's voice. Healy shook his head and said, "I don't know." Chenluo's figure suddenly appeared from the void. He landed on the lakeside, took a look at the chessboard of the 2, and asked, "Who won?" High Priest Ian looked at Chenluo and suddenly laughed, laughing with tears. In the past 7 years, the number of strong men above the Grand Mage in the Shinin continent has dropped sharply to less than 1/10 of the previous number. Their sacrifice was just for that glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope. Now they have one. As soon as Amigo appeared, his body was destroyed, leaving only his soul. Saipan surrendered without a fight. Although Tashia and Isabella did not advance, the Lord should not underestimate their own strength. The situation that originally had only a glimmer of hope was completely reversed because of a seemingly insignificant little thing. After Oteso and Saltos were defeated, they opened their souls without hesitation and were willing to become servants in order to save their lives. Chenluo did not stay here for long. After telling them the result, he moved to the place where they landed, the unstable space. The Dark Goddess and the other 2 goddesses had tried to leave through this passage, but they failed. Therefore, they guessed that at least 4 lords would be needed to open the passage here. Including Amigo, who had lost his body, there were now 5 lords here. Even if they attacked at the same time, they could not stabilize the space here. Brittany looked at Chenluo and said, "I can feel that it is just a little bit away." Since they joined forces, they could not stabilize the passage. They could only wait for Isabella and Tashia to recover their strength before trying again. This wait lasted for 3 years. The past 3 years were the 3 years with the biggest changes in the Shinin continent. 3 years ago, they won the war with the gods. Magicians no longer need spells and gestures to release magic. The magical means that were once regarded as witchcraft by magicians can be performed by every magician. There is no distinction between wizards and magicians in the Shinin continent. Wizards have walked out of the dark forest and bathed in the same sunshine as magicians. The temples that have ruled the continent for thousands of years no longer exist. People have built statues for sages and goddesses in various places on the continent. They have become the new beliefs of the continent. And no one has seen them since 3 years ago. There are rumors that they have reached the highest level of magic, left the Shenin continent, and went to other places. In a forest somewhere in the kingdom of Lauren, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Tashia and Isabella have been promoted to lords again, and he, after absorbing part of the spiritual power of the 4 lords, has also entered the realm of lords not long ago. 15 years since he came to this world. This is the closest time for him to go home. Behind him, there were Alice, Christine, and Catherine, who were also at the level of Grand Mage. Qianluo raised his head and looked at the unstable space. Earth, China, above a city in the northwest. After a wave of space fluctuations, more than 10 figures suddenly appeared. Is this the world of science? These houses are so tall. What is that on the ground? Magic elements are very rare. They don't seem to understand magic. What is in the sky? They can actually fly. Qianluo could no longer hear what they said. The familiar scenes in front of him made every cell in his body cheer. He identified the direction and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. Deep in the clouds, on the plain, a teenager stared out the window and shouted, "Mom, Mom, there are people flying in the sky." The young woman next to him looked out the window, frowned slightly, and thought to herself that he should watch less Harry Potter in the future. Shijing, a suburban county. In a private house, there was a violent cough, followed by a woman scolding. "How many times have I told you to smoke less, smoke less? Don't you know that smoking will cause cancer?" The man showed an embarrassed look on his face and said, "I haven't smoked for more than half a year, just once, just once." The woman looked at him, tears dripping down, choking. "Xiao Luo has been gone for 3 years. I know you feel bad." The man lowered his head and extinguished the cigarette in his hand fiercely. When he raised his head, a smile appeared on his face again. "I won't smoke anymore. I won't smoke anymore in the future. I can't get cancer. I have to walk behind you." Qianluo stood outside the door, his vision blurred. "Dad, Mom." Inside the room, the woman suddenly raised her head and said, "I think I heard Xiao Luo's voice." The man sighed and said, "How is it possible, Xiao Luo?" "Dad." The voice sounded again, making his body tremble, and he looked towards the door suddenly. A figure that he would never forget in his life was standing there quietly. He showed a happy expression on his face, stood up subconsciously, and realized something, and trembled. Are you Xiao Luo's ghost?" The woman's eyes were blurred by tears, and she rushed forward regardless of everything. "I don't care if he is a human or a ghost, he is my son." When she grabbed Qianluo's hand, her body shook, and suddenly she said ecstatically, he is a human, my son is not dead." Qianluo looked at them and said, "Mom and Dad, this matter sounds a little incredible. I will explain it to you slowly." Okay. The man's eyes were also a little wet. He walked to the door and patted Qianluo on the shoulder. When he looked at the yard, he was suddenly stunned and asked, "These foreign girls are?" Qianluo touched his nose and said awkwardly, "These are your daughters-in-law." The man was stunned and said uncertainly, "These?" 15 years in Shenin continent is only equivalent to 3 years on Earth. This is something Qianluo did not expect, but it also made him feel fortunate. If the flow of time was reversed, he would probably never see his parents again. In the past few days, he used healing techniques to help his parents recover, and told them in detail what had happened over the years. They were still a little bit unbelievable at first, and only after seeing Qianluo release the fireball with their own eyes did they slowly accept the reality. Even so, it took them a long time to accept Isabella, Brittany and Tashia. What made Qianluo speechless was that his mother's acceptance seemed to be stronger than he thought. Even though he repeatedly emphasized that Catherine and Christine just came to Earth to play with them, his mother seemed to treat them as a future family. He found an excuse, and finally didn't have to face that kind of embarrassment. He came to accompany Isabella and Alice to the concert. Before the show started, the two of them went to line up to buy milk tea, and Qianluo waited outside. The language of the earth was something that Isabella, who was already a lord, could learn in an instant. The concert was held by a British actress, who Qianluo didn't know. It seemed that she became popular in the past 2 years. It took only more than a year from her debut to becoming popular all over the world. This was a stop on her global tour. Isabella had never seen such a scene, so Qianluo brought them out to see it. Everything on Earth was full of novelty for them. While Qianluo was waiting for the two, a figure suddenly bumped into him. It was not that Qianluo's mental power did not sense it, but if he moved aside, the person would fall directly into the pool in front. Sorry. A crisp female voice came from behind. Qianluo turned around and saw a pretty girl wearing a baseball cap. The baseball cap was pulled down very low, which should be the reason why she didn't notice Chen Luo just now. She had flaxen hair and brown eyes, and was a foreign girl. Chen Luo looked up at the huge poster, then looked at the girl in front of him, and recognized her identity. But he didn't say anything. Although the other party was a first-line international actress, to Chen Luo, she was just an ordinary stranger. His eyes stayed on the girl's face for a moment, and a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. For some reason, the girl in front of him reminded him of Jasmine. After being promoted to Lord, Chen Luo had looked for her, but he could not find her trace even after searching all over the continent. Perhaps, she had an accident during her travels. Every time he thought of Jasmine, Chen Luo would feel endless regrets. When the girl saw Chen Luo, she was also obviously stunned. She looked at him for a long time before saying, "Sir, you look a lot like a friend of mine." Chen Luo was not interested and said indifferently, "Really? You really look alike." The girl looked at him and smiled and said, "If Blair saw you, he would be shocked."